Welcome, Katrina. Hey, Joel Vetters. How's everybody doing today? We're just getting set up at the dock. I'm not sure how the signal quality is going to be here. This is the first time I've tried streaming from this location. Morning, Josie. Morning, Dub Shorts. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. We're at Canyon Ferry Lake outside of Townsend, Montana. How you doing, Katrina? Hey, Dave. How you guys doing? How's the audio, the video? Everything look good, Josie? We are just getting out on the water here. Again, this is a brand new lake for me. There are apparently pike in here, there's walleye, there's trout, there's burbot, salmon. Doing absolutely wonderful. It was a long drive this morning. It's about a 2-hour drive from my house to get here, so bit of a trek. Good, thank you. All right, excellent, Josie. Again, I have like 3 bars here. We're headed out on the water. If the quality starts getting crappy, if the audio or the video starts getting grainy, could you guys, let me know? We can try and stick closer to where the signal is. But we got 3 bars so far. Looks like we might have a decent stream today. We're gonna do a little bit of exploring here, I think, before we drop the lines in. I want to see if we can find some good terrain to fish in. Looks like I do have Navionics map here, so I got depth. That's good. Or no, I don't. I'm making a map right now. It kind of sucks. All right, so we're gonna definitely have to do some exploring before we put the rods in. What are you fishing with today? So my primary target here today is northern pike and walleye. But we're gonna put in, I'm allowed 2 poles in lakes and lakes, ponds, and reservoirs here in central Montana. I'm gonna run one call it a stick bait or a minnow. It's a 7.5-inch Rapala floating lure, floating minnow. It's my pike lure. And then I'm gonna run on the other pole it's basically a wedding rig setup with a dodger in front of it that just kind of does a little waggle. I'll show you guys in a moment here when we put them in the water here. But we're basically gonna be targeting northern pike on one line and walleye or trout and salmon on the other line. The lure that I use for walleye when I'm trolling, oftentimes we'll get hit from trout, from salmon, from walleye. I've even had pike off of it. Dave James, you out on your Bonetti? We're fishing out of my old 1648 flat bottom John boat. It's an old tank. It's seen better days, but she runs well. She gets me around. This is a big water buddy. Again, this is the first time I've been here. Welcome everybody joining today. We're fishing at Canyon Ferry Lake today. This is my first time I've been here. There are supposedly some 30-pound plus pike that have been pulled out of here. A 10-pound walleye is apparently a very common catch. There's all sorts of stuff out here. I had to cut out yesterday. How many fish did you catch? Or was just the 1 perch? We landed 1 perch. I had a very small, it was like an 8 to 10-inch rainbow on the line. I got hung up on the rocks, and while I was trying to unwrench the snag from the rocks, I pulled the hook out of the trout's mouth, so he got away. Gina, welcome to the stream. Whiskey Rebel, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we got a boat day today. We're trying a new location. I found somewhere that we have service. I don't know how well the service is going to be. I'm kind of going between 2 and 3 bars here. Don't get a sparkly boat. They're nothing but headaches. Yeah, I kind of got mine pre-dented, pre-beat up. So, when I do something stupid or make a mistake. I'm not that concerned about it. All I care is that it runs and it floats. So we're doing good on those 2 points. But welcome. There's a whole bunch of people in here already. That's awesome. Y'all hit that thumbs up, get that count up there, and YouTube will send even more people in here. I'd love to have a party today. Skipjack Cindy, welcome to the stream. Trey Rogers, you watched yesterday. Right on, welcome back. All you guys that have been here before, welcome back. Thank you for joining me today. Glad you came out fishing, and we got fish jumping everywhere here. Looks like we're in about 13 foot of water. I'm gonna head out a little deeper. Before I throw my rigs out in the water, I wanna get to about 20 to 25 foot at least. Because my one pike lure that I use dives down to about 15 foot. And I like to run it at least 10 foot above the bottom. Pike have really good eyesight and they will come up, they'll strike it. I don't like fishing it right off the bottom. Any bets on how many crayons I can put in your... No, Cam. That's all you, buddy. How's Cindy doing today? How's Josie doing? How is everybody doing today? It's Sunday. It's a gorgeous day out here. It is, probably right around 80 degrees right now. The sun's, I think it's going to get warm today. Just a little bit of a breeze. Thomas, welcome to the live. The Hammer, welcome to the live. Yeah, we got a fishing party here today. A whole bunch of people in here already. Glad to hear that, Cindy. Stinks you guys got forced out by the storm last night. It looked like a cool spot to fish. You guys fish that spot often? Oh, we do have a depth map here. Hold on a second. I got to turn off my the feature here that makes my own map. Bear with me a moment, guys. I got to adjust my depth finder here. Crappy Man Jigs, welcome to the stream. Hey, buddy. Double tap that screen. If you like fishing, you like live streams, hit that thumbs up button. You guys like hanging out and fishing, hit that subscribe button. We're gonna get the poles in the water here in just a moment. I'm trying to adjust my depth finder here, and we're at about 18 foot. We're almost to where I want to throw some lines in. I just need to turn off the live mapping here. There we go. Live mapping off. Sweet, we got a Navionics map for this location, so I don't need to map anything. That makes me much more comfortable. W Shorts says, hi, I'm new, I subbed. Excellent, I appreciate that. All y'all that are subbing, that's awesome. Come hang out, come party. We stream 2 to 3 times a week on this channel, sometimes more. We catch all sorts of fish. We fish from the bank, we fish from rivers, lakes, reservoirs. I like to target northern pike. I like to target carp, but we fish for everything. Walleye, trout, suckers, catfish, anything that's in the water that might bite, we fish for it here on this channel. But thanks for joining me today. It should be a wonderful day. What kind of electronics do you have on your boat? Very little. All I have is just my fish finder, which I basically use as a depth finder. I don't really get too much into the electronics. I'm kind of old school when it comes to fishing. I look for depth and I look for structure, and I fish accordingly. I see all y'all with the the front-facing sonar and all that fancy stuff. Really, really cool. I kind of wish I had it, but we don't fish with that stuff. Crappy Man is on it. All y'all mods, I appreciate you guys joining today and keeping the chat here clean, keeping it a good, fun experience for everybody. What lake are you on? This is Canyon Ferry Lake. It's in central Montana. It is just outside of the town of Townsend, about 30 miles from the capital of Montana, Helena. I have not fished here before. There are supposedly 30-plus pound pike that come out of this water body. We're gonna see if we can get one on the line today. The first rig we're gonna get set up here is kind of our catch-all rig here. This is what I would typically fish for trout or walleye with when I'm trolling. It's a pretty basic setup. We have a dodger on the end here, which looks like a trout. And this just kind of wobbles in the water. It's got a flash. It's an attractant. It brings the fish in. We're on a pretty long leader here. This is 20-pound fluorocarbon. And I tie these up. It's one of the few lures or rigs that I tie. And this is a slow death rig. It's got a little spinner on it. Walleye tend to like purples and pinks, I guess. But it's a slow death rig. You hook a worm or a leech on here, and it spins in the water and it twirls. I get hit on this from trout, from salmon, from pike, from walleye. It's kind of a universal rig when I'm trolling, and I apologize for the rocking here. We got people coming out of the boat launch. It's a really, really popular lake to fish on. We're gonna try and get a little ways away from here so we don't get the wake from every boat that's pulling out. But I'm gonna get this rigged up and in the water so we can get a fish on while we get the second line set up. We're fishing today on our Akuma Pro trolling rods. It's 8.5 foot pole. It collapses down to 7.5 foot. We're fishing with the Akuma cold water reels, the 2000 series. It's my go-to rig for trolling. Really solid rigs. Whiskey Rebel, never mind, he got deleted. We have boat activity. Yeah, we're out on the boat here today. We actually have 3 bars of service. It's a 2-hour drive for me to get here. I had to take a bit of a trek, but I think it's going to be worth it. We should have hopefully a decent amount of fish caught today. We'll see though. Sometimes new water bodies are tough. It takes a while to learn them. But we are now in 23 foot of depth. I'm just kind of taking a lay of the landscape here, where other boaters are fishing at. When you're out a new spot, keep an eye out what other people are doing. A lot of these people have fished these lakes and reservoirs way more than you have. Take your cue from them. Kind of see where they're fishing, what they're fishing with. Oftentimes it can be a great benefit to help you catch and hook up. But I have kind of an idea of what we're going to do today, but that's our slow death rig. You just kind of put it all the way on. I like to try and get it up over the knot, and that kind of holds it. It acts as like a bait keeper. But you throw a half or a full crawler on there, and it just kind of twirls in the water. We're going to get this out. Pretty easy. You just open your bail there, extend our pole, turn our clicker off, and we're at about 25 foot depth. It doesn't look like the southern end of the lake is super deep here. You have a metal leader. For the pike rig, we will. This one I'm running 20-pound fluorocarbon, which is a little light for toothy fish. It's harder to tie some of these rigs up with heavier fluorocarbon than that. The eyes on hooks aren't as big as I think they should be sometimes. We're gonna throw her out about 90 foot. We're using leaded line. It's a Suffix Advanced 832 or 834. It's a braid covered lead core line. It helps your lure drop down faster in the water and stay down further. We turn our clicker on. I like to set it to where when a fish bites, you get a nice audible click from it. So we're gonna get that one set up in the pole holder. We're good to go. I'm gonna get the second rig. Let me answer a few questions here. Living the dream. Oh, I love it. Any day I'm out on the water, man, there are a bunch of these weird little gnats here. I've not seen these at any water body in Montana. I don't know what they are. They're kind of annoying though. But appreciate y'all joining me today. We're gonna have fun today, I think. Jaden Holly, smash that like button, y'all. Yeah, if you like live fishing streams, you like fishing, if you're having a good day, hit that like button. What's your favorite fish to catch? Northern pike. That's my all-time favorite. Give me a moment here, guys. We're gonna get this second rig onto a pole. I had it rigged up when I was at the dock before I started the stream, and I'm just realizing I put it on the wrong dang pole. we're gonna do trolling for a little while. Later on in the day, we will probably try and pull up in some of these shallows and do some casting. But yeah, my main goal today, what I'm after today is a big pike. There are not many places in Montana that breed that grow pike to be 30 plus pounds, and this is one of the reservoirs that has them. There's supposedly not a lot of pike in here. We may not catch many of them, but the ones that are in here are supposedly absolutely monstrous. So if we can get in on a pike, and this is what I've been having really good luck on pike lately. It's a Rapala F18 floating minnow, either in brown trout or pike coloration. The brown trout is what I had handy. We're going to try that one out first. Normally they come with 3 trebles. I take one of them off. It's dangerous when you got a big fish flopping around, and in fact I should move this one back to the second. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I take one of the trebles off. I don't like dealing with 3 treble hooks when I'm trying to wrestle a fish out of the net. But again, we are running a solid steel leader on this one. I don't have I'm not going to put the catch cam out just yet till I get a little bit more familiar with what the bottom here looks like. I have a savage migraine, but it's okay. Oh, sorry to hear that. It's me. Oh, no, I feel better, definitely. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream, Zach. Where did you get that pole? I ordered them off of Amazon. I get a lot of fishing gear off of Amazon. They oftentimes have really good deals. Get those walleye. Yeah, Crow, that's what they have. 10-pound walleye here is apparently a really common catch. But this is one of the largest water bodies in Montana, from what I understand. It's like the 3rd largest water body. And it grows some of the biggest fish in central Montana. So I'm excited to fish here. I've always wanted to fish here. It's a bit of a trek from where I live. It's about a 2-hour drive. But again, for the stream, we're coming out here. We got 2 bars of service still. Let me know if the audio or video gets wonky, and I'll try and fix it, or we may need to head back closer to shore. Let me get through some of these comments. Manoj, welcome to the stream. Glen Ivor, pike are the best looking fish. Heck yeah. Zach Labs, welcome. Oh shoot, there really are a lot of bugs there. Yeah. I'm hoping once we get further away from the shore, maybe they'll quit. They're just like little gnats. At least it's not mosquitoes. Good morning, everyone. Hey, Hammer Time, welcome. Amelia Kelly, welcome to the stream. Keep up the good work, dude. Have a great day. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope all of you guys are having a wonderful Sunday. I'm out here on the water. My day couldn't be better. Once we catch some fish, it just gets better from here. Skipjack Cindy, thumbs up, everybody. Heck yeah. Katrina, so glad iPhones are waterproof. I just dropped mine in a cooler with water. I try and keep, they say they're waterproof. They're an expensive piece of electronics. I try not to get them wet if I don't have to. Colby Queso, welcome to the stream. Stuart, welcome from Scotland. Charles, this is Canyon Ferry Lake in central Montana. Vamos Ahi, welcome to the stream. Jose Castro, hi from Bunley, UK. Awesome. B, Canyon Ferry. Jaden Hawley, smash that like button. Heck yeah, thanks Jaden. It's me. Where's your life jacket, dude? You can't swim. It's right within reach, and I have a throwable right here as well. I need to get one of those ones that's super lightweight that has the like CO2 cartridges in it that when you hit the water it just because the one that I have is super big and bulky and it's hard to have the recording gear on. But very, very good looking out there. It's me. Ben, thank you. Good luck. Oh, we're almost through the comments here. Glenn McIver, hey Stuart, ancestors are from Scotland. Scotland's cool. One of these days I'd love to visit there. Really pretty. What kind of dart we ripping on this lovely Sunday, you big old beast? We're trying to catch northern pike, walleye. There's salmon in here. There's rainbow trout. There's brown trout. There's burbot. There's ling in here, which is a fish I have never caught. There's all sorts of stuff in here, guys. B says I'm from northwest Montana. Oh, you lucky dog. You over by Missoula area by chance? Some of the best fishing in Montana is over there in the Clearwater lakes, rivers. There's a whole series of Clearwater lakes there that, oh my God, there's some of the most beautiful beautiful places in Montana. Alex, I had a question. Have you caught a bass yet? There are bass in here. I think it's smallmouth bass. This is the first time I've ever fished this water body. My mic is cracking a little. Let me know if you've got a solid connection. The battery should be good. Let me know if that continues. Kalispell area. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, good fishing around there. Audio sucks. Let me turn it off and on real quick. Alright, we've cycled it. Any better? Acres, I think it's bigger than that. It's still bad. We're going to head back over that way towards the shore a little bit. Sounds like a helicopter. Bear with me. Any different? Man, the bugs. Good now? Okay. That's weird. Seems like at the beginning of every one of my streams, within the first 15 to 30 minutes, my mic gets weird. We'll stick a little bit closer to the shore here. Yeah, we're trolling. There's going to be a little bit of a jitter for this stream, unfortunately. The doghouse, the helm that you guys are sitting on is aluminum, and I'm running a jet motor in the back to troll with, so there's always a bit of a shake. Sorry guys on the audio quality. Again, this is the first time I've streamed from here. We might have a few technical difficulties while I get it sorted out. What are you fishing for? Pike, walleye, trout? It's the first time I've been here. We're running 2 different rigs in the water right now. There's bass in here. There's kokanee salmon. I know these bugs are gnarly. Good Lord. We're gonna... Hold on. I think I just swallowed one. Oh, no bueno. Sounds smooth now. Okay, yeah, we'll have to stick closer to the shore. We're in 25, 26 foot of water. We should be all right. I think it was maybe just the distance we were getting from the shore. I showed three bars of service. Was it just the audio, or was the video getting choppy too? Wow, 229 people. Dear Lord. Welcome everybody to the stream today. We're fishing central Montana. This is Canyon Ferry Lake. What are you smoking? We're just smoking a cigarette, and it's out. I've lit it a couple of times. It keeps going out. No, they're just some kind of weird little gnat. They're not gonna bite. The video is fine. It was just the audio at first. Okay, that's kind of weird. I would think if it was a signal issue, the video would crap out first. Video takes way more data than audio does. Alright, Admiral, could somebody just permanently mute that guy in my channel? He comes in here every stream talking about poop and farts, and I've had enough of him. Alrighty, so we're trolling in about 25 foot of water. We got 2 rigs out right now. One targeting pike, and the other one is kind of a lure that I've caught a lot of walleye, perch, trout, kokanee, salmon off of. I would imagine a bass might bite on it. I wish these people would quit rolling by with creating a wake out here. Kirk is a one-trick pony, right? Bass Fishing TV, welcome, welcome. I'm here now. Catch anything yet? No, we've been in the water for about 20 minutes. Poles have only been in the water for about 10. We're just getting set up here. We're going to be streaming until dark today. So we're going to have a nice long stream, probably about the next 10 to 12 hours if you guys want to hang out and party and catch some fish. This is my first time on this water body, so we're learning. I'm just kind of checking the lay of the land here, seeing where cell signal works. We do have 2 poles in the water. We have a good chance of catching a wide variety of species today. My true goal, though, you guys, I want to catch a monster pike. There aren't a lot of them in here, apparently, but there are supposedly 30-plus pound pike pulled out of here when Fish, Wildlife, and Park does their surveys. Yeah, we're going to be on all day, folks. Go get your beers, your drinks, your popcorn. Get comfy. Let's catch some fish. Let's hang out. Let's have a good time. I appreciate y'all coming to chill with me. All you mods, again, thank you so much for helping out in the channel here. You guys are awesome. I couldn't do this without you. Yeah, Crappy Man, I cannot believe how fast we have been getting subs on this channel. I just hit 500 a few days ago. You know, it's been like 34 days, I think, since I've been able to live stream. But yeah, in the last like 3 days, we've almost doubled our follow count. It took me over a month to get 50, and now within a month, we're almost to the 1,000 mark. We're killing it here. And I'm having a blast doing it, hanging out with y'all, and 40-inch pike soon. I hope so, yeah. The last survey they pulled out, 2 over 30 pounds, and they were both well over 40 inches. They were both near state records. I was led to believe you'd be showing us your rod. We do have a wide selection of rods here to look at today. What's in the water right now? In fact, I'll bring it down. We'll show you. So we are fishing today with the Okuma Classic Pro GLT. It is an 8.5 foot rod. This is the planer board series. It's a longer rod. It extends and collapses, which is super handy when you're fishing in a small boat. We're fishing with the Okuma Coldwater Pro reel here. This is the 3000 series. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. Excellent drag on it. It's got a line counter. They're really good. I love the drag on these. They're so nice. The 2000 series I have a couple of on our shorter poles back here. I don't like the drag on them. They're really wonky. They're really finicky. Sometimes it's just too tight and it won't loosen. Sometimes, you know, you loosen it all the way up and it's too loose. They're just wonky. They're not consistent. If you want to get a good trolling reel, the 3000 series, don't go for the 2000 series. They're trash. But we're fishing with basically the same thing on the other side. We do also have, these are a knockoff of the Okuma. These are just a white labeled version from our local Shields Outfitters. But Okuma does make a rod exactly like this, and I'm pretty sure the same manufacturer makes both of the rods. These are little stubbies. I like to use these in the center. I roll the longer rods on the outside when I troll, and then the short rods in the center, usually with a bottom bouncer or a heavy weight to keep them close to the boat and in the center so I don't tangle up. But again, these have the 2000 series on them. I hate them. One of these days I'm going to throw these, I'm going to huck them in the damn lake and replace them with a 3000 series. We run leaded line on all of our trolling rigs. It's 18-pound line, which is a little light, but there's not a lot of options for leaded line on the market. But anyways, that's what our main rods are. We also have our ugly stick carbon, which we may use for throwing some lighter lures later today. And we also have another ugly stick. What is that one? That one's the LTE graphite, which I like for throwing a little bit heavier lures. So we got a selection of rods to pick from here today. Yeah, I was gonna say, Dave James, 33 acres is a hell no. It's 33,000 acres. It's the third largest water body here in Montana. And it produces some of the biggest fish in central Montana. What do you use for bait? So we are running on this rig over here. We have a trout colored Dodger, which is just an attractant. It's basically like a flat spoon that you run before your actual lure. And it just waggles in the water and it attracts, it brings in fish. And then we have like a 5-foot fluorocarbon leader on it with a slow death rig, which it consists of a little max spinner, purple in color. We have purple, pink, and silver beads on it, and then a slow death hook tipped with a full night crawler. And it just kind of twirls in the water behind the wobble. And it's a really good rig. It catches all sorts of different species. I think anything will bite on that one. It's kind of like fishing with a worm and a bobber in a lake or a river. It's one of those rigs that I throw out there when I'm at a new spot or I'm not real picky about what I want to catch. So that one's kind of our catch-all pole. The other pole we're running Rapala F18 floating minnow. It's a 7.5-inch plastic stick bait. It dives down to about 12 to 15 foot. Plus you add on 90-foot of leaded line, which is how far we're running right now, which gets us down to about 20 to 25 foot-ish. So we're trolling pretty close to the bottom on that one. That one's targeting pike. I've caught perch off of it, I've caught walleye off of it, but those are not nearly as often. That's our pole here on the side here that you can't see. We might not catch much on that pole, which is why I don't have the camera pointed at it. In fact, I'm sorry, I didn't even realize you guys can't even see the pole. There you go, that's what we're fishing with over here. There we go, you're looking at my ugly mug and y'all want to see the pole. My bad. There we go. Now you can see the pole. So we're trolling about 2.5 miles an hour right now, which is about my average. I run 2.5 to 3.5 miles an hour when I troll for pike. Normally when you're trolling for trout, you'll go much slower. Trout don't have the burst speeds that pike do. Walleye and pike can travel pretty fast. The Real Masters, welcome. John Cena, almost $14 a pack. Lane, I meant love your combos. Thank you. Willie Gamer, well, it depends on, I smoke American Spirits. I don't know why they're so expensive. They're $13.5, almost $14 a pack here. What's the best rig for pike? Dragonfly, there really is no best. Pike are not a picky fish. The key with pike is getting the lure in front of their face and the more erratic the bait is, the better. So like when I troll, I normally don't troll a straight pattern. You'll see me, we kind of curve back and forth, and when you do that, your lures raise up and lower in the water depending on what side of the boat they're on. It increases the speed, it decreases the speed, and it's usually those actions, the movement up, down, the speeding up, slowing down, the erraticness that causes a pike to bite it. If you want to see, check out my channel. I have a whole bunch of underwater content for pike. It's interesting to see how they react to lures. But watch though, on those videos, when you see a strike, you will almost always see that moments before there's movement, either lateral movement, left or right, vertical movement, up or down. There will be, a slowdown, a speed up. It's those. Oh my God, what was that? There was just an absolute behemoth. I don't know what the hell kind of fish. I think that was a big walleye. Something just came up and it sounded like a dolphin coming out of the water. Just whoosh. Whatever that was, I want that. We're veering over in that direction right there. I'm gonna mark that on the map. That is we're gonna put a stop sign there. Whatever that was, it's huge. We're gonna troll right back over that spot here in a little bit. Sorry, I'm really far behind on chat here. Let me get caught up. Girth Brooks, love the name. Catch and release. Yeah, I do catch and release primarily. 115 subs, boost that number. Heck yeah, Crappy. That'd be awesome if we hit the 1K today. I would be completely stoked. Where's this happening? Central Montana. What are you catching? We're fishing for pike, walleye, trout, salmon. There's bass in here. We're trawling right now. We're going to do this for a little while. We will switch possibly to moving into the shallows here and casting later, or possibly if we come across a nice school of fish, we may anchor up and jig for a little bit. But this is Canyon Ferry Lake. It's outside of Townsend, Montana. Girth, 15 bucks for American Spirits there? Crazy. Annabelle, welcome to the stream. Charlie Yakuza, welcome to the stream. Dragonfire, I see that good info. We'll check it out. Annabelle, how you doing today, Annabelle? Willie Gamer, I night fish Bighorn Canyon a lot, and the fish slaps at night can drive you crazy when you can hear them everywhere, but the bite is slow. I know how that goes. Drives you crazy. Mark, welcome from Scotland. Charlie O, welcome. Michael Tripoli, good luck out there. Be safe. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. I'm glad to hear that, Annabelle. I'm having an absolutely fantastic day. I hope everybody else is today as well. We're fishing. I mean, what's not to love about fishing? But we've just been on the water here. Stream's been going 37 minutes. I think we pulled out of the boat slip about 7 or 10 minutes after I turned the stream on here. Poles have been in the water about 15 minutes. Oh, your weather sucks there today? Ah, that sucks. Yeah, we've been having really freaking just intermittent storms. It's like nice for a little while, and then like the sky just turns black and it starts pouring, and wind and lightning. And today, beautiful. Tomorrow, who knows? What pound line are you using on those poles? So we are running 18-pound leaded braid line. It's Suffolk's Advanced, but it's an 18-pound line. I would prefer a little bit heavier, but I think that's the heaviest leaded line that Suffolk's makes. And I run Suffolk's on all my poles. I've never really had a problem with it. We'll see though if I catch a 30-pound pike. We'll see how it works. Yep, these are my 2 vices in life. Well, my 3 vices. You're watching me do what my biggest vice is, fishing, and then I smoke and I drink way too much Mountain Dew. Usually use 30-pound braid for catfish. Yeah, when I'm not running leaded line, I run heavier braid. I run 30-pound minimum on all my poles. But again, this is braid line, but it's lead core, so it's got a thin sliver of lead in it. It's weighted. It helps it carry your lure a little bit further down in the water column. Fishing never a vice. Well, it is absolutely an addiction. I don't know. Whether that's a good thing, a bad thing, that's for you to decide. You should smoke Mountain Dew. I don't know how that would work. Probably not something I would try. Maybe when I was a teenager, but not these days. Did some stupid shit when I was a kid. All of us in my friend group did. You ever use dipsy divers? I have 2 of them. I've never actually run them. Now, I picked them up with the intention of trying them out, and I've just never been out on the water and said to myself, dang, I need to try the dipsy diver. One of these days I should. How warm is it there today? It's really nice right now. I'd have to look to be sure, but I think it's probably high 70s, low 80s. Feels probably about 78 right now. We're still 10 o'clock. The sun is not high in the sky. It'll probably warm up, I would guess, to mid 80s today. What are you fishing for? Northern pike is our main target. Northern pike and walleye, but we may pick up rainbow trout. We may pick up kokanee salmon. There's smallmouth bass in here. There's burbot. all sorts of stuff in this water body. Girth Brooks, it is Canyon Ferry Lake, Canyon Ferry Reservoir. It's the third largest water body in Montana. I think somebody looked it up earlier. It's like 33,000 acres. It's absolutely massive. We're on the southern end of it, which is where the Fish, Wildlife, and Park survey showed that the 30-plus pound pike were being pulled out. It's bright there. Do you have any black lures to try? Oh, I do. My boat. One of these days, I'm gonna have to do just a live stream showing you my tackle. I have an ungodly amount of tackle. Yes, I have black. You have success with black lures in the sun. Yeah, I do. Right now we're running, the Rapala that I'm running is a brown trout pattern. And the lake that I normally fish for pike on, that lure has just been absolutely killing it this year. In pike pattern and brown trout pattern, my pike, I caught too many fish off of it. It's starting to break. I don't have it handy, but like where the eye goes in, the Rapala floaters, they're made out of balsa wood, I think, so they're a fairly fragile lure. And I've caught too many pike off of it. It's starting to crack right where the eye goes in, and I don't trust throwing it on the line anymore. I need to throw some epoxy or something on it. Avaris, is Montana the most beautiful place on earth? I think it's one of the prettiest places that I've ever been. I don't know about the most beautiful place on earth, but it's definitely up there. It's one of the least populated states in the United States, which means that it's the least developed. It's nature. You know, you have mountains here, you have prairies here, you have valleys here, you have kind of tundra desert landscape, you have sections of Montana that are nearly rainforest. You kind of have all of the different climates all in one. It's a big state though. And I misquoted yesterday. I said second largest. It's actually the fourth largest state in America. But yeah, really pretty here. Katrina Cook, no, I haven't had any bites yet. Again, so with these rigs, the way that it works, you'll hear it. You set the drag on there and there's a clicker on the side. So when you're trolling, when you get a bite, you'll hear so you will hear an audible click. Anytime something gets on the line, it'll start dancing. It's kind of like how I use the bells when I'm fishing from shore. If you guys have watched my streams, the clickers on here give a nice audible click, you know, a zzz, anytime something bites. So you guys will hear it, I'll hear it, and you'll see me rapidly jump and grab the pole. Wyoming has 2 antelope for every person. I believe it. Antonio says, like Florida. What's your personal best, Cameron asks. The biggest pike that I've caught was 22.5 pounds, 42 inches, which is nowhere near the state record. The state record is 37.5 pounds, and there's no weight listed, or excuse me, no length listed, which is really funky. But there are supposedly 30 plus pound pike that are pulled out of here. I live in Minnesota. We fish differently. We fish points, drop off, structure, etc. We don't start trolling in the middle of the lake. So if we were fishing any other time of the year, I would 100% agree with you. This time of the year, during the dog days of summer, especially when you're fishing for pike, they're everywhere in the water body, and oftentimes they like to hang out in the flats over the deepest parts of the water body. Some people may disagree with me, but that is the thing that I fish for the most, and I will outfish most people on a water body for pike if I know that water body, and it's because I fish deeper. Most of the people will fish in shallow waters. They're fishing structure, they're fishing humps. Pike in the middle of the summer, they're everywhere in a lake. They spread out. They don't isolate themselves anywhere. But yeah, later in the fall, definitely you're going to want to fish structure. Springtime, much shallower structure. They're in for spawning. The dog days of summer, they're kind of everywhere, and I've had absolutely wonderful luck trolling. I do like to troll drop-offs, so like I will fish the flat above a drop-off or the bottom of the drop-off. That's what I typically try to target. If you look at a bathymetric map of this particular water body, so we are actually, it's a reservoir. So it at one point in time was the Missouri River. We have a dam on one side, a dam on the other side. There's not a whole lot of terrain. There's not a lot of structure here. It's pretty flat. There are some dips in places, but it's not like a typical lake that you would go to, that there are really deep parts, really shallow parts. It's just kind of a bowl. When a river runs through places, it carves it out, and it's fairly even. Different lake structure from Minnesota. Yeah, in fact, I was reading about the history of this place last night, and when they created the dam, we're fishing over the top of one of the original cities in Montana right now. I think it was called Canton, C-A-N-T-O-N. When they created the dams, they flooded, and there's houses, structure. This used to be a city. It's now a reservoir. What lure do you have on right now? We have Rapala F18. It's a 7.5-inch stick bait. And then on the other line, it's a rig that I tied up. We have a Dodger for an attractant, and then a rig that I tied up. It's got a slow death hook on it, and a Max spinner, and a few various beads of pink, purples, and silvers. You've never caught pike before, never tried? They're absolutely fun to catch. I love it. It's me. Only catch yesterday was long-eared sunfish. Interesting. It's me. Cool. You got pics? You're from Montana or a transplant? I was born and raised here. I've lived all over the states. I recently just moved back. I grew up here. I moved away when I was about 18. I've moved back a couple of times. Most recently, I've been back here about a little over 3 years now. But yeah, born and raised here. Biggest recorded pike caught in UK is 47 pounds, 5 ounces. Good God, that's a nice pike. Trout Slayer said hi, welcome to the stream. Katrina, I have a friend that used to fish for pike. They're fun. I really love them. They're good to eat too. Smaller ones. Don't keep the big ones. Are you Amish? No. I just look like I'm homeless. I'm not Amish though. The res is man-made. Others have been around thousands of years. Yep, this is a man-made reservoir. It's a reservoir between two dams. It's the Missouri River though. Or the Missouri River used to flow through this valley. They flooded it when they created the dams. Tommy Stam, welcome to the stream. I am doing wonderful today. I'm fishing on the boat. We're out in the lake, getting attacked by these weird little gnats. Used to fly fish for pike. Oh, that sounds fun. Fishing rapalas here in the UK, we can use a lot of different retrieves in a day to switch things up. Yep, I like to, this time of the year, especially in a new water body that I don't know the structure, I don't know where the fish are congregating, I like to troll. You can cover a lot more water. I can see the lay of the land here. Again, there's not a whole lot of structure on the bottom of this reservoir. It's pretty uninteresting. It's just kind of a big bowl, and then a bowl to a flat. Kyron says, I like your fishing videos. I appreciate you checking them out. I'm glad you like the content. Welcome to the stream. TD Tadar, you got a bite? No bite yet. Again, when we get a bite, you'll hear an audible zzz. The line counters, the line clicker will make a nice audible noise. We'll hear it. Ma says, nah, you look awesome. I appreciate that. I'm a very unkempt looking man. I got a weird, frazzly beard, and I wear kind of old tattered clothes. I'm not a very superficial person. My appearance is whatever. You get what you get. I'm not the most attractive man. I'm not the ugliest man. But whatever. We're here for the fish, not for me. Subscribe, fish on. Thank you, Vic. I appreciate that. Good night. Good night, Munchie. That's an interesting name. Welcome to the stream. Our primary target today is northern pike and walleye. We on the rig that we're running over here is a slow death hook rig with a spinner and a Dodger. It should attract trout, possibly salmon. We may get bit by smallmouth bass. There's a variety of different things. But the other lure, and what I'm really hoping for today, is a monster pike. There are 30 plus pounders that are apparently lurking in the waters here. My dad used to say I was talking too much and scaring the fish away. Man, I don't think it works like that. He just didn't want to listen to you. Connor fish, true, on a fly rod. We also use jig flies for pike. It's like big streamer for trout, but with a bit more metal hardware. That makes sense. Yeah, they're big toothy creatures. If you don't run a wire leader, a steel leader, oftentimes you will get bit off, I mean, which we might get bit off on this pole here. I was running these at Pishkin recently, trying to catch a trout or a salmon out of there because I know they're in there, and all I've ever caught out of there was pike and perch. And the pike kept biting. I caught more pike off of my trout lure than I did off of my Rapala that day. It was insane. We're fishing in about 25 foot of water here. The northern end of this reservoir gets to be about 60 to 80 feet deep. The southern end here looks like it's about 20 to 40, depending on where you're at. Josie, you can in eastern Montana, not in central Montana. No live bait in central Montana. Good night, Munchie's the last thing I got to say to my dog. Oh, I hear you. How deep is... Oh, you already answered that. Hi from Iowa. Welcome to the stream, Matt Abram. It's me. Sucks you can't use live bait. Yeah, it does. I get jealous of watching the other streams and people fishing with all sorts of live bait. Live bait, I think, 99% of the time is going to attract more fish than a lure, especially bigger fish. But you fish with what you do. You use what you can. Is it true fish get scared away because of sound? Fish don't got no ears, do they? I'm sure they can feel and sense vibrations. It depends. I think some species are way more prone to be skittish than others. Pike, no. They're an apex predator. There is nothing in most water bodies that pike are in that hunts them. They see or feel or hear a commotion in the water. They go and check it out because that's dinner bell for them. It's food. Eric Bacon, what? Can you elaborate? That's a little... Not sure what you're talking about. Fish definitely have ears. I don't know. That's a good question. Do they? I've never really looked at the anatomy of a fish. But I definitely know that they can sense vibration. Where is fish? Fish in water. We in boat. Pull in water. Fish bite, pull. Fish come in boat. Good? Lateral line runs along their body for... Really? I know the lateral line that they store toxins in it. I never knew that it's a sensory area. That's interesting. Using thumper blades. We're using it's on this line. It's called a dodger, which is similar to a thumper. It's like a teardrop shaped metal flat spoon, and it just wobbles in the water. But we use that as an attractant before, and then I have like a almost a 5 foot fluorocarbon leader before our slow death rig. Do you ever gauge the speed of a boat and see if slower speeds allow more bites? Oh, absolutely, Elsa. Changing this, and that's one thing that you do have to play around with. Some days it seems like they prefer a faster troll, sometimes a slower troll. And a lot of that also changes seasonally. So earlier in the season, like when you're springtime, you're coming off a cold winter here, the fish are sluggish. I troll much, much slower. During summer and fall, where the water is much, much warmer, the fish are much, much more active. I troll way faster. In fact, I don't troll as fast as some people. Some people, when they're trolling for pike and muskie, troll upwards of 5 miles an hour, which is pretty fast. I troll 2 to 3 miles an hour usually for pike. Interesting fact though. So a adolescent pike has a burst speed of approximately 5 miles an hour and can do so for up to like 2 or 3 minutes. An adult pike has a burst speed of anywhere from 20 to 25 miles an hour, and apparently they can maintain that speed for upwards of 5 minutes. Absolutely insane. So when people are telling you you're trolling too fast for pike, pike are off, they can zip past you. If you watch some of my underwater videos, again, those videos, most of them are filmed at 2 to 3 miles an hour, usually closer to 3 miles an hour. And they'll follow a lure for minutes. And to follow it, they just a little tail waggle, a little tail waggle, a little tail waggle. They're not even working hard to keep up at 3 miles an hour. But yeah, absolutely incredible. I had no idea. I read that recently. 20 miles an hour. It's like, holy crap, that's a fast fish. I entered the live. Where are you located? State. Central Montana, Canyon Ferry Reservoir. Squeeze behind the northern ears and it paralyzes them. I wouldn't say it paralyzes them, but that is initially when I'm taking it. I tried making a video for it. I haven't posted it yet. I'm working on editing it, on how to properly take a pike out of the net. A lot of times people will try and grab underneath the front of the jaws where your hooks are hooked. Don't do that. Grab behind the back of the neck, right underneath the gill plates. Be careful not to grab the gills. Hopefully we can get one on the line today and I can demonstrate it for you. Don't grab the gills though. If you damage the gills, they bleed really easily from the gills and they'll bleed out. But yeah, initially, go slowly, carefully, grab right at the back of the neck, right at the bottom of the gills, underneath the gill plate, thumb on one side, forefinger, I usually do the full hand on the other side. Grip firmly and hold it there while you get the hook out, then immediately switch to under the lip. So grab with your non-dominant hand, take your hook out with your dominant hand, and then you switch to holding under the lip. But be careful of the gills too with pike. The gills on a pike are damn near as sharp as their teeth. But 100% be careful grabbing one thrashing in the net. You're oftentimes dealing with 1, 2, or 3 treble hooks, and trust me, if the fish don't get you, the treble hooks will. Developer, high quality stream, I appreciate that. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Cash Done said hi, welcome to the stream. Total Tech said, I love cigarettes, I hate cigarettes, worst habit ever. You guys don't smoke. You see me doing this, it's a terrible addiction, don't do it. You caught any today? No, we've been in the water, poles in the water about 40 minutes. We haven't had any bites yet. Unfortunately, I wanted to get here earlier in the day, so trolling for pike, I have found the most active times of the day are usually from about 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., at least this time of the year, and then again from about 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. You get like a 3-hour window in the morning, a 3-hour window in the evening, where you'll get just back-to-back hits. They're really, really active feeding. Throughout the day, there should still be some hits. It's not going to be as busy as it'll be later on this evening. But again, you guys hang out. We're going to be streaming until it gets dark here. It is now about 10:40 a.m. Sunset tonight, I think, is around 9:30. So we have, I don't know, 10 plus hours of stream still coming here today. So you're near Townsend. Yes, it's about 30 miles away from Helena, the capital. Canyon Ferry is the southern end where I'm at, where I put the boat in, is literally right next to Townsend. We launched from the Silos, is where the boat launch is called. Christopher Henderson, love trolling, but over here, big waters, the UK, they have banned it. Really? They banned trolling? That sucks. It's one of the most effective ways to catch pike during the summer. I don't troll as much in the springtime. I like to go into the shallows because it's spawning time and all the big fish are up in the shallows. But summertime trolling is absolute top notch for catching pike. I'm actually watching the stream at a normal hour for me. What did you pack for lunch? I normally don't eat a lot when I'm out fishing. I do have a bag of chips and I think a stick of beef jerky. But I'm that type of person. I'm not like most y'all. I don't eat breakfast, lunch, dinner. I do, and it's not on purpose, it's just how I've always been. They call it intermittent fasting. I usually have I eat like a fat kid once a day, and that's it. And I scarfed last night before I went to bed, so I'm still processing. All right, name, that's awesome. Congratulations. But for real, what's the strategy? We're trolling. I am just looking for different contour. This is a brand new lake to me. I have never fished this before. It's a little far from my house. It's about a two-hour drive. The strategy is to troll until we get something on the end of the line here. We'll switch out our lures a couple of times if we don't get hits. I'm moving in between 20-foot depths to 30-foot depths, kind of trying to see where the fish are congregating, where the bait fish are. And that was a bite on this line over here, our Rapala. I wish I had my catch cam out. I think I might need to throw the catch cam out. Oftentimes they'll hit it from the side, but I've taken off the middle hook. It's got a hook on the back, a hook on the front. And I think something just smacked at the side of it and didn't get hooked. Or we ran over a big chunk of weeds. Doesn't look like weeds, though. The pole looks like it's acting normal. And in fact, we just rolled over that spot that I marked about 15 minutes ago that something humongous jumped out of the water. Do you not have enough fuel? Yeah, so I run a fairly large fuel tank in this little, it's a 16-foot John boat, and I have a 10.5 gallon tank of gas back here and another 5.5 gallon gas can in the back of my truck. The 10.5 gallons is usually enough for me to troll for a good 12 hours. I probably won't even need to touch what's in the back of my truck. Did I put the cigarette butt in my pocket? Yeah, I normally throw the rest of the ash and the tobacco, and when I'm done fishing at the end of the day, I have a pocket full of cigarette butts. I don't like to litter. Just in Case says, one of my favorite channels. You're a diehard brother. I appreciate that, man. I love to fish, and I love that y'all come to hang out and party with me. I'm fairly confident we're going to get something in the boat here today. It might take a little while. Again, bear with me. This is the first time I've fished this water body. We are getting a lay of the land, and we are marking some really big fish on the bottom here. That is a beast. 2 of them, 3 of them. But yeah, I'm marking fish all over the place. I've turned the audible beep off, so you guys don't get annoyed with that. But I am running a fish finder here, side scan. Mainly I'm using it for just the depth finder. But I think we should get something in the boat. We may not catch pike. The guy that I talked to at the office said that pike are an infrequent catch here. But he again confirmed what the Fish, Wildlife, and Park Survey said that I was reading, that when people do catch them here, they're just beasts. 20 to 30 pounders here are not uncommon if you can get them on your line. But they also, what most people come here to fish for is walleye. A 10-pound walleye here is a very common catch. I've never caught a 10-pound walleye. The biggest walleye I've ever caught is 6.5 pounds. So that'll probably be the pole that we switch things out on the most is the walleye rig. We'll try and see what they're after. I'm driving around right now, trolling, looking for schools of fish, bait fish, and any interesting structure. When we find that, we'll make passes back and forth over it to see if we can lure something in to bite on it. But for right now, just gonna hang out. We're puttering around the lake here, fairly close to the shore. I can't go too far because I think we'll lose cell reception and the stream will cut. So I'm kind of on a leash here next to the shore. I can only take you guys so far out before we don't get signal anymore. We ran tail dancer Rapala. Husky jerks, very good option for Oh, for walleye or for pike? I would normally use that for pike, but we could run something like that for the walleye as well. What size motor? It's an old. This motor is almost as old as I am. It's a 1984 Johnson Evinrude 75 horsepower two-stroke. Or you're catching very large bait. Oh my God, what's curry sauce come to in England? I don't know. I'm not a big fan of curry. The stick bait looks like it's actually a brown trout pattern. I do have a rainbow. I have brown trout, I have rainbow, I have pike. We are running the brown trout today. That's what I was getting the most hits off of at Pishkin Reservoir. So again, I'm just trying to carry over what was working at Pishkin to here, and sometimes it translates well, sometimes it doesn't. It's weird like that. Sometimes fish in one water body seem to have a preference for one thing, and fish in another water body really don't like that same thing. Biggest walleye, 14.5 pounds, Lake Ontario. Good God, that's a big walleye. We blanked, we ran 4 pike. That's not bad. Like a spicy sauce. Play fun, welcome to the stream. Tony, we ran 4 rods. Yeah, see, I would, if I had another person in the boat, I'd be running 4 rods. Nobody wanted to come fishing with me today. My son, I fish too long. He's not as diehard as I am, so he gets irritated. He's done after 15 minutes to an hour, and then he complains the other 10 to 12 hours. But I'm only running 2 rods today. Legally, I'm only allowed 2 rods, 2 hooks per rod in central Montana here. Curry's all right. I'm not a big fan. Most curries that I've eaten, there's a lot of spices that they put in curries that just don't mix well with my taste buds. Corey, we're on Canyon Ferry Lake. Ever tried grabbing pike out of the water? Like just yoinking them? No, I'm not that quick. I mean, if I saw one and it was close, I'd try it, but I don't think my reaction time is faster than a pike's is. Your biggest eye is 12.9. Nice. Yeah, I caught my biggest last year. It was just under 30 inches and about 6.5 pounds. Good sized fish, but not a monster. Ever grabbed a sandwich? It says grab a sandwich. I mean, I have grabbed a sandwich. Grab a sandwich. It's an interesting name there, buddy. I'm gonna look up a recipe. Oh, okay. Y'all are discussing curries. Nice. But thank y'all, all of y'all that are tuning in here. We are oh, that was our first good bite. You guys saw that? It got off though, whatever it was. Dang it! That was a good bite. Won't know what it is until we catch them, but we're marking over a good school of fisher. In fact, that stop sign that I put earlier where the monster was, I've just been trolling patterns back and forth over it. And that's the second hit we've had. There's a little mound down there, so we are running over a little bit of structure. And it looks like some bait fish and a couple of bigger fish there. Dang it! We lost it. But that's what I'm saying. When there's a bite, it's just like a bell. You're not gonna miss it. It's a loud, audible click. Hope you snag a state record. That is the goal, Holly. I hope so too. Thank you. Tony says we even ran some old Bucher baits. No takers. Oh man. Oh, is my audio being weird again? This is Blacksmith. I'm addicted to 5304. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what 5304 is. Holy mackerel, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, buddy? We've had one weenie bite over on the pike pole and one really good bite on the walleye rig over here. It let go almost immediately though. It was gone before I could get to the pole. But that's good. We're getting action. This spot that I'm running the pattern over is holding fish. We're gonna keep running patterns back and forth over this hole for a little bit, or this hump, I should say. I think we'll hook up on something here. I've used a bait caster. Oh, he deleted it. Morning, bro. Is that Pishkin? Flash, no, we are actually at Canyon Ferry today. Pishkin, I get 1 bar of service in like 2 different spots on the lake. Definitely not enough to stream from. I came to Canyon Ferry here where we launched from the silos, and I'm getting 2 to 3 bars of service here. What speed are we running? We're at 2.6 miles an hour currently. And I think I'm actually gonna bump it up just slightly. I've never used a bait caster. Are they worth buying? I don't use bait casters either. These are kind of bait caster style, but I don't cast with these poles. These are my trolling rigs. When I'm casting, I use a spin cast. Bait casters, a lot of people use them. A lot of people swear by them. I think they're far more complicated than a spin cast reel is. It seems like once you get the hang of using them, though, they're an excellent choice. But there's definitely, I think, more of a learning curve to using a bait caster than there is to using a spin cast. Ever fish for muskie, John asks. We don't have muskie here. We have tiger muskie, which is a hybridized hybrid between a northern pike and a muskie. They stock them here in a handful of reservoirs in Montana to take care of and control white sucker populations. I do at least a few times a year go after them. I've yet to actually land one. I got really close last year. I had one right next to the boat and fighting with it, trying to get it in the net. I got the hook, the treble hook caught on the outside of the net and lost the damn fish. So I almost had a tiger muskie. Any fish yet? Hooked on adventure. We've had 1 solid bite on this line. It bit and then it was gone. And we had 1 small bite on the rig on the opposite side. I'm running a pattern back and forth over a small hump over here that we saw I think it was a monster walleye surface. There's fish there, there's bait fish, there's big fish down there. We're running patterns back and forth over that hump. I think we should be able to hook up on something. Yep, us between 2.5 and 3, 25 and 30 foot, nothing. Normally I would be fishing deeper than this. When I go to Pishkin, I fish, this time of the year, I'm fishing over 40, 50 foot bottoms. I don't run my rig all the way to the bottom. I'm usually running my rig about 20 to 25 foot deep over, a 40, 50 foot bottom. I went 2 weeks ago and I caught 18 pike over the course of about a 10 and a half, 11 hour fishing day. And I lost probably about another 10. All day long I was hooking up. This is a brand new water body to me though. We are just figuring this out. There are supposedly much bigger pike in this water body, not as many of them. But I'm going for a state record pike. That is my goal. Before I kick rocks, I would love to hold the Montana state record for pike, and I have a couple of different places in mind that may hold that record. This is one of them. Flash, I'm gonna make you a mod. Try not to kick people unless absolutely necessary. Time them out if need be. Mute them if necessary, if you've given them warnings. If they're just being completely disrespectful, especially racist crap, feel free to kick them. But yeah, you've been modded there, Flash. Hello from California. I'm quite sure you will land a monster today. I appreciate that, Big Homer. Thanks for joining the stream today. Thank you all for coming to hang out. We're going to be live for the next 10 hours. So this is going to be a long stream here today. And we are fishing in a water body that holds really, really big fish. Again, this is a new water body to me, so we may not do wonderfully well, but I think we should be able to put some fish in the boat. Big walleye, big pike, big trout, big salmon. There's burbot here, which I've never caught, and I'd really, really love to hook in one of them. But a lot of different options. There's bass here, whitefish. Apparently there's Arctic grayling in here. If none of you have ever seen, go right now, Google an Arctic grayling. Me and my buddies, we call them Pokemon fish. They're one of the most colorful, little bizarre looking fish. And they are on my bucket list. I'd love to catch one. Sector 9 said, hi, welcome to the stream. MHG Fishing. Jesus, I can't speak today. Welcome to the stream. Hope you get a big one. I appreciate that. We are trying. We're running patterns over a spot that we saw something monstrous surface here a little bit ago. I think it was a walleye. It was pretty quick though. I saw it out of the corner of my eye and it splashed down and it was like a dolphin jumping out of the water. It was just huge. The more time you put in, the more in will give you more chances. Yep, that's the key to fishing. You got to put the time in. You know, sometimes you get lucky, you catch something within a few minutes. But again, we're trolling. This is, you know, ideally we would have started this stream about 5 o'clock this morning, 5 a.m. Usually I try and get on the water between 4 and 5 a.m. It's a 2-hour drive from my house. I set my alarm for 4 a.m. this morning, but I went to bed at like 2:30, so it was like an hour and a half. And I either slept through the alarm or Mia woke up and turned it off and didn't wake me up. So I didn't get out of the house until after 6 a.m., almost 7 by the time I got the boat on the truck and on the road. So we didn't start the stream until 9, so I'm starting about 4 hours later than I would normally like to. The early morning hours when trolling, especially for pike, are absolute peak. You get the best hits. If you can get on the water right as that sun is cresting over the horizon, hookup after hookup after hookup. They are super active early in the day. So we miss peak fishing time. As the sun starts to come out in the sky, they tend to move towards the deeper water. They become less active. I do still usually hook into them, just not as often during the heat of the day. But trout do normally bite during the day. Walleye will bite during the day. So we should still be catching some fish. We just might have to wait until this evening to hook up on the pike. Babu Air Shooting, welcome to the stream. Shelby Horton said hi, welcome to the stream. Good night, Munchie. Good luck. Hope your dreams come true. Thanks. Good night. Thank you for coming and hanging out in the stream. Feel free to stop back in. We're going to be live for the next 10 hours. It's me. You have to kill the fish to get the record. You don't have to. And I would add that's one of the only, that's kind of my, that's a hard point. You have to get it weighed on a certified scale, which normally means that you have to either bring it to a grocery store, a hardware store, or a Fish, Wildlife, and Park location. And you have to have whoever is running that scale sign an affidavit basically saying, I witnessed the weight, weighing, and measuring of this fish, and I'm certifying that it is true. You're then supposed to take pictures of it, measure the length, measure the girth of it, and with that information, you can submit it to Fish, Wildlife, and Park for a record. But the thing is how do you transport a 30 or 40 pound pike that's 40 to 50 inches to a location like that, keep it alive and in good health long enough to get it back in the body of water? So it's one of those things that unfortunately most record fish that get pulled out of waters end up dying. And that's just part of getting your name in the record book. Just alive. No, a fish is not on. Again, I'll explain this, I'm sure, a few times throughout the stream. These are the drag is set fairly light on this. When a fish bites on this pole, you're gonna hear that. Unless it's just an itty bitty where, well, you'll see an actual, you know, bouncing. But most of the fish in here, anything that's bigger than, I mean, even perch, a 10-inch perch is normally going to be big enough to make that audible noise. So you guys, we're trolling right now. We're moving. It's not stationary. So you're going to see a little bit of a bobble in it. When there's a fish on there, you will know. I will jump out of my seat and I will grab it. You will not miss the fish when they're on. How are you keeping your phone charged? So I bought these for camping, and I've always used them for camping. I have a lot of DeWalt power tools, and I have probably 6 or 8 DeWalt batteries. They sell these adapters that you can slide onto your DeWalt batteries that have both types of USB ports on them. And this 5 amp hour DeWalt battery will power my phone for 12 to 14 hours. So off of one DeWalt battery, I can power an entire stream, you know, all day long. Tony said, "Good luck, bro. Appreciate you taking us with you." Thanks, Tony. Keeps telling you to shut the hell up over and over. Weird kid. Yeah, people like that. Mute them again. So my methodology, my ideology is people annoying like that, mute them. They can watch in silence. If you kick them, that's one less viewer. That's fewer watch hours for me. I would prefer to keep them in the room. Just zip their lips. Again, if they're being really, especially racist things, if people are being racist and just being really mean and rude to people, feel free to kick them. But otherwise, give them warnings, and if need be, mute them. Again, you can time them out for 5 minutes. Try not to jump straight to the most extreme. I would prefer giving people a chance to say, okay, I'm stupid, I act up. Let me not act like that. Sometimes people are just trying to joke and they think something's funny and it's really not. So I'd prefer if you guys don't, just banish people from the channel. I want to see bigger than 27-pound pike. Heck yeah, Dave James. My current biggest is 22.5 pounds, 42 inches, and that's what we're trying to improve upon today. Yeah, Tony, Arctic grayling, did you look it up? They are so neat looking. TD Tadar said welcome to the stream, said hi, welcome to the stream. Sailfish, Shane's Adventure, grayling are so beautiful. They're a neat fish. We call them Pokemon fish. They're unreal looking. Any day fishing's a great day. I agree, Jerry Loyola. Blue crab bikini. I've caught tons of grayling in Alaska. Oh yeah? We have them in a handful of water bodies around here in Montana. Most of them, though, they don't get very big. I don't know how big they get in this water body. I just know that it was listed on a species of fish that is in this water body. I've never caught one before. Jaron Pesca, welcome to the stream. Jason Anderson asks, what type of fish are you going to try to catch? So our target today is a record book pike. They might exist in these waters. There aren't a lot of pike in here, but apparently the pike that are in here are commonly over 30 pounds. So that is our goal today, but there's also 10+ pound walleye that are really often pulled out of here, which is what most people fish for in this water body, apparently. So we're targeting walleye, pike. There's rainbow trout, there's brown trout, there are kokanee salmon, there's burbot, there's the Arctic grayling, there's mountain whitefish, smallmouth bass. There's a wide variety of different fish we could pull out of here. And the rig that I'm running over here is a walleye rig, but we're running a worm off of it, and it's one of those. It's like fishing with a worm and a bobber. Anytime you put a worm in the water, you could catch any species that's in that water body. It is the most universal bait, I think, that's out there for freshwater fish. We're running patterns back and forth. There was one big fish that jumped earlier, and we've had 2 bites passing back and forth over this point already. So I'm just running a pattern, kind of doing a zigzag back and forth over, it's about 20 to 25 foot depth that I'm running the pattern. I'm marking fish all over the place. I think it's just a matter of time before we hook into something. Yeah, Flash, did you look them up? They're so cool. Grayling put up 0 fight, but taste good. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine they're a big fighting fish. They're one of the prettiest freshwater fish I think that exists. Big homer. It was a good hit. It was a solid hit, but again, sometimes they don't get the hook. I probably should pull it in. He might have stole my worm. Braden, we've had a couple of hits. We haven't landed anything yet, though. But again, we're going to be here for the next roughly 10 hours. So you guys feel free to hang out. You know, if you got to go do something, come back and hang out. Hit that sub button. We're going to be live all day. On this channel, we do stream usually 2 to 3 times a week. Sometimes more, sometimes less if the weather is crap. But I like to fish for almost anything in fresh water. Again, today we're mainly targeting pike and walleye, but I fish for anything. Carp is high on my list. I like catfish. We do trout fishing sometimes. I like to sucker fish. I just like to fish. So if you like to fish, you like to watch live streams, you like to chat and hang out with a good group of people, hit that sub button. Join me on my journey. We're a pretty new channel here. We're just closing in on 1,000 likes, or excuse me, 1,000 subs. We might hit that in today's stream. I don't know. But yeah, we're not here. We're not trying to make money. I'm not trying to be famous. We just like to fish, and I like to share my fishing experiences and my journey here with you. So join the club, join the party. It's the cool thing to do. All the cool kids are doing it. Some of the not cool kids. I'm not a cool kid, but the cool kids are joining the not cool kids. So, you know, you don't have to be cool to join us either. But if you are cool, you know, you can still join us. But anyways, we're trying to catch some fish. This ain't about me. This is about the fish. Watch the poles. Listen for the noise. Watch me jump out of my chair. We're gonna get a fish here in a little bit. Yeah, we're trolling right now. What are you using to keep your phone charger charged? We just showed it a little bit ago. I'm running, I have a whole bunch of power tools, and I bought this adapter for camping. And a 5 milliamp battery. This will keep my phone charged streaming all day long. And I do bring a couple of those. Crossing my fingers for you, man. I appreciate that, Dave James. Tony said, good luck, bro. Thank you, guys. Shane's Adventure, Pike are active on moonrise and sunset as well. Yep, they are. I'd like to see a nice salmon. Yeah, I do believe that this water body contains kokanee salmon. I don't know if we'll get into them today or not. My guess would be is that they're probably further towards the north end of the lake in the deeper portions of it. Unfortunately, so again, we're streaming out here. I'm using my cell phone to stream from. So I can only stream from where I get cell signal. The north end of the lake here, I don't believe has cell signal. Fortunately, where we're at right here, I'm getting about 3 bars of service. So we'll kind of test the boundaries and see where the cell signal drops out. But salmon, especially this time of the year when the water temperature starts warming up. Right now, our surface temperature of the water is 74 degrees. Way too warm for a kokanee. They're like a lake trout. They like water temperatures in the low to mid 50s. Sometimes you'll get them in the 60s, but this time of the year, that means they're normally much deeper in the water column. And the south end of the lake here is not nearly as deep as the north end. It gets to be about 40 foot deep here in parts on the south. And there's probably very few kokanee on this end of the lake. Trout don't mind the temperature as much. Pike don't mind the temperature as much. Bass don't mind it. Salmon are a picky species. They have a very preferred temperature, which means that they stay deeper in the water column. Lake trout are the same way, though. Do I have a live well on your boat? No, I don't. We're running. This is just an old school flat bottom John boat. It's not a bass boat. No live well. No electric trolling motor. None of the fancy stuff y'all bass fishermen use. We troll with our, 40-year-old two-stroke jet motor back there, and I got a fish finder that has side scan, you know, but I use it as a depth finder. Neil Bell said hello from the UK. Tight lines, buddy. Appreciate that. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Danny Odendahl said hi. Welcome to the stream, Danny. I like Panther Martins. I like Panther Martins if I'm casting in shallow water for trout. That's one of the things that I throw for trout. We lost my gold Panther Martin yesterday, though. I'm kind of sad about that. We got it hung up on a rock. I need to go buy a new one. Antonio Flavio said hi. Josie said, smash that like button and subscribe. Heck yeah, guys. We got 135 likes already. That is absolutely awesome. Thank you, guys. If you're enjoying the stream, if you like fishing content, hit that thumbs up, guys. If you like the content, if you like live streams, hit that sub button. Come hang out with us. We stream all the time. Anytime I can be out on the water, whether it's fishing from the bank or out in my boat, I like to try and stream it. Here in the near future, I'm going to get a Starlink Mini set up so I can take you to some of the more rural locations in Montana. For right now, we're kind of limited to, I can only stream from where we get good cell signal, which isn't that many places in a rural state like this, unfortunately. But we'll be getting the Starlink Mini in the next few weeks, and then we'll be journeying. We'll be taking some adventures. I'm gonna take you guys to Pishkin, where I normally go pike fishing. I catch tons of pike there. The only problem is I've never really caught a big pike out of there. The biggest one I've caught is 34.5 inches, about 10 pounds. I don't think there's a state record in Pishkin. There might be a state record in this water body, though. They pull 30-plus pounders out of here. Probably why you lost the first fish, dragged too loose? No, maybe. I don't think so, though. I've been trolling quite frequently for the last few years. And where the drag is set right now, this is actually a bit tighter than what I normally set it. Because I'm anticipating some bigger fish here. Thanks for the battery question. Oh, anytime. You guys feel free to ask anything. You know, sometimes, in fact, right now I'm way behind. Oh God, let me stop babbling. This is what I was just saying. I get so far behind in chat. I'm like 3 years behind right now. I am gonna jump through a whole bunch of comments here real quick. Alga Game said, just sub, thank you. JB Him, he doesn't have one on. I don't know what you're talking about. Dave James, I'm with you all day. Tight lines, thank you. Dom the Fishing Master, hello Fishing King. Welcome to the stream. Gia, good luck today. I appreciate that, Dad. TD Tadar, how you doing? How do you mute people? We have a mod in here. We have Josie. There will be a few mods that come in and out. They will take care of the people. And sorry, these gnats are still driving me absolutely nuts right now. Sniper said hi. Good night, munchies. Fishing channels always friendly. Puppy channels, people say some crazy stuff. They do. All these streams, there's trolls in all of them. Blue Crab says Arctic grayling wrap themselves with that big sail and they make love. It's really cute. Really? I've never seen that. That's interesting. You'll have to look that up. Stephanie Torres, we're in central Montana, Canyon Ferry Reservoir. JB Him, do you have to release them? Arctic, if you're talking about Arctic grayling, yeah, they're catch and release in almost every water body in Montana. They're a native species here, but they're endangered. There's one or two water bodies here in Montana that will allow you to keep one of a very specific size. Michael, no, we haven't caught anything yet. We have had 2 good bites. We've been on the water 90 minutes now. We're going to be streaming for the next 10 hours, though. How far is Canyon Ferry from Great Falls? It's about 30 miles past Helena. It's about a 2-hour drive from Great Falls. That's the second gnat I've inhaled so far in this stream. Don't recommend. Good luck, boss. Views look beautiful. Thank you. Katrina Cook, I've never caught a fish using worms. Worms? You can catch any fish using worms. If you've never caught one use worms, try worms. Do you have to release? I already answered that. Steph, are you my ex? That's not for me. Sniper said hi, welcome to the stream. Sniper Tactical on the boat today. Yeah, we got finally found somewhere other than the local Missouri River that I can stream from, that I get cell signal. What's your favorite Rapala? Mine's a shad wrap. I use so this favorite style of lure that Rapala has is similar to what it's called, a Bandit 100. That's actually my favorite lure. Rapala has one that's called a Dives 2, the DT series. I would really bait Dave James. Yeah, let me get through these comments and then I'm going to check the bait. Do you keep? I'm catch and release for 99% of what I catch. Spelled the same, Steph. Catch and release, yes. And thank you, Grab a Sandwich. Good night, Munchie. I subbed today, my friend. Thanks for the sub. All y'all that are subbing, liking the channel, I appreciate it. I love y'all. You're awesome. Come hang out. We have a blast when we fish together. God bless you, brother. Appreciate that. Foo's gone fishing. Anne-Free, I like your boat and rod. Thanks, Anne-Free. Welcome to the stream. Big Homer, ever noodle for catfish? Hell no. You are not going to catch my ass sticking my hand in some dark hole for it to get bit off by maybe a fish. Y'all who do that are crazy. Good content, love watching it, but hell no. Me, no. You, have fun. Me, no. That charger's awesome. It is. It's really handy, and they're very... I mean, if you have power tools laying around, it is one choices for a battery. That battery lasts 3 times longer than this guy, and this battery costs, you know, like $120. That's what I run my GoPros off of. That battery's like $50 and it'll keep you running all day long. They're bigger, they're heavier, they're bulkier. Do you make hunting videos? No, I don't. Killing it today. Thank you, Skipjack Cindy. I appreciate that. We're having a good stream here. These last few days, we have had absolutely incredible streams. The numbers have just been off the charts. I'll chat with you sometime about it, Cindy. It's crazy. I want to show you the metrics. It probably doesn't touch where your channel is, but again, you have 28,000 viewers, or I mean subs. I'm a month old, man. I got less than 1,000 viewers. It's just insane how many people have been joining the lives, subbing to the channel, liking. Y'all are great. Miyazaki, you're on a different account. I was like, why is her name not blue? Where'd you end up going? We're in Canyon Ferry. It's in between Helena and Three Forks, kind of down by Bozeman. It's about 2 hours away. Canyon Ferry Lake, Canyon Ferry Reservoir. TD Tadar, do waves affect the lure? Anything moving in the water is going to affect the movement of the lure. Let me bang through these. You got anything yet? Never mind, I have eyes. Tanya Wessel said hi. Michael White. Am I ever going to smoke that cigarette? Yeah, so I try to light it as infrequently as possible. This is one of those things I do to try not to smoke. Any tips for catching catfish? Slack water, cut bait. Subscribe, but would not like to see. You don't have to look if you don't want to. But there it is. You just saw it. Skipjack says hi, Rude. Hey, Rude. Welcome to the stream, Rude. Starlink, good fishing from shore. The Starlink minis don't have. The newer ones that they came out with have like 25 watt or less power requirement. And so with a smaller battery, I should be able to run them for 8 to 12 hours. My concern with the Starlink is the bandwidth usage. You get 50 gig for $50 a month, or $165 a month for unlimited. So they're expensive. We're in Canyon Ferry Reservoir, Canyon Ferry Lake. Why is Gabe Horn banned in the chat? Clayton, I'm not sure. Shoot me an email, WannaSeeMyRod@gmail.com with the @ and after the stream today, I can take a look back through the history and see why one of my mods banned him. I will tell you though, if he was banned by one of my mods, he was probably being a jerk. We're a chill room here. No drama, no BS. We're here to fish and have fun. If people are going to come in here and start being racist and just being trolls, then they don't need to be here. So I would ask your friend Gabe Horn why he's banned from my room. But email me. I'll check it out for you. Sometimes accidents do happen, but email me. WannaSeeMyRod@gmail.com. Let me know what his ad is, and I'll look back through the history and figure out why. Gamer seems cut bait, and shrimp seems to work well. Clayton, if he's banned, yeah, let's see. I'm still trying to get through these comments here. Enjoy your day on the water. Thank you, Mike. Shao Ma, welcome to the stream. Madhead, spit it out. I keep eating bugs. Y'all, can I get a thumbs up for, I've eaten 2 bugs already this stream. I think I still have one stuck in the back of my throat. This is for you guys. Not loving it. Can you catch a brim and then cut it to use the head? Oh, you're talking about catfishing still. Yeah, check your local laws and regulations. Montana has very specific fish that can be used for cut bait. You can't just use anything. Picture isn't as clear, not bad though. Yeah, we jumped down to 2 bars. Let me get a little bit closer to the shore here. Movement on water still okay. Yeah, we're moving. Yeah, the Starlink minis. Yeah, you have to buy the roaming plan with them. But yeah, apparently you can be driving down the highway doing 70 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour, and they keep stable connection. Starlink is what I have for internet at my house, and it's been wonderful. Other than it's expensive and it's not as fast as it's not a gigabit connection. But when you live in a rural area and your only other choice is basically one step above dial-up, then it's wonderful. But yeah, movement doesn't really impact Starlink. Dave James, want to see my rod? Sounds a bit gay. I mean, I'm sorry you feel that way, my friend. Yeah, the bugs are nasty. I've literally freaking inhaled 2 of them so far. They're these tiny little gnats. They've slightly gone away, but they're still harassing me out here. Moti says, give me my charger, give me a shout out, give me a shout out. Moti, shout out to Moti. Yeah, Skip Jack says, show Moti. I appreciate you mods. You guys are awesome. I could not keep this chat in. I'm having a hard time keeping up even with you guys in here. Hey Ashley B, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, Ashley? I'm sat in the house waiting for Amazon to deliver a camera system to install the thing. Right on, Madhead. Holy crap, I'm to the end of the chat. Ashley B, welcome. I was in your stream. I was watching Ashley B stream as I was driving here to the reservoir, but I drive through a lot of mountain passes. It crapped out. It dropped out. But good morning and welcome, Ashley. Those gnats are good protein. If I were just eating, I would be okay if it went down, you know, to my tummy, but I literally inhaled it, and gnats don't mix well with your lungs. All right, holy crap, I need a drink after that, y'all, which means I'm gonna fall behind in chat again. Y'all just, you talk too much. You make me talk too much. I love it. 150 likes, let's go. Check your, yes, Dave, thank you for the reminder. After I wash the bug down here, we're gonna check the bait on this pole. Gia, why do you have Starlink at your house? You don't have gigabit or broadband in there? We're finally getting fiber run into Vaughn, so I'm about to ditch Starlink for my main internet at home, which I'm happy to do because it's $120 a month for like 10 meg up, 200 meg down. I mean, it's not bad speeds, but I work IT, I work security, I work development. I'm constantly moving large, big ass fish spotted again, right at the stop sign. That was a walleye. That was at least a 10-pound. That sucker was that big. Big old walleye. Come to Poppy. All right. You look like you're from Great Falls. I am from I'm near Great Falls, Vaughn, which is basically Great Falls. How do I look like I'm from Great Falls, though? Canum, where are you from? Great Falls? I've never heard that before. You look like you're from Great Falls. But yeah, we're fishing Canyon Ferry. We're near Helena or Townsend today. Well, let's reel this guy in. So with these reels, turn your clicker off. Don't reel it with your clicker on. I don't know what the mechanism in there that makes the clicking noise, but I'd imagine it's kind of like, you know, when you're a kid, you put a bike or a card in your spokes in your bike. The longer you run it, the faster you wear it out. Don't reel it in with the clicker on. Tighten your drag. If any of y'all ran a card in your spokes when you're a kid, you know that it falls apart after a while, and I'd imagine the clicker's the same way. But we're gonna pull this in and make sure we still got a worm on the end here. Yeah, it looks like we still got a crawler. It almost got her off the hook. And again, we're gonna run this back up, and I like to run it all the way up to the knot. It's kind of like a bait keeper. But yeah, so that's the walleye rig. It works for trout, it works for walleye. It's kind of a universal. I'm running purple and pink for walleye, which is the colors that they like. Silver, but it's got the whirly doodle on there, which is a max. I forget what they actually call it. But then on the other end of it, we're running. Oh, all right, let me collapse. Pull down. We're running a Dodger. It just acts as an attractant. It wobbles in the water. Silver on one side, rainbow trout pattern on the other side. Let's get her back in the water because we can't catch fish with it while it's in the boat. But Dave, thank you for reminding me. The worm looks good. We're good to go. I wish I had somebody else on the boat today so we could run 4 rods. It always makes me a little sad when I can only run two rods when I'm trolling. The more rods, the more fish. And we're gonna try now. We were at 90 foot before. I'm actually gonna run it out a little bit deeper. We're gonna run her out to 120. Loosen your drag up, so that's what it sounds like when we get a bite. I forgot to extend my pull back up. There we go, there we go. Now we play catch up on the comment game again. Did Canum ever say why I look like I'm from Great Falls? Mote, how's your day going? What you caught? Day's going wonderful. We're having a great stream. We've had 2 bites. We have not yet managed to land anything though. Hang out though, we will catch something here eventually. I also watch Toy Stream. Ashley says just in case. Welcome, Justin. Oh, Justin's been here. What am I talking about? Shadman. How big was the walleye? The one that just surfaced, I would say, was easily 30 inches and probably somewhere around 10 pounds. A good sized walleye. I actually watched her stream. Shout out to Ashley. Yeah, I was in her stream earlier today as well. Pierre Oil DP, your rod took a turn. Yeah, it does. It twists. So again, it's extendable. It's a collapsible rod. So it collapses in and out, and you can turn it. I like to try and keep it either straight up or the eyelets towards the water. Is it in your lungs alive? No, it's chilling somewhere in the back of my throat, and it's dead. Rugby Life, welcome back. What's your temperature right now? I think the air temperature is probably about 82 degrees. Water temperature 74.4 at the surface. Josie said, you have 80 of us on the boat with you right now, so you can put out as many rods as you want. All right, when fishing FWP gets on the boat, and I try and explain that, y'all are gonna be ponying up the massive fine that they give me. But I like your thought process there. '81 here in UP, Michigan. Yeah, so about the same. Downrigger. We're not in deep enough water that I would need a downrigger. The water depths here we're currently fishing at about 21 to 25 foot. The south end of Canyon Ferry here looks like it's about 40 foot depth at its deepest point. And I can easily get down there without a downrigger. If I were fishing, 80, 100 foot deep, a downrigger would definitely come in handy. Ontario? Oh shit. Oh, that's Ontario hashish. I was like, I'll fish Ontario's in here. Not the wrong Ontario. Katrina Cook, I bet you're not getting bites because it's in the middle of the day. Yeah, the bite does tend to slow down during the day, but I do typically catch trout. Don't seem to really mind day versus night. I'll catch trout all day when I'm trolling. Walleye are kind of like pike. There's a morning evening bite for them. I've caught them during the day as well though. Knox Robbins, welcome to the stream. We're fishing currently, the target is northern pike and walleye, but we're fishing Canyon Ferry. There's all sorts of stuff in here. And the one rig that we're running might catch a variety of different things. Rainbow trout, brown trout, mountain whitefish, burbot, smallmouth bass. There's a myriad of different things in this water body. This, again, for all of you guys joining the stream right now, this is my first time fishing this lake, which is one of the reasons that I'm just kind of meandering around here. I'm checking out, looking for terrain, looking for schools of fish. Anytime you're fishing a new water body, at least when I'm fishing a new water body, I spend a day or two, a week, maybe even an entire season just trolling around and getting a lay of the land. Once I've found good spots where fish are bunching up, good contours, good structure, mounds, valleys, I will anchor up and we'll jig for stuff. But when I'm first learning a water body, trolling is one of the best ways to do that. You can cover a whole lot of ground. You can test out a lot of different lures and baits. I mean, it's just a good way to learn and to get a few fish in the boat. But our main target here today is northern pike because apparently 30 plus pound pike come out of this water body. SBS fishing, menacing mania, hurry, get fish. I mean, hurry up, fish! Let's do this! I mean, that's about all I can do. Sorry, I just yelled at all you guys. Serious. My apologies. Find some walleye and bounce bait in front of them. Yep, Vic, yeah, if we could find a good group of fish here, I'd anchor up and we could jig for them. We may do that later on this afternoon. When it really gets hot, we may go find somewhere to anchor up and jig for a bit. For the next hour or two, we're probably just gonna keep trolling around. Again, I'm trying to get a lay of the lands here. This is what I do when we're on there's another big one that we're headed out there. I just saw another big, 2 of them, 3 of them, ooh, 4 of them. Hold on a sec, let me try and turn this around. They're just jumping like crazy. See if they'll keep going. They're gonna be shy now that I turn the camera around though. That was just 5 big walleye that just jumped in just this general vicinity over here. Where we're headed. We'll see if they keep surfacing though. We're gonna have to get over there and I'll mark that on the map. I'm curious to see what kind of terrain is over there. I'm skipping past some of the comments here. Yeah, this guy loves trolling, so do I. Again, trolling is an absolute excellent way to learn a new water body, and it's also one of your best strategies during the summer for catching fish in general. Do y'all use bottom bouncers for walleye out there? Yes, bottom bouncers can be very effective, and we, at some point during the stream, will probably switch to that. I have a whole bunch of bottom bouncers here, and yeah, it's a good strategy. Any pike? We have not yet caught any fish, but there are supposedly one monster pike in this water body. Vic asked, walleye jumping? You sure? Absolutely. Those are 100% walleye. Walleye, yes, do jump out of the water, Vic. Do you believe air pressure makes a difference? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it depends on the water body. When you have water bodies that have that are deeper, with bigger fish in it, high changes in barometric pressure can definitely affect where the fish are in the water column. And of course, as soon as I turn the camera around, they quit jumping. I've got to run something on top thing. Oh God, these boats that keep going by. I wish people were more respectful. When you're, you know, within a close distance to another boat, don't make waves. These guys just zoom right by and toss me around. If you have any spinners with tandem hooks that can be good for hooking up on short strikes, almost like a trailer hook. Yeah, Ontario, that is good advice. There's a little story I'd like to relate. Any fish bites if you got good bait. Fatty Lover, we're using, I have worms and leeches today. And artificial lures. Moon phases have major minors make way more difference. Yeah, so I've always been told that the moon affects fishing, and I always kind of was like, yeah, whatever. I started using fish brain a few years ago and tracking most of my catches. And the paid version of fish brain allows you to look at statistics like the moon phase, the temperatures, the pressures, etc., and allows you to really look at those analytics or those metrics. And I have noticed a huge difference in my catch rate based upon the moon cycle. It's not BS. Your waning and waxing moons before a full moon or before a new moon are some of the key, the best times, at least here in central Montana, for pike fishing when I've caught them. I have caught probably 300% more pike during a waning and waxing period, you know, just the sliver before and right after a full moon or a new moon, than I have, you know, for the whole rest of the cycle. Do you ever fish for crappie? I caught my first crappie about 3 weeks ago. Just a small black crappie. We don't have them in a lot of water bodies around here. Nothing boring about trolling. Some people hate trolling with a passion. I love it. Is this being recorded? Because if you catch a monster, that would be awesome. Yeah, we're on YouTube. Everything's being recorded. I do also have my GoPro on my chest here. If we get a good hookup, I will turn that on so we can get some better footage first. There's something surfacing out there. I couldn't tell what that one was. But we're just about over where, good Lord, these freaking people. Hang on, guys, don't fall out of the boat. Josie, close your eyes. But yeah, if once we hook up on something, I'll throw the GoPro on, because I will often post shorts or, you know, catch compilations after we end the live stream. Leeches are very good for walleye. I normally don't troll with them though. Normally, if we go into the shallows today, or we jig for them, which we probably will at some point in time today, walleye is what I will load up on the jigs. No hot dogs for bait. No, not for walleye. A bright full moon for walleye will feed all night. Interesting, good to know. Crappie. Nope. Here in Montana, we call it crappie. And there's actually another streamer on here who that is his channel name, and he is all about crappie. And I had this conversation with him, and it seems like it's a geographic thing. A lot of people in the south call them crappie. A lot of people up north call them crappie. Kind of like the whole crick and creek thing. Tomato, tomato. We call them crappie. We don't call them crappie. Troll around the point in front of you. We can try going down there. Y'all see whatever that was that surfaced? The ones that were coming up before were coming up way higher in the water. I'm almost positive they were walleye. We're a little bit past where they were surfacing before, but I'm seeing that in quite a few places around here. But Joel, we will head in that direction. I just need to keep an eye on the cell signal and the depth. We're a little bit deeper right here. We're at 26-foot depth. I still do have 3 bars of cell signal. Bart Higgins, welcome to the stream. Elsa, okay, because I didn't know if lives automatically disappear after the stream. They're recorded. They get recorded as a private video, and every live that I've had, I turn it to public view afterwards, so people can go back and look at it. Some people who stream don't, and that they will just disappear. I post them though if anybody wants to go back and watch them. We call them tomatoes. Used to pick almonds, but you have to call them almonds. Almonds. RDN, welcome to the stream. I have no idea what that. I don't even know what language that is, my friend. Please try and speak English in here. Most of us are English speakers. You ever fish Lake Lahontan in Nevada? No, I have not. Is there any good fish in there, Trinity? What's in Lake Lahontan? Oh, I need to mark this spot. That's right. We're gonna do one of them there. Okay. Sorry, Rod, water's bad. My eyes have been closed. Oh, water's a little bit better now. Sorry, I forgot to remind you to open your eyes. Michael White says, I'm at Lahontan now. That's a small world. Are you trolling, Michael, or are you legit? Colin says it translates to good luck. All of that for good luck? Trinity says perch, walleye, white bass, LMB, etc. Oh, that sounds like a good lake to fish. Sonasac, any strippers? I don't see any strippers out in the water here. I wouldn't mind a few strippers out on the water here. I'm assuming you mean stripers though, right? I didn't bring my dollar bills. I don't know. Do you know what Lake London Bridge is located? I do not, Joel. I have no idea. All right. There's gnat number 3 of the stream. Oh, God, those are gross. I should have brought a COVID mask. Good Lord. The long trace translation is, may fortune smile upon you, my brother. I mean, thank you. I appreciate that, but still, all of that for... I mean, that was like an essay for a short phrase. What language is that? Is it really that difficult to say such short things in that language? Okay, we're now not much deeper, 28.1 foot. We're coming over most of the fish that I'm seeing on the finder they look like they're within 3 to 5 foot of the bottom. Again, we have been seeing some fish come towards the top of the water. They're feeding off the top of the water, probably eating all these damn little bugs. I'm sure you're right, Katrina, but I'm not I don't absorb nutrients through osmosis. I don't think putting bugs in my lungs is going to quite have the same effect as eating them. All right, we're gonna move back to the pole here. Glenn McIver says, I don't know, I'm just BSing. Do you know what fish they are? I'm fairly certain they're walleye. The big one, the first one that I saw, I'm 100% positive was a walleye. And these other ones that have popped up, if they're not walleye, I don't know what the heck they would be. There aren't a whole lot of fish in these waters that would look like a walleye. Show us around the boat. Yeah, I could give you a tour here in a few. Let me wash down this latest bug. Try to. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to keep an eye on the depth finder here. I don't want to run a shallow. And again, I'm trying to look for interesting terrain to mark on the map so we can come back to it. Caden Gamer says Pookie. Man, the only one that I know that says Pookie is Prof. Man, I would love to get Prof in one of my fishing streams. Somebody go spam the crap out of Prof and tell him to subscribe to my channel. Man, that'd make my day. He replied to one of my comments the other day, which was pretty cool. It's just a friendship term, by the way. Yeah, I know, but that immediately, Prof says Pookie and Pookie Baby all the time. That just immediately made me think of Prof. If y'all like rap, if you like, if Eminem meets Weird Al Yankovic sounds interesting to you, go check out Prof. He is absolutely badass, really cool rapper. Your mustache is missing in action. It gets too long. It tickles my nose, and I hate when I bite into things when I'm trying to eat and I get shit in my mustache. So that's one of the few things that I shave off. My beard, I just kind of let grow. Oh, close your eyes, Josie. Waves. My soul patch, I kind of let grow the sideburn. I mean, I'm a mountain man over here other than I get rid of my mustache. It drives me frickin' nuts. Must have been a sturgeon. I don't think we have sturgeon in this reservoir. Question, how are you gonna know if a fish is on? It'll make a noise like this, Kim. That's the you win, you have a fish on the line noise. We're crossing over all kinds of fish here. In fact, I'm gonna let this guy out a little deeper too. I like his Trailer Park Boys parody video. I don't know if I've seen that one, Glenn. I'll have to look that up. Crappy Man Jigs, welcome back. 968, holy crap. We might actually hit 1,000 in this stream. That is so awesome. 414 here said straight. Welcome to the stream, straight. It is almost noon here. I love the Trailer Park Boys, they're hilarious. Yeah, they are pretty freaking funny. Yeah, we're just kind of out in the flats of the reservoir right now. There is like no terrain out here. But again, pike, this time of the year, the pike, they like, oftentimes the biggest pike that I see and that I have caught are caught over flats. They're out in some of the deepest parts of the lakes. Usually they're not all the way on the bottom. This time of the year in deeper lakes and reservoirs, something called the thermocline forms. And I don't know what exactly causes it to form, but I can't give you a detailed explanation as to even what it is, but it's a separation in the water where you can see it on the fish finder oftentimes, and what's below the thermocline is like a low oxygen area, I think, and then what's above is the high oxygen area. So fish will oftentimes, the bigger fish will suspend, and they're basically sitting on a false bottom, a second bottom. They're sitting on the very top of that thermocline. And big pike, in a lot of the reservoirs that I fish in, this time of the year, that the heat during the summer, you will find them suspended. What the hell is that? I don't know if that was a fish or a mammal, but it was like poking its head up and just like staring at us as we're going by. It wasn't jumping, wasn't swimming. I just saw eyeballs poking out of the water and like the top of a head. But anyways, big pike, they suspend at the top of that thermocline, and it's just like they're sitting on the bottom. The big fish, they don't swim around a lot. They sit and they wait for food to come to them. They conserve their energy. When they see something worth biting at, they chase it. They will go after it. But they just kind of sit there. And that's why I troll these deeper waters, to find those suspended big fish. Surprised you haven't hooked up yet. So am I, honestly. I'm marking fish all over the dang place. I think we'll pull out our box of tricks here. Let's see. So I'm no Crafty Man Jigs. I'm not a big lure tire or anything, but I do tie trout rigs and walleye rigs for trolling specifically. So all of these are different trolling rigs that I've tied up over the last couple of years. Many of them are same. A lot of different variations of the same. I think what we're going to switch to next is what's called a popper rig. They're kind of like a little, kind of like when you guys watch my bank fishing videos. I fish oftentimes with little corkies. It's an inline bobber. It brings your bait up in the water column slightly. I will often use these when I'm using a bottom bouncer. So your bottom bouncer, you're basically letting your line all the way out to the bottom with a big sinker, and it's got a big finger, an arm on it that ticks off the bottom, and then you run a leader off the end of that. And these work well because you don't really want your lure on the bottom with the bottom bouncer. The poppers help bring it back up slightly in the water column. So we may switch to a bottom bouncer in one of these in a little bit. There's the little squid jigs, wedding rings. This is what we may try next. But I have a whole bunch of them, different colors, different beads. Most of them are wedding rigs though. And a wedding ring it just refers, there's this really shiny like diamond bead in the center there that's just got a wonderful flash to it. And trout love it, salmon love it, walleye love it. The pike could not get enough of these last week when I had it at Pishkin. But I think we might switch colors up, and I think I might actually throw a wedding ring on there instead of just a slow death rig. I'm feeling, I don't know, chartreuse might be a good color to switch to. Thermocline, different temperature of the water. That's what causes it to form. Okay, Joel. And yeah, it has to do with oxygen levels too, Joel. We can get into that later. Do you have power bait? I do have power bait, but I normally don't troll with power bait. Can you see it? Oh, you haven't seen power bait before? There. Same thing. Sierra Gold trout bait. It's just like fluffy marshmallow stuff. Not very interesting to look at. I've never had great luck with power bait. I never troll with power bait. Katrina says I tie flies for fly fishing sometimes. That's cool. Do you have blah. Thermocline means temperature layer at certain depth, which also causes oxygen. Okay, yeah, sure not. There it is. The temperature and oxygen. I knew it wasn't just temperature. How deep? We're running 32 foot depth or 32 foot bottom right now. Our rig, I would estimate this one, it's about 120 foot out. This Suffix Advanced says it'll get you about 3 to 5 foot depth per color. I think that's when you're trolling though, like at a mile an hour. We're trolling at about 2.7, and in fact, now that I mention that, I'm actually going to cut our speed way back. So we've been trolling 2.5 to 2.7. We haven't had a whole lot of hits. We're going to slow our way down. So again, try that throughout the day. If you're not getting any hits, try different depths, different speeds. We're going to bump her down to about 2 miles an hour. But anyways, the leaded line, this stuff is supposed to get you down about 3 to 5 feet per color, which is every 30 foot. We're running out right now 4 colors, which would be 12 foot to 15 foot, or 12 foot to 20 foot. So we're running about anywhere from 10 to 15 foot off the bottom. So kind of middle of the water column. Slayed a lot of kokanee off wedding rings. Yeah, wedding rings are one that it brings in a lot of fish. I normally will troll them behind a max flashlight, which we could try also. I think I'm gonna switch the coloring out on this guy though. We're gonna switch to a wedding. Never mind. Fish on! There we go. Oh, is he still there? Please tell me we didn't just lose it. I'm like, I'm gonna switch it out, and the fish is like, no you ain't. I think we lost it. Damn it. We lost it. See, it was the change in speed there. You notice that? We just slowed it down half a mile an hour, and we immediately got a bite. But now that we've slowed it down and I just got a hit on it, we should probably check to make sure. In fact, I'm gonna mark that real quick. Slight differences like that can trigger the bite. So now we know. I'm guessing that was probably trout. The trout like a little bit slower speeds. It might have been walleye though. It's hard to tell. I can't tell from the bite. Fish Fingers, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hammer Time, we just had a really solid bite. It got off within seconds though. We lost it. Put on a crank. We have on the other pole, we're running a stick bait. The Rapala original floater, F18, it's 7.5 inches. That guy over there is we're trying for trophy pike today. On this one, we're gonna switch this one up probably a bunch of different times, but we just got hit on it. I hate to switch it to something different when we've now had 2 solid bites on this, and I did just get bit on. I'm gonna pull it in and make sure. I have a feeling we lost most or all of our worm there, but let's pull her in real quick and take a look. Oh, I marked it. Yep. It was a good sized fish. Yeah, that was a nice bite. It was a shark? I wish. How come you're not using your camera? It's not engaged right now. Normally I run it the whole time, but I am so sick of digging through 12 to 15 hours of footage every time I go fishing that we're gonna just, we'll turn her on when we get something interesting. Well, let's get this guy in and make sure we still have a worm on there. I have a feeling it's either gone or just a chunk of it left. Yeah, he got our worm. Yeah. So our worm is 8. We're gonna throw a nice big crawler on there. And welcome, by the way, for all of y'all that don't know, Tracy Blee, who just asked why there's no, why I'm not using my camera. That's my mom. My mom is in the channel now. Say hi to Rod's mom. She's awesome. She watches all of my fishing videos. She doesn't fish, but she watches me fish. Black Mamba, welcome to the stream. So again, we're tipping these with just crawlers. These aren't the fattest crawlers in the world. They're good size though. Puma says, "Hi, Rod's mom." She's awesome. How many of y'all streamers did your mom join your streams? All right, so we're throwing a crawler back on there. We bring it up over the knot. That kind of works to hold that on there. It's like a bait keeper. And there we go. And the slow death, it just twirls in the water and it twirls this long end around. But again, I was just as I said, we're done with you. We're gonna throw something else on the end of the pole here. We got bit, so we're gonna throw her right back out there. Sometimes you just gotta be patient. Nope, she doesn't fish, but she watches. Oh, these gnats are driving me nuts. 129 people in here. Welcome, welcome everybody. So it's been a while since I've said this. We are fishing in central Montana today, and I still see fish jumping all over there. Central Montana, we are on a water body called Canyon Ferry Lake. It's the third largest reservoir or water body in the state of Montana. It's huge. It's about it's over 33,000 acres. It's absolutely massive. We are fishing today. Our main goal is huge pike. That's what we're trying for today. There are supposedly 30 plus pounders that get pulled out of here by the Fish, Wildlife, and Park surveys. The people at the front office said pike is not a common catch here though, but when people do catch them, they're absolute monsters. But we're in central Montana. This is right outside of Townsend, Montana, which is about 30 miles away from the capital of Montana, which is Helena. We're also fishing. There's huge walleye here. 10-pound walleye apparently is a very common catch here, which would be amazing because the biggest walleye I've ever caught is 6.5 pounds. There's rainbow trout, there's brown trout, there are mountain whitefish, Arctic grayling, smallmouth bass. There's a myriad of different fish that are in this water body. This is the first time I've ever been here. It's about a 2-hour drive from my house, which is a long ways to drag the boat. But I've always wanted to fish here, and I said, what the hell, we're gonna do it today. The weather looks amazing. I mean, it has been amazing, other than I keep eating these frickin' bugs. We haven't caught any fish yet. We've had 3 solid bites. I see fish surfacing all over the place. They're everywhere on the fish finder. We're trolling around. This is what I do. When I go to a new water body, I'm trying to figure out where the fish are, what depth they're biting at, what kind of lures they're biting at. I'm just feeling things out. It may be a little boring to watch. Some people are like, stop, jig. And that's not how I learn a water body. After I've trolled around for sometimes a day, sometimes a week, sometimes a whole season, I will start picking out points to fish more often. But what I'm doing right now is I'm marking on my finder any bites that we have, any interesting structure that we're coming across, any piles of bait fish, any big fish that I'm seeing. I like to mark the crap out of the map on my finder. So I can refer to that every other time I come back here. And then we start dialing in where I'm catching fish, where fish seem to be congregating, what depths they're at. So we're learning the lake right now. And it's, we're gonna be streaming all day. We're gonna be here till dark. If I had lights on my boat, I would probably stay here all night too. But unfortunately, I have not yet wired any lights onto my boat. So we're gonna be here till sunset. It's gonna be a long stream today. But thank you all for joining me. I'm happy to have you on the boat here fishing with me. Hopefully we can hook into something. We've had a lot of activity. I think we'll get at least into some kind of fish here today. Maybe we won't catch monsters. Maybe we will. But hang out, hit that sub button. Hang out, come back, find out. We do stream on this channel 2 to 3 times a week. We fish lakes, reservoirs, we do bank fishing, we do boat fishing, we fish for pike, we fish for carp, we fish anything that wants to bite, I'm happy to fish for. But yeah, if you like live streams, you like fishing, hit that sub button, come back, join us sometime. Great group of folks here, and also there are a couple, the mods in here, the people you see with the blue names, Crappy Man Jigs, one of my favorite people on YouTube. You guys like watching lures be made? Rubber, you know, spinner baits, jigs. Sub to that guy. He has some really cool content. He usually streams 3 times a day, a morning stream, an evening stream, and a night stream. You can watch him make all sorts of different cool lures. He sells them also, crappymanjigs.com. Go hit him up. He's got some of the coolest looking bait and really good prices too. And you're also supporting a good dude. Fishy Fingers is in here. Another great stream. Skipjack Cindy was in here. Skipjack Cindy is one of the funniest streams you will ever watch on YouTube if you like fishing videos. Her and her boyfriend Travis are up to the most ridiculous shenanigans. They do a lot of night fishing. They do cat fishing, carp fishing, but you will not be bored in their stream ever. When they're not catching fish, they're always doing something ridiculous. Check them out. Josie, she's in here. She doesn't stream yet, but she catches some of the nicest bass that I've ever seen. Go check out her channel, give her a sub. She posts pictures and stuff of the catches. She's also one of the nicest people you will ever meet. If you stream, she'll come join your stream. She'll hang out all day. She'll chat with you. Wonderful, wonderful person. But these people in here, they're taking the time to hang out and to keep the chat clean here for us. Go give them a follow. They're good people. Anyways, back to fishing. I'm missing a whole bunch of comments here. Should troll a Johnson silver minnow with a white grub for pike. I have one Johnson silver minnow. It's one of the bigger ones. I've trolled with it a few times. I've never hooked up on it. I hear all the time that they are such good pike lures. I never catch anything off of them. Travis C says, I get Cindy's stream going. Yeah, they stream often. Cindy streams almost every night, it seems. Katrina says, do you have a new lure? Oh, I was about to put one on this pole, but like literally the moment that I'm like, all right, we're gonna, like I'm reaching for the pole to pull it in, it bent in half. So I'm really hesitant to take that off right now. I mean, we've had 2 strikes on it, and we just had a really solid strike on it. We'll give this one a little bit more leeway. The moment I threatened to take it off, it got bit, so. Josie said, thanks, Rod. No, thank you, Josie. You're one of the ones that's always in here. I appreciate all you guys, all you mods that come and hang out in here and help keep the craziness from being so crazy. Thank you. I appreciate all you guys. Jighead Jones, welcome to the stream. Another good streamer there, Jighead Jones. Dave James says, hi, Mom. Oh, you're saying hi to my mom? Say hi, Rod's mom. Not just hi, Mom. Or are you talking to somebody named, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Dave. You ever tried Daredevil lures? Yeah, I have. That's one of the kind of everybody's go-to is the 5 of diamonds or the red and white Eppinger Daredevil. Spoons catch pike, they do. I normally don't troll with them though. I find better luck trolling for pike with either smaller crankbaits or what's been working really well for me this season, at least at Pishkin Reservoir, is longer, skinnier stick baits, minnow baits, jerk baits. Do you eat the pike? Smaller ones, yeah, pike is actually one of my favorite fish to eat. 2 to 3 pounds, 18 to 22 inches is usually kind of the size that I like to keep them. Anything bigger than that, I throw back. Put another line out. We have 2 out, Christopher. I'm only legally allowed 2 lines, 2 hooks per line. If I had more people on the boat, I could put out more poles. to managed to catch anything so far. We haven't landed anything yet. We did just have a really solid bite on this, and we've had 2 other bites so far this stream. They're surfacing all over the place, but no, nothing in the boat yet. Kano asks, where is this? We're in central Montana. This is Canyon Ferry Reservoir. Thanks, David Rowe. And you guys, yeah, absolutely. If you can answer another viewer's question, just at them and answer it. You guys see me, how I struggle trying to keep up with the chat. I am babbling 24/7 while I'm streaming, and my throat gets rough. So yeah, if you guys can help answer some of them questions of where is he, what are you fishing for, help each other out in chat there. The mods are usually really good about it, but sometimes even they get busy. I have a hard time keeping up with everybody. I try my hardest to answer every one of you guys' questions, to say hello to everybody, but it gets really busy in here, and it's tough. Bullfrogs fish in Florida here. Oh, nice. Fishing in Florida is fun. David Rowe, it's the first reservoir on the Missouri River. Yeah, it's also one of the biggest. Okay, I thought you only had the one. Yeah, unfortunately, that's one thing. One of these days I'm going to get a nice big tall pole set up in the front of my boat so you can see kind of a downward angle and see the poles trolling on both sides. I would put it in the second pole holder back here, but I like to keep my rods as separate as possible to reduce the amount of tangles when we're trolling. It's not bad when I'm sitting at the helm and I'm driving, but as soon as we hook up on a fish, you'll see that I struggle. I'm reeling, I'm grabbing the net, I'm back and forth between trying to keep us from going off the cliff, and sometimes we end up in kind of death spirals. So if I can keep the poles separated, it reduces the chance for me to tangle things, which I hate to do. You waste a whole bunch of leaded line, you waste a whole bunch of time untangling, but I do have 2 poles out right now. They're just on opposite sides of the boat. Fish on it just took nothing took anything. I would have heard it. Oh, did I? It must have just been small. There was no audible click. Let me reduce my grit. Yeah. It had to have been a baby if it bent over. There are little perch in here. It was probably a perch. Oh, here does it right. It's probably a perch. Thank you. Sometimes they are too small to, I don't know if he's still on there. Yeah, I don't feel anything. We'll bring it in. But that was, you're right, that was definitely bites. My guess would be it was either a baby trout or just an itty bitty perch. I don't feel anything on there. Sometimes you don't feel the perch. The perch don't get very big. No, you're right, it was definitely a bite. It was just itty bitty though. Anything sizable, yeah, it bit off half our worm. Anything more than 10 inches, it'll set off the clicker. Those little nibbles, that almost certainly just a baby fish or a itty bitty little perch. Yeah. Chewed the crap out of it. Probably a perch. You're right, guys. Here I am telling you, no, there's no bite, and then I'm looking at it, and it was a hit. Just not a big one. Those aren't the fish we're going for. We want big fish. All right. That worm's hashed. We're gonna get a good one on there. I have 3 cans of worms today, so we'll throw a fresh one on there. It was a big bend on the rod the first time, was it? And got a feisty perch. I don't know. That the drag on that pole is set. I mean, I could probably pull it with my pinky. Ever try snap weights? I have some, I've never used them. All right, let's get her back in the water. Matthew Weaver asks, how often do you catch pike? This is a brand new water body for me. I haven't caught any from here. The place that I normally fish here in central Montana is called Pishkin Reservoir. It's about 19 miles west of Choteau, Montana. 19 miles of the gnarliest, bumpiest, crappiest dirt road you've ever seen. I was just there 2 weeks ago, a little over a week ago. I was there about 11 hours and I landed 18 pike and lost about 10 all day long. That reservoir is just full of pike. Not a lot of big ones though. In the past 2 years, I've only caught 2 over 30 inches. This year I caught the biggest one I've ever caught out of there. It was 34.5 inches and like 10 pounds. But if you want to see some of that, I do have I have a couple of long form videos on my channel. Again, so for those of you that are new here, this is a brand new channel. So pretty much all of you are new here. We've been streaming for about a month. The channel is 2 months old, so I have very little content on the channel so far. I do have a handful of long form content videos, which nobody is watching. I'd love if you'd check them out, but if you like pike content, most of my content on my channel right now is pike. I have anywhere from the long form of a trip out to Pishkin showing, multiple catches. I have a handful of, I have lure cameras, so underwater cameras that I put out so that you can actually watch the baits and lures moving and the fish biting at them. But yeah, you want to see some of the pike catches from Pishkin, hop over to the channel and watch some of those. Oh, sorry guys, it's another boat going by. Oh, good Lord. All right, let me turn into this so we're not capsizing. We're so ignorant. We went on a charter boat, caught a 19-pound lake trout. That's on my bucket list. Sometime, either this year or next year, we're going to be streaming from Flathead Lake, where there are massive lake trout. Sergio says, I'm going fishing at 6 p.m. Good luck, Sergio. Have fun. I use snap weights all the time. Yeah, I have them in my tackle box. I just never use them. I catch pike every time I cast. I'm tired of those fish. I wish I had that problem. I never get tired of fishing for pike. Matthew says, I fish Canyon Ferry a lot. Never caught a pike. So Matthew, the guy at there were actually 2 people in the office, told me that it's an uncommon catch here. But again, when they are caught, they are truly monsters. Fish, Wildlife, and Park, check out their survey data. They have pulled out the last 3 surveys, at least 1 pike over 30 pounds in each one of those surveys. There's potential state record pike in this water body, but no, there aren't a lot of them. It's not infested. But Matthew, if you fish here all the time, we launched from the silos. Can you give us any tips? This is a brand new water body for me. I've never fished it before. I hear it's excellent walleye fishing, and it looks like that's what most of the people are fishing for. Any tips for us? Miyazaki says, so close to 1K. Are we almost at 1K? We're almost at 200 likes already in this stream. You guys are awesome. Yeah, we're closing in on 1K subs. It's crazy. Been streaming a month and we're already up to almost 1,000 subscribers. Dude, 10 away from 1K. Wow, so close, you guys. Thank you all that are supporting the channel. I'm having such a blast fishing with you guys. And this is just the start of it. Again, I'm near retirement, and This is kind of what I want to do with my retirement is play out on the water, catch fish, travel. So you're early on the journey here. If you like fishing, you like live streams, hit that sub button. Come along the journey with us. Sergio must have big secret if he catches him so much. Some places are like that. He's not the first person that has said that to me. That I'm so sick of catching pike. It's like bluegill around here. Like I'm so sick of catching bluegill. You can't get past them half the time in a lot of the ponds. Certain places in the world, pike are like that. They're just an absolute nuisance. I want to go to those places though. That's again, I want to travel. I want to fish those places that y'all are sick of catch. I will come catch your pike for you. No biggie. No lure cameras. Yeah, I don't have any out right now. They're expensive, and I don't want to lose them. So I want to get a lay of the land before I throw them out there. So I'm confident that I'm not going to lose them. How do I get started with fishing for something new? I mean, that's a hard question to answer. I mean, you figure out what you want to fish for, figure out where that fish is that you want to fish for. What I do is I use an app called FishBrain, and you guys can look me up on there. You can follow me on there. I post a lot of my catches on there. I've been using it for the past almost 3 years. If you look it up, FishBrain, I'm Vox on there, at VOX. But anyways, look in your surrounding area. You can look and see what fish are being caught in what water body. You do have to pay to get some of the more advanced information if you want to see what they're catching them on, what lures, to see what time of the day, etc. But even on the free version, you can, put a point on the map and say, show me where all of the pike are caught, within a 50-mile radius around here. And it'll show you every water body that pike are caught in. You can look for trout, for walleye, for whatever. Really handy app, but find me on there if you use it, at Vox, VOX. Sergio says my biggest walleye is 28 inches. Oh, looks like Jude DeFabio just followed me on FishBrain. Thank you for the follow. Check out some of the catches. We got some really cool catches. If you're curious about what kind of gear I use, what kind of lures I use, all that information is on there. What are we targeting? Pike, walleye, trout. You'd rather catch huge rainbow or walleye. There is one place, once I get Starlink, that I'm going to take you, Willow Creek Reservoir. I'm going to show you some really nice big rainbows. They're in here too. We might catch some. There's another FishBrain follower, Jay Jones. Welcome to the FishBrain family there. They still, Katrina, I don't know what you just said. Can't beat a big Rapala. Yeah, I'm running the Rapala F18 right now. Northern Pike, William. Big Homer says bites. Can we get another bite? We just went over a small school of bait fish. It looks like probably more perch. William said, I'm in Pacific Northwest, never had the pleasure to hit a pike. Really? They're all over in the Pacific Northwest. Jay Jones is on there liking every one of my catches. That's that sound you keep hearing. Salmon in the River D. Speckled trout in Texas. I've never caught a speckled trout. We have a bunch of different kinds of trout here in Montana, and we don't have speckled trout. Pike, not pile. I'm behind on the chat here. Let me catch back up. Trout Slayer, Peter Underwood. Hi from Pete and Jojo in the UK. Welcome back, Peter. Have you caught anything yet, dude? No, unfortunately, we haven't landed anything yet. We have had really solid bites. We're still just kind of perusing around here, looking at the terrain. I'm about to head over here. We were headed towards the point here, or what looked like a point. It's not actually a point. It just keeps coming around. I'm gonna head, and I see a lot of boats parked in the shallows or slow trolling along the shallows over here. I think they're all on the walleye there. The walleye seem to be in shallower water oftentimes. CF has mostly little walleyes. No, well, let me read what you say before I know you. But an occasional monster, 13 or 30 inches, hard to find the big ones this time of the year. They do like the big jerk baits, okay. So that's good bait to have on your second rod. Yeah, I'm running a F18, a 7.5-inch Rapala original floater, which is what I've just been slaying pike at Pishkin on. But I've read 10+ pounders are quite common here, and that's what the people at the office told me as well. Is if you're looking for big pike, they're here, but you may not catch any pike. If you're looking for walleye, they are biting, and 10+ pounder is quite common to be pulled out of here. It might just be this time of the year though, Matthew. But that's good information. Large jerk baits. I will have to see if I can throw something else out there. A Spirit, man, every stream you come in here asking to catch an octopus. I know you think it's funny. It's not, buddy. I'm gonna ask you once nicely. Please stop saying that. If I have to ask you again, it won't be me. Somebody's gonna kick you. It's not funny. How deep are you fishing? We're fishing right now. We're over probably the deepest part of the south end of the lake here. It's about 37, 38 foot. We're headed in kind of towards the shallows here though. Sergio, spoons do work good for pike, yep. Target pike close to shore and about 5 to 12 foot. David, good advice early in the year during spawning. You can still catch them there this time of the year, but I fish for pike a lot. The bigger pike this time of the year are not in the shallows. Maybe early in the morning and late at night, but they tend to be out in deeper water. The water temperature here is 75 degrees. It's quite warm. They like to suspend out in deeper water this time of the year. Live bait is not allowed in central Montana, Peter. We have, we're set up with a Rapala F18 floating minnow on this side. That's my pike rod. And on this side, we're running a Dodger and about a 5-foot fluorocarbon leader with a purple, pink, silver slow death rig on the end with a night crawler tailing behind it, which is kind of just my catch-all rig. We might catch walleye off of it. We might catch trout, salmon. Don't they have respect for small boats? No, most people when you come to a water body like this are they don't care about anybody else but the boat that they're in. What speed do you troll at? Normally trolling for pike, I troll quite fast, 2.5 to 3.5 miles an hour. Trout, much slower. They like us. I mean, a lot of people who troll for rainbow trout troll like 0.7 miles an hour. My jet motor, it's tough to even get it to go that slow. The slowest that I can comfortably troll at is about 1.2 miles an hour. Right now we're kind of in a happy medium between the two. We're at 2.2 miles an hour. Kyler says try to catch bait fish and use it. Again, live fish are not allowed in central Montana. You can catch certain species and kill them and then use them as bait fish, but you can't use them alive. 2 more, space that sub button. Are you serious? Only 2 more? Dude, that is insane. Am I understanding you correctly? We're 2 subs away from 1K? Jighead Jones says, I troll trout season on my kayak and it works well less than 1 mile per hour. Yeah, most of the people that I know that are like die-hard trout fishermen that troll for them, they're, 0.5, 0.7 miles. They do a super slow troll. We're trolling with my jet motor and it simply does not go that slow. It's me, but who's gonna know live bait? This is streaming live on the internet and gets posted to the internet. And all it would take is for some butthole to say, hi Montana Fish, Wildlife and Park, go check out this video on WannaSeeMyRod's channel. And then what happens is they take my boat, they take my truck, they take my fishing poles, they issue me a $25,000 fine, and I could face 6 months to a year in jail. That's what happens for me putting a little bluegill on the end of my line. Who's gonna know? No, you don't mess around with that. Follow the laws, follow the regulations where you are. It's a sport. I know some of them seem stupid, arbitrary. They're there for a reason, and even if you don't understand that reason, follow them. You don't want to lose your hunting license. You don't want to lose your fishing license. Fish with what the law says you can fish with. Did I? 1K? Oh, dude, you guys are awesome. You guys are so cool. I appreciate every last one of you. I am so glad you guys are coming along to fish with me. Thank you, Crappy Man. Thank you, mods. I feel like I need an award ceremony here. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, all you guys. I mean, seriously, though. You guys are awesome. I didn't know what to expect when we started the channel. I figured maybe a couple people would watch me fish, and cool, you know, just a couple of people to chat with. I had no idea that I'd be streaming and hundreds of you would be in the room here with me. But that's cool. It's awesome. I'm having a blast, and I hope you guys are enjoying it. We will catch some fish, I promise. It's gonna happen. We will not leave here without a fish today. But I'm moving into the shallow. I'm watching the locals here fish, and I see boat after boat after boat. Let me flip you around here. So they're fishing the shallows around. In fact, I could take you guys out of the fish holder here for a minute, or the fish holder, the phone holder. So all these boats are lined up along the bluff here. And it's much shallower, so on the fish finder you can see it doesn't show well on the fish finder, but there's a steep drop off right at the cliff there. So it's basically just a big cliff, and then there's some mounds there. But yeah, so there's 3 boats down that way fishing the shallows. There's another couple of boats down this way. I've been avoiding this spot because there's also been a whole bunch of boats that are speeding up and down right along that pathway, and they're gonna toss me around like a red-headed stepchild, but we will go troll over that way. I'd imagine they're over there jigging probably with either crawlers or leeches. We'll go slow troll along them and see if we can get anything on. But you guys are awesome. I can't believe we hit 1K subs. That's over 100 subs we've had in the stream so far today. And we're 3 hours into the stream. We still got 9 hours to go, guys. Sure Not says, I appreciate how you periodically summarize what you've caught. I don't like that being that guy who has to ask in the first 5 seconds of arriving. Yeah, I know you guys are always curious, and just so for you guys that have been here or that, you know, haven't been paying attention or that are new, when we do catch things, one of my mods will almost always, they'll just type in chat, you know, 1 pike or 1 walleye, and I will pin that comment. And then when we catch another one, somebody in the chat, usually my mods, will type 1 pike, 1 walleye. I will pin that comment. So if you're ever curious what's been caught in the stream, look at the bottom of the screen and there will be a pinned comment. There isn't one right now because we haven't caught anything. We got to catch something and then it'll be updated. But don't feel bad asking. Usually if I can't get to that, that's again something somebody else in the room will quickly answer for you, or one of the mods. We have great mods in here. They usually are really quick to answer you guys' questions. And again, I'm missing a whole bunch of comments. I'm sorry if I didn't say hello to you joining, and I'm sorry if I'm skipping past your comment. I am trying really hard to keep up to date with what's being said in the chat room. I've been struggling these last few streams. I'm talking, I babble a lot. Sometimes you guys just need to tell me to shut up and fish, because I will start scrolling down and I'm like, wow, I think I'm responding to comments from like 15 minutes ago. So I'm going to skip past. I try and say hello to everybody. I try and respond to all the questions people are asking. Tracy Blee says, congratulations for the first 1,000. Thanks, Mom. Appreciate that. And I'm serious. Tracy, for those of you who are just coming in, that is actually my mom is in the stream right now. Say hi to Rod's mom. Jighead Jones, I'm only at 166 subs and 78 videos, but I'm hoping to hit 500 before the end of the year. Yeah, you guys, again, these people that are blue names, almost all of them are streamers. Jighead Jones, he's been in here lots. He's a good guy. I almost put you in timeout, but Jighead, you've been officially upgraded to a blue guy. But yeah, all these blue names you see in here, the mods, almost all of them are streamers too. Most of them have had longer established channels than mine, and a lot of them, they're in here, they're mods because I love their channels. I go and hang out, most of them live stream, they're all good people. If you guys are looking for other fishing streamers to follow, click on every one of these blue names and go check out their channels. Or ask them, what is your channel? How are you going to handle 10K? I don't know. I have no idea, sure not. I'm struggling with... I struggle when there's like 50 people in the room keeping up with everybody. And we had 220 some in here earlier. So hard to keep up with. Jighead, I know you've been around, you probably heard this spiel. Don't kick people unless you absolutely have to. I would prefer if you gave people warnings, give them a chance to stop being buttholes before you kick them. And if need be, I would prefer you just mute them. They can watch in silence, they can have a timeout. Try not to, I don't want to kick people and not have them in the channel. I'd rather have people sitting in the corner, in timeout than never being able to come back again. Use your discretion. If people are being outright racist, nasty people, get rid of them. I don't care about putting them in timeout. But for the people that are just being annoying or trolls, give them a chance before you give them a swift kick in the ass. Landon said hi, welcome to the stream. Sergio, this guy's funny. Katrina said thank you. All right, we're caught up. Sergio says, haha, buttholes. I apologize. I don't mean to offend anybody. I swear like a sailor. And Rod's mom can attest to this. I spent a lot of time around my grandpa growing up, and he was a legit sailor, and he had one of the filthiest mouths you would ever hear on a human. And I kind of picked that up. I've never got... It's a bad habit. I try to control the vulgarness of how I speak. It is what it is. We're all adults here. They're just words. I'm not trying to offend anybody. But if I do, don't take it personal. I just have a dirty mouth. Kyler, dream is 1,000 subscribers. Yeah, we smashed it, man. We've been streaming a little over a month now. But yeah, it took me a whole month, over a month, to get 50 subs. It was so hard. And then I started live streaming, and I've jumped from 50 to 1,000 in 30 days. And it's because of you guys. You guys keep coming back, hanging out, you're chatting in here, and I just wish we would catch some fish. That's what we're here for. Don't worry about me. Somebody manifest a big fish on the end of my line here. Y'all do a big group hug, something, whatever you need to do. That pole needs to bend over. Somebody, it was funny in one of the live streams, somebody's like, I'm manifesting a big fish for you. And I look over and ding, 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 ding. I'm like, heck yeah. I don't know how you just did that, but heck yeah. Kyler said I have 3 subscribers. It's so hard when you first start out. I dug deep, man. I dug through my phone, like every fishing related video that I had, every fishing video or video that I recorded about fishing, baby bats, turtles. I have a video of snakes humping. Go find that one. It's fucking funny. I had these kids come up to me on the bank and they're like, dude, there's these 2 rattlesnakes down here eating each other. I'm like, rattlesnakes eating each other? Sign me up. Ran down there and I'm like, all right, 1, that's not rattlesnakes. Those look like bull snakes. And 2, are they eating each other? Oh, they're not eating each other. But it's like a bunch of 8 and 9-year-olds. I'm like, I think they're having a little bit of fun. And the kid's like, oh, yeah. But yeah, there's a video on my channel of 2 bull snakes having some humpy time. Go check that one out. Not something I ever really needed to see in my life, but not something I can unsee either. Snakes eating themselves I saw a few times, but did not have a little bit of fun. Yeah, it took me, it literally, I stared, it was about 30 seconds into the video, I'm like, you know what, guys? I don't think they're eating each other. Yeah, I mean, but I pulled out random crap. I posted more content in that first 30 days, trying to get that initial 50 subs. So you guys that are first starting out, it's a struggle. Just keep at it. Miyazaki, thank you very much. We hit 1K. That's crazy. That's, again, over 100 subs in this stream. We've been doing really good the last few days. We had like 80, 85, 93, but over 100 today. Nature is wild. Nature is weird. I love it though. How many people can you fit on a frickin' pontoon boat? Somebody count the number of people on that boat for me real quick. Is it just me, or is that a lot of frickin' people on a boat? Anyways, or I'm not asking you to literally count them. I'm just saying that there's a lot of people on that boat. Sergio, what a show. Yeah. I have some cute content. I don't know. So those of you guys who that are new to the stream, that haven't checked out any of my shorts or my long form content, I record everything, and basically my 9-year-old kiddo sits next to me and directs. So most of the content that I have is the vision of a 9-year-old. He tells me what's funny, he tells me what's not. Song choices, like, we laugh together. I think it's funny. Most of my content has very few views though. It's not great. I'm bad at editing, and good Lord, hold on, close your eyes, Josie. Somebody's speeding past again. All right, you can open your eyes again. Nope, never mind, close them. There's more waves. Good stuff, good times. Well, I'm in a flat bottom John boat, which gets tossed around, you know, in the slightest wake, but these people are, I mean, they're just zooming by. They don't care. If you're ever on a flat bottom boat, when waves get like that, if you can turn into them, don't like what I'm doing, I'm going parallel with them. It really tosses you around. If it gets sketchy, turn your boat into the waves. You don't get tossed much. You'll slam into them front to back, but you're not going to capsize, you're not going to fall out of the boat. I catch pike while trolling for walleye in 12-foot year all year long. I fish Ohi reservoir. Yeah, again, you can catch them in shallow water. I'm not saying you can't. You're probably not catching very big pike trolling in shallow water during the summer though. The bigger ones, I'm telling you, you want to catch bigger pike, go out and troll over deeper water. The bigger pike do come in shallow early in the morning and late at night, but I almost never catch pike in shallow water during the summer, during midday. And I catch bigger pike just in general out in open water, deeper water during the summer. You'd go deeper with the worm. We're out, oh Jesus. We're out at 4 colors right now, 120 feet, which should be putting us at right around 15, anywhere from 12 to 20 foot. Right now we're fishing in 35 foot of water. A lot of the fish that I am marking though are near the bottom, probably within the 3 to 5 foot of the bottom. I could go out further. How deep are trout in the summer? Depends on what kind of trout you're fishing for. Rainbows, I'll normally fish 3 to 4 colors out. So again, that 15 to 20 foot range. What you got to remember about, especially pike. Pike are predators. They have really good eyesight. So when I'm fishing, say, a 50-foot bottom and my lure is at 20 foot, oftentimes they're coming from deeper. You just need to get it within eyesight of them and they will chase it. They'll come up at it. If you watch some of the lure camera videos on my channel, you'll notice that almost all of those strikes, the fish is coming from below. They come from below and then up. Sometimes they'll come from the same level, but very rarely will you see them at the same level or coming from up to go down. They see you from way down deep there and come up to the lures. BH fishing, no, we've had a few solid bites, but we have not gotten into anything. It's about time to start switching up our lures. Flash, welcome back. Congrats on the 1K. I appreciate that. Oh no, I've hooked on 40 inchers. That's interesting, David. You must have a lot of big fish in that water body then. Yeah, I this time of the year I get away from the shallows, other than in the early morning. Sometimes in the midday I will go cast in the shallow. I don't ever troll in the shallows this time of the year. Usually the most shallow I will go is about 15 foot. But again, I'll troll an hour, 2 hours at 15 foot, and I may get 1, 2 small strikes. If I move out to 30 foot, 40 foot, I get 2, 3 strikes an hour instead of 2, 3 strikes over 2, 3 hours. But that's interesting, and that may differ by water body. Again, I'm not telling you this is 100% true across the board in any water body you fish in. Water bodies can be very situational. The fish in water bodies, their behavior can change. I'm trying to give you advice for what works for me in my local water bodies. How that translates to your local water bodies, it may be hit and miss. It may not work in your water bodies. But thank you, Flash, I appreciate that. Wonka Nobi says, can I get a shout out for my dog, Haley? Had to let her go a few days ago. Today was the last visit before she gets cremated tomorrow. Now fishing time for myself and thought of you guys. I'm sorry to hear that, Wonka. Always sucks losing a pet. I know how it goes. I feel for you. But glad you're here. Hope we can catch a fish for you. Hang in there. It's part of life. Death it comes to us all. It sucks for pets. They have such short lives. Hey, Fat Cat, welcome in. What's up, Fat Cat? David Rowe, yeah, huge pike. Wahoo Dam is on the Missouri River, Pierre, South Dakota. Okay, so you're not that far. I'm back up into North Dakota. Interesting. Yeah, all lakes are different. Again, so like, I'm running this bait that absolutely kills it at Pishkin. I can't keep them off the end of the line, and we've had one nibble at it. I'm running the same rig that I run at Holter and Willow Creek and even at Pishkin. It gets bit constantly, and we've yet to catch a fish. We've had bites off of it. It's like that sometimes. Now, I don't know how the tastes of fish differ so greatly. When you move to, you would think they'd act the same in every water body, but they definitely don't. But to generalize, oftentimes things that do work in one lake will work in another lake, but that's not to say that they always will. Yes, too short. Let's get for a massive pike. That's what we're trying for, but let me let this guy out a little bit further. We'll try 5 colors. All right, we're at 5 colors, which should get us anywhere from 20 foot-ish mark. And we're fishing in about 30 foot of water right now. So we're about 10 foot off the bottom. I don't like usually trolling right on the bottom unless I'm using bottom bouncers. I don't like to lose lead, and I don't like to get hung up on stuff. Fishing is fishing, not catching. That's right, Dave. we've had activity. I mean, they're biting. We're definitely they're in here. We're fishing where they are. But just remember, as you're watching this stream and you're like, God, why isn't this guy catching any fish? We have the sun directly over us. These waters are 74, almost 75 degrees right now. This is the least ideal time of the day to catch fish. Almost all fish slow down the bite. You can still catch fish during the dead heat of the day, but it oftentimes slows way down. As that sun starts, you know, either a cloud comes out and it cools down a little bit, or as we get closer to the evening, the bite should pick up. I think we can still catch something though. We're gonna let this guy run for a little bit longer. What are we at? 12:51. Let's say 15 more minutes on this lure and we're gonna swap her out. I don't know if we're gonna switch to a popper with a bottom bouncer. I could swap out the, oh God, my brain is mush right now. We could switch out for a different attractant. I could throw a Max flashlight or something on there. We'll switch it up here in a little bit. Flash said if it's deep and the bites are slow, try jigging. We could, I've mentioned this a couple of times in the stream so far. This is a brand new water body for me, Flash. I don't know the terrain. I don't know where the humps and bumps are. I'm marking stuff as I go around. We're trying to find some schools of fish. I don't have a whole lot marked yet, and kind of today's journey and the first few times I go out to a water body, I would prefer covering more ground and catching less fish than sticking in one spot and really trying to catch a fish. I don't know this water body yet. I would really like to get a lay of the land here before we really start throwing down anchor and jigging. Definitely good advice, very effective, but not a good way to learn a new water body. Udek says, today you have got the right place to catch many fish. Yeah, they're in here. I'm marking them all over the place. We have been getting intermittent bites. We just haven't managed to land anything yet. And some days it's like that when you fish. It's all right. But again, right now what I'm doing is getting a lay of the land. We're learning about this reservoir. I'm finding interesting terrain that I've marked on the map. Every time I get a bite, I mark it on the map. Where I see fish jumping, I'm kind of moving to and I'm marking on the map. It's all about learning. I like to cover ground when a water body is new, which is exactly what we're doing right now. David says, I'd like to hit Fort Peck in Montana for walleye though. Fort Peck is where some of that whole region in Montana is where some of the biggest record fish of almost every species in Montana come from. I've never fished Fort Peck. It is, I think that might be the largest water body in Montana. Normally people don't even come to this reservoir with small boats like I have. You see how bad I'm getting tossed around? There's so much traffic in here. This big water bodies are big boat, places for big boats. It can get quite dangerous for small boats. And big water bodies like this, we are really windy in Montana, and the gusts can pick up really quickly. And again, you start getting whitecaps, and it's dangerous. Fort Peck is even bigger and even windier though. But it's on my bucket list. Next year, I don't think I'm going to get up there this year, but next year I would love to hit up Fort Peck. They have really big fish over there, and there's some species of fish that eastern Montana or central Montana just doesn't have. You can catch gar over there, paddlefish. They have really big catfish, lake trout, all sorts of stuff in Peck. Circle of Life. Kyler, I'm fishing right now and something happened, so I'm fishing for bluegill, and then I played with a hooked bluegill and got a 4-pound bass. Nice. Yeah, we can't do that here. Dads do stuff too. The Utah lake. What lake? We're in Canyon Ferry right now in central Montana, but we were just talking about Fort Peck Reservoir, which is in eastern Montana. Yeah, if all else fails, fishing near the bank. Yeah, we were trolling along those guys, they're all either anchored up over their jigging or slow trolling. Which again, we may do here in a little bit. I would like to cover a little bit more ground before we anchor up or spend too much time in one spot. Do you have a topo map of the lake? Yeah, I do. The fish fight, I have a pretty nice Lowrance Elite FS9. And not all water bodies here in Montana have it, but this particular water body has the Navionics bathymetric map, so you can see the contours, the depths. There's not a whole lot of interesting terrain at this end of the lake, though. It's not a natural lake, it's a reservoir between two dams, and this is technically the Missouri River. So the bottom looks like what a fast-flowing river normally looks like, which is pretty uninteresting. You have little shelves that, you know, the sediment collects over time as the current passes over it. No real big deep holes, no big humps. There does look to be some interesting terrain near the shorelines, which is where all those people are anchored up and jigging over there. We were over there for a moment, but again, all those, and look at this boat coming by me right now. You see how close they are and how fast they're going? Now watch how bad it tosses me around. You're supposed to stay at least 100 foot from any other vessel in the water. You see somebody on an itty bitty little John boat, stay way further away and slow down. Watch how bad we're about to get tossed around because of that guy who just drove by. And here we go. Buckle in. It's just unnecessary. I mean, he could have slowed down a couple of miles. He could have taken a wider. Was that? I just heard a clicker on one of the poles. I don't know. It just irritates me. I don't know why people do that. Top bait shown on fish brain for walleye or worms. Yeah, we're trolling with a worm right now. We've got 3 hits so far on that pole. Just haven't landed anything. 1 good hit, 1 weenie hit, and 1 really solid hit. Guys, this conversation is good even if you're not catching it. Absolutely. That's it. That's what's so cool about these streams is, you know, normally I'm out here, I fish for 12, 14 hours and it's just me in silence yelling at the boats going by in my head. At least now I have somebody to talk to and some people. Y'all are looking stuff out for me and giving me tips and recommendations. It's awesome. I'm fishing method feeder in the rain and now 2 hits but no catch yet. Oh, Wonka, you fishing method feeder? That's either catfish or carp, right? I've never fished with a feeder like that. Annabelle, welcome back. CJ Allen said said hi. Welcome to the stream, CJ. Yeah, I hear you about wind. I live in North Dakota. I have a 620 Ranger and waves get too big. Yeah, that's the problem with this little John boat. It's a fun boat. I can get into super shallow areas. I can take it lots of places. Does not do good in wind or, you know, anytime or around other big boats. It tosses me around like crazy. But again, you see most of the boats that are fishing around, they're all 22, 24, 30 foot, you know, deep hole V's. There are some other little boats in here, but not many. Big old pontoon boats. Most people don't take little dinky boats like this out on giant water bodies. It's not the greatest idea. I wouldn't recommend it. It can get quite dangerous quite fast. But it is what I have, and we're doing it. I make damn sure that I don't come to a place like this when there's high wind forecast. We have 5 to 8 mile an hour winds forecasted today with gusts up to 15 miles an hour. When it gets 15 miles an hour, 15, 16 miles an hour, it gets a little bit sketchy. You start getting small white caps, and it can get uncomfortable at times. I'm okay with that. Once it gets up, 18, 20 miles an hour, I'm out. It gets too sketchy, too hard to load the boat back in. If I have to anchor it, the boat gets beat to absolute crap on the shore. Yeah, but that's pretty much what dictates whether I get to take the boat out or not, is the wind. Fish brain shows 200 rainbow caught there, around 150 walleye, only 3 pike. Yeah, you saw the little kid with the pike almost as big as him. That was right by the silos, they caught that one right by the boat launch. But again, that's what the people at the office here said, is they're not a common catch here, but the ones that are here are big. There was like a 23 pound, what was it, 23 pounds, like 46 inches or something like that. There's a little kid holding it, and it's like as tall as the kid is, just a big old fat. And I mean, that's a little bit bigger than the biggest one that I've caught out of the Missouri. But now check the Fish, Wildlife, and Park surveys and see the 30-plus pounders that they pull out in their surveys here in the south end of the lake. They're in here. It's just going to be one of them things that you got to find them. It may take me a whole season of fishing here to find them, but I like this lake so far. Use bait their worms, probably bottom fishing. Yeah, a lot of people are fishing off bottom, or they'll fish with, a bobber, or they jig with worms. That's really popular for walleye around here. People jig with worms, tipped with worms, or with leeches. How's the weather there? It's getting a little bit warmer. I think we're probably around 84, 85. Not super hot. But I am seeing more and more boats moving out towards the flats. I don't know, they're kind of everywhere. There's a whole bunch ashore, there's a whole bunch of fish in the flats. But it looks like almost everybody's jigging or super slow trolling. Wonka says, what I've seen from America, it's amazing. Fishing there, I live in the Netherlands, and here is okay. We got no real colors on our fish. Pike, it's nice fish here, carper everywhere. Yeah, what I like fishing around, there's so much variety in so many of these lakes and reservoirs. You can go and you can target one fish, or you can throw out a rig like I have here that, it's not the greatest for any one species, but it's a rig that I know I've caught rainbow off it, I've caught walleye off of it, I've caught, browns off of it, I've caught pike off of it. It's just it's like throwing the bobber and the worm out there. You never know what you're gonna get. It's not the best for anything, but it's good enough to catch almost anything. Darren Hawks, welcome to the stream. Sure not. How deep is the river channel on that end? Oh, I don't, which end? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Ignorant people they are. Life jacket time. I should pull it out here. Again, I do have my my throwable. My life jacket is right within arm's reach. If I need to grab it, I will. Andrew, we're in central Montana, Canyon Ferry Lake. It's just outside of Townsend, Montana. Question: you have any hunting rifles seen as in you're in America? I haven't hunted since I was a teen. I don't have any rifles currently. The last time I moved away from Montana, I gave all of my firearms to my buddy Jeremy. I only have right now just one pistol. I probably won't be buying a rifle anytime soon. I have been thinking about buying a shotgun though. Out of all the guns I ever shot, I had the most fun shooting a shotgun. But yeah, almost everybody around here has guns. It's Montana. Eric Mutel says, have you got any fish today? Nope, just bites. We haven't landed anything yet. I'm headed back towards the stop sign the one marker that we've had 3 bites off of so far. Greetings from northern Germany, Diddle says. Hope you get a big one for dinner. Appreciate that. Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome everybody that's joining. Sorry, I haven't been, I'm way behind. Let me catch up on chat again. I babble too much. Wonka says, Germany, go there in 3 months. Travis says, I had a bass tracker and high winds flooded it almost. Yeah, that sucks. I would love to have the experience of going hunting in America. Montana is top-notch, world-class for hunting. Almost any species you can think of that's in America is here in Montana, and they get big. Deer, bear, elk, moose, caribou, all of them. The only thing we don't really have here that people hunt is like hogs. That's down south. Fishing, that's all that matters. That's Dave. That's me in a nutshell. I don't get bent out of shape if I don't catch fish. I would like to catch a fish for you guys. You guys, I mean, you see now we're down to 52. People get bored watching. And when you go fishing, he's just over it. He hasn't caught a fish. He's done. You know, a lot of people that join the channels are like that. They're not like us diehards. They're like, I don't care. You know, we'll catch one eventually. We just got to keep at it. Try different things. See, I just said that and we lost 10 viewers. I just upset 10 people. They're like, fuck this guy. He's not catching fish. He doesn't like us because we don't like that he's not catching fish. I don't know. I'm here to have fun, chat. We'll get something on the line here eventually, but let me catch up on the chat here. I'm babbling again. Fishing with Raheem. Hi, bro. Welcome to the stream. Diddle says, do you come for fishing or for the job? I wish you have a nice time. We're just relaxing. It's not a job. We're coming to catch fish for fun. It's me, says I'm a noob, not with proper rifle like yours. I used to hunt 270 mm is what I preferred to hunt with. I had a 30-06, but I hated that gun. It was an old gun, and it had a metal buttstock on it, and everybody who shot that gun hated that gun. It hurt. It hurt bad. Have you caught a fish? Magnus, no, we haven't yet. CJ Allen, welcome back. Wonka, hooked a pike in Harlem. It was way bigger than I could handle. It seemed like my net could not handle it either. Everything broke. My rod was okay. Oh god, yeah. So that 22.5 pound, the 42 incher that I caught. Here I go babbling again. I was on my boat by myself. I hooked into it with a way undersized rod, medium light fast action rod, which is way undersized for a 22.5 pound pike. There we go, fish on. Doesn't feel super big. Hold on, guys. Stay on there. Stay on. Oh. Please tell me he's still on there. If he is, he's just a dink. Sorry, you can't see anything. Why did my clicker not go off? There's barely any drag on there. I think we still have them. It feels like more than just my lure. I think if it's a fish, though, it's a perch. Oh yeah, he's on there. Just a little guy. There we go. We got our skunk out. Looks like a perch. No, that's not. What is that? Oh, baby walleye. There we go. Just a dink. All right, first fish of the day, guys. And why is my GoPro doesn't want a GoPro? There we go. There's our itty bitty. God, he didn't feel like anything. I was like, ugh. All right, well, he just spit the hook and jumped into my backpack here with all my other recording gear. Hold on a second, guys. You don't live here. Go. Ouch! God, they got sharp spines. All right, and if you guys have never caught a walleye before, don't ever grip them by the lip. I almost just did, not thinking about it. They don't have as big of teeth as pike, but they have teeth. They have sharp teeth. Don't put your finger in their mouth. And I'm skipping past everybody's comment that I just missed. I'm skipping down to recent. So hello everybody. I'm sorry I didn't answer the questions. Ask them again in a moment here. Let's get a quick picture of this guy. Ugh, he's mad. Just chill, bro. You'll be back in water in a minute. All right. He's not going on fish brain. This one's grumpy. Really pretty. Let's throw him on the measuring stick here real quick. I want to say probably about 10 inches. No, 11 inches. Really pretty little guy though. Tiny. Yeah, so that is a walleye for those of you who have never seen a walleye, and they have, look at how sharp they're just sticky and pointy everywhere. Look at those barbs. Every one of the fins has a big barb on it. But we're gonna put her back in the water, and then I gotta figure out why my GoPro's not turning on. But there we go, first fish of the day, folks. A baby walleye. There she goes. That's the smallest walleye I've ever caught in my life. I thought we were fishing for lunkers today. Guess not. Please, everybody, stop saying use it for bait. You cannot use live bait in central Montana. You cannot use game fish as cut bait in Montana. No, bad. Hey, left our worm on. We didn't even have to rebait it. Get it back in the water. Gotta set that drag light. Yeah, it's like literally, well, I can't show you now, but yeah, that definitely, I don't know how many of those we've had that I've just haven't been, you guys are watching the pole better than I am. I'm waiting for the audible click, not realizing that we're catching frickin' minnows here, not lunkers. But yes, I will reduce the drag further on after we get it back out there. But I forgot to mark up where we caught that. I'm gonna mark it right there. Yeah, we're a little bit shallower. We're 25, 26 foot of water. We were out far though. That pole was out 150 foot. So we pulled that guy basically right off the bottom. 2 on 1 worm would be great, and now catch his mom. Wonka, can you try and rephrase that? I'm not sure. The math ain't mathing on that sentence. I don't know what you mean. All right, so this is literally, it doesn't get much. If they can't make that click, then I don't know. They need to get bigger. I don't know how the camera got moved there. There we go. Give me a moment here though. I don't know why my GoPro didn't want to go. Now catch his dad or mom, or yeah, I'm always saying tell grandma and grandpa that, and we need to have a chat. That's who I'm looking for. We want grandma and grandpa. I don't care about mom and dad or brothers and sisters. I want grandma and grandpa. We're looking for lunkers today. There we go. Thank you, Katrina. I've had dinks on like that while trolling cranks for God. I know, yeah. It's normally perch that happens with for me. Like the line has been weird for a little while. I'm like, it's just weeds, you know. I'll shake the pole a couple of times, and an hour later, finally I pulled it in to clear the weeds off, and got like 6-inch little poor perch that I've been dragging around for hours. Beetle, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Kelly asks, are you fishing on Flathead Lake? No, this is Canyon Ferry. I would love to fish Flathead Lake. That is one of the places I'd like to get to this year. Are you using braided line? We're using lead core line, and yeah, it's wrapped in braid. It's Suffolk's advanced lead core line. All right, I need a drink and a smoke, and we'll run a pattern back that way. Again, that hit was at about 25 foot bottom. I'd estimate that our lure is going about 20 foot. So we got that hit about 5 foot off the bottom. But that was just a baby. So if you have a dink on like that and not know it, but a monster comes and takes it, is that not fishing with live bait? That's again, I mean, that is a very valid point, and I've literally said that out loud numerous times in the past. Like, that's just one of those things that it just shows how kind of arbitrary and kind of meaningless those laws are. I understand though why they have that law. So again, Montana, so much of our revenue here in this state is from tourism. And one of the main draws for tourism is trout fishing. So central Montana is where people come in Montana largely to trout fish. And they come not just from the other places around Montana, other places around the United States. They come from all over the world to trout fish in central Montana. So the reason that they don't want live bait used in central Montana is they're very protective of the trout fisheries. You introduce a species that screws with the trout fisheries, the trout populations, the trout breeding, you kill a huge portion of the income for the Montana state. So what they don't want is people coming in and bringing species that aren't native or don't belong in those waters, using them as live bait, because oftentimes bait gets off the hook. And hold on a second, good God. Yeah, we need to go back down towards the other end. There's too many people down here. There's a whole fucking pile of jet skiers over there. But anyways, they don't want people using live bait because live bait gets off, live bait then breeds in the water. People at the end of the day clean out their bait tanks and they just dump it, you know, in the water. And again, those fish then breed. So they're very protective in central Montana, the trout fisheries and the trout populations. That's why we have those laws. But yeah, you run into those situations where it's like, well, why can't I catch a live fish from the body of water that I'm fishing in and put it on the hook? It came out of that body of water. It's not like it's an invasive species, but there's no gray area in it. It's just, it's too black and white, and it doesn't make sense in a lot of scenarios. We don't have those same restrictions in eastern Montana. You can use live bait in eastern Montana. You can have 6 poles out with 6 hooks in eastern Montana. Eastern Montana is not a trout fishery. There is trout fishing in eastern Montana, but that's not what people go to eastern Montana to fish for. It's not what people come from all around the world to fish for in eastern Montana. So that they don't care as much in eastern Montana. Central Montana, that Holter Lake, Craig, the Missouri River near Craig is world-class trout fishing. But that's why that law exists. It's very arbitrary, though. I've had pike hit a dink walleye while reeling in, and it wouldn't let go. Finally let it loose when almost netting. Yeah. Why can't you fish for jet skiers? Oh, some days I would like to take the hook off the end of my line and grab one of my 1-2 ounce, maybe a 3 ounce sinker and just lob her out in that direction. They drive me nuts. It's one of those things where you would think they would see how bad they're causing a small boat like mine to rock. And they'd be like, oh shit, you know, we're killing that guy over there. Maybe we should move a little bit. They're just oblivious. They're either completely oblivious or they're just jerks. Because it doesn't matter what water body I'm in, they do. It's like they think I want to see the tricks they're doing or something. I don't know. I hate going to lakes like that. I end up in arguments with inconsiderate people. Yeah, I keep my mouth shut. I'm bitching to you guys. This is normally the conversation I'd be having with myself on a boat. You guys are here, so I'm venting to you. But I don't yell. It ain't worth getting into a confrontation with people. I hate confrontation. I hate drama. I hate even venting to you guys about this crap, so I'm going to stop. But it's irritating. At least I didn't get skunked. No, that's the first of many. That was just... We got the skunk out, now let's get the big ones. Be fatty. Tie some bait to your hog and drop it in the water. Yes, be fatty. That's how we're gonna catch the monsters. I'm just gonna tie some bait to my hog and drop it in the water. Amazing advice, thank you. Gok cock. Cut that beard, brah. I'm good with it. I know I look like a hobo. I'm good with it. Kelly Stone said they're showing off. Yeah, get people. It's again like sometimes they are cool. I mean, I've seen people out here doing backflips and shit. Like some of them are actually good, but it's like they get 20 feet away from the boat and they're doing that shit, and it's like, you know, I can see you from 100 yards away. You don't need to get that close. Blanket Boy, hi, do you remember me? You know, Blanket Boy, I don't. I'm sorry, but welcome to the stream. I will remember you next time. That's a unique username. I will remember that. Jerry Mitchell, what are you catching? If you look to the bottom of the stream there, Katrina Cook's post, it says 1 walleye. That's what we've caught. Rod? What do you mean rod? I'm Rod. Where is this? We're in central Montana. Canyon Ferry Reservoir. Come on, man. I'm sorry, Blanca Boy. I don't remember that name. I would think I would. That's a very memorable name. Tree Rogie says pound for pound, I'd say bluegill's the best fighter, especially for an ultralight. I don't know if I had ever caught a bluegill that even weighed a pound. Maybe we could have that comparison. Bluegill around here get about yay big. I think pound for pound, the hardest fighting freshwater fish is a common carp, a male common carp. But lawn area. I've only had the boat for 3 years now. So before 3 years, I've been out on a boat a couple of times in my life. Prior to that, so I am kind of doing a outward spiral here, going a little bit further, and checking out new places. Hungry Horse looks interesting, though. I would love to fish it. Oh, is it back? I did just see Bluetooth pop up and go away. Can you still hear me? Hold on. Let me turn it off. Let me turn it on. I see Bluetooth. It's okay now. Thanks, Dave James. Turkey, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, buddy? Colton Babs, this is really strange audio. Yeah, it's a Bluetooth mic. It gets wonky sometimes. When it does that, somebody just holler, say the mic is stupid, and I will fix it. Yeah, it's doing all right now. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I normally just have to turn it off, turn it back on again. I don't know what it is about Bluetooth. Bluetooth is not a perfect technology. It gets wonky sometimes. But it's a hell of a lot better than having more wires down. Oh, that's, speaking of which, I need to figure out why the hell my camera wouldn't turn on. We got 100% battery life. I'm still holding the soda. I was like 10 minutes ago I said I needed to get a drink. I didn't do anything. I'm babbling again. I didn't fix my camera. I didn't drink my soda. There's too many chats. I'm trying to keep up with chat. Here we go again. Guy just racing by. Well, that's not cool. Something wrong with... Wait a second. There it goes. Repairing your file. I'll repair your file. Grey Wolf said, good luck, brother. Thank you. I appreciate that. Michael Harrington, welcome to the stream. What bait do you use? We're running a worm rig over here, and we have a stick bait over on the other side. All right, we're recording. I don't know why it wouldn't turn on before. Stripers are best fighting freshwater fish. That is one, you might be right. Are they freshwater though, or are they, I thought those were always in brackish water. I think technically it's a saltwater fish that comes into freshwater. Am I wrong though? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's brackish. They're actually a saltwater fish that can move into brackish or freshwater. It's not a true freshwater fish. Yeah, we have in fact, we were gonna swap that out, but then we just caught the fish off of it. It's a live worm on a slow death rig. It's got a little Mac spinner and some beads. We've had a bunch of hits off of it so far. We've only caught one little walleye though. Striper hybrids. Sacramento River has a lot of them. Does Sacramento River connect with the ocean? Again, I think it's one of those fish that's truly a saltwater fish, but it can survive in freshwater. I wouldn't. That's kind of a unfair comparison, I think. But you're right. I've never caught one, but I've seen videos, and those fish look like they fight like nothing else. But I always considered that a saltwater fish. Hybrids live in freshwater. Yeah, they can live in freshwater, but it's not a true freshwater species. That's what I'm getting at. But that's one contender. You got me there. If we're gonna count stripers as a freshwater fish, then maybe carp wouldn't win the battle. I would call it a saltwater or a brackish water species. Tree Rogie said go closer to shore. We're in about 28 foot. We just hooked up at 25. We can. I'm kind of looping around. I'm trying to hit a couple of these spots that I marked on the map previously. They introduced hybrids into many California lakes. Oh, really? Huh. Yeah, that would be an interesting freshwater fish if they hybridized it and it can live 100% in fresh water. Isn't there white bass in lakes that look like stripers? I don't know, I've never caught a white bass before. One of y'all come hop on the boat so I can throw 2 more poles out. This is killing me. I want to try other lures. Any y'all around the Helena, Townsend area? Huh? Got room on the boat. White bass look like stripers. Yeah, I don't think we have white bass here in Montana. Catch them on crappie jigs. All right, well, we are shooting for lunkers here, so maybe we should mix this up a little bit. We could try something else on our, and it doesn't look real snaggy here. I think I'm gonna pull the pike line in. We're gonna throw something obnoxious on there, and then we're gonna throw the old water wolf on there and see if we can get at least some follow camera footage. What do you think here? Oh God, those have been baking in the sun. I haven't caught any fish off of this one yet, but I had so many cool follows the last time that I ran this rig. The Savage Gear Hybrid Pike. It's a lure with an attitude. Trying to think what we should throw out there. I guess we could let's do something that walleye and pike would bite off of, so we're not just fishing for pike. Let's get something a little less obnoxious. Sure Geese says flash lures. Colin says put it on. We slayed several 10-fish limits of white bass during the spawn. Large fillet size that tasted like dirty cardboard. Dirty cardboard. Brody asks, do you deer hunt? I haven't deer hunted since I was probably 17. David Rose says, I worked in Helena in the early 90s. Wish that lake had walleye then. They didn't have walleye in the 90s? Kelly Stone said Pacific Northwest coast here. Yeah, we're in Montana. The Pacific Northwest, not the coast though. Tremaine, I've showed you lots of my tackle boxes. Flash says you got 9 hours, you could always go back to trolling. Yeah, we could. Try a small fish about 2 to 3 inches. Pike and walleye will both bite. Mitchell, we can't use live bait here. We could use though. So we have a variety of different things we could troll with. Some of these are way too deep diving for what we'd be doing, like these. This guy will dive down to 27 foot, so these guys are not contenders. That one's a deep diver too. We could run. So what we're running right now is the Rapala F18, the floating minnow in brown trout. We have the pike, we have gold. This one is we could try gold. In fact, that's what I should try. No, that one's too deep diving. We're not in deep enough water. We could try, what was I gonna do? This guy. If I can get her out of the damn tackle box. That one is fairly long though. Ouch. God, why are treble hooks so sharp? There we go. I think this is a husky jerk. It's a Rapala. What do you guys think about a black, orange, and gold husky jerk? One's about 4 inches. Yeah, that'll work. Try the flat fish lure or hot. Let's run this one for a little bit. We're gonna swap out the 7.5-inch brown, the Rapala F18. Let's run slightly smaller stick bait, but stick to that same profile. We'll run that for an hour. If we get nothing, we'll switch her up. You guys will remind me in 1 hour to switch out the pike bait if we don't get any hits. How much free to shave your homeless beard? Running Man. Is that a reference to the old movie Running Man? God, I haven't seen that movie in a long time. You don't want to see me with a shaved beard. I look like I'm 10. I get carded still enough for cigarettes as it is. When I shave, I had somebody call the police the one time because they were convinced I was using a fake ID. I'm like, dude, I'm 42 fucking years old. Give me the pack of cigarettes before I fucking rage on you. Call the cops because I'm using a fake ID. Yeah, I have a baby face when I shave. Sub-zero is now just zero. Joel says I'd use that jointed lure you have there. We could try that. Let me run this gold one here. I know gold is a color that is a very walleye-y color. We're gonna run that guy for a little bit. In 1 hour, remind me and we can switch to a jointed one. Oh! Goddamn treble hooks. Ouch. Did I mention I hate treble hooks? Why do they make these things so damn sharp? Gold one will make it look like a shiner. Yeah, it should mimic a couple of different bait fish that are in here. I'm from Whitehall, Montana. Here, fishy fishy. Right on, Kevin. It's always cool to see other people from Montana in here. Track on gaming. Don't worry, I used to get so much trouble when I shaved my head and beard. Back when I used to have my hair down to my mid-back, everyone thought my ID was fake. Yeah, I used to have super long hair too. Last, I don't know, 5+ years, I shave it every few months. I can't stand having long hair anymore. It's so itchy and irritable and... Alright. Alright, both drags are set ultra light for the weenies. We got something on there already? How deep are we? 30 foot? This lure don't go down 30 foot. Hold on, we might have a fish on here already. Hold on, guys. We picked up some weeds or we have a fish. Like literally the moment I dropped it out there. It's acting funny. Yeah, it barely feels like anything. We might have just snagged a chunk of weed. It was making it act funny. Yeah, no fish. All right, back down she goes. Like, there's no way we caught a fish already. It does happen though. Again, it's the movement, it dropping down in the water column, like I was describing before. Erratic movements, changes in depth, changes in speed, all of those things can be triggers to get fish to bite. My dad and I made several small 4 fenders at 1/4 scale and trolled whole night crawlers on an 8-inch leader behind it. Caught many large cut bows. Nice. I didn't know you could troll for cut bows. That's another thing that's supposedly in here is cutthroat trout. Have you heard of 6 Sense Fishing Company? Yeah, I have a whole bunch of 6 Sense gear. I don't really like the company though. One of the owners, that Matt Milliken guy, I used to watch his YouTube all the time. That guy kind of irritates me. They do make some good gear though. I don't know, the Matt Milliken, if you ever watched his YouTube channel, he's such a crybaby. It's like he cannot live without drama. Anyways, you could run a deep diving crankbait, just put less line out. Pike love them. Oh yeah, so I have a whole series of deep diving crankbaits. This form factor, the Bandit 100s or the Berkeley makes one just like it. The Berkeley Dredger, Rapala makes one that looks like it. It's the DT, the Dives 2 series. We could try one of those out. I have these are the smaller ones. These are super shallow, 3 to 5 feet. These ones are all, I think, 5 to 8 feet. I have just tackle boxes full of stuff. But last year, this is almost exclusively what I trolled for Pike with, was that form factor, deep diving crankbaits. And I have a whole bunch of them. So these guys, these are, I think these are the dredgers. These are the Berkeley Dive 2s. Got a big old perch. But most of these dive way too deep. These are, well, they're varied. These bigger ones are, I think, 25 or 27 feet. Then there's like 20 feet, 15 feet. I think these are 12.5 feet. But this one, I think, was top at all. You could see all the teeth marks in it. This one lure has caught probably 50 pike last year. That one's I want to say this one is a Berkeley Dredger. Yeah, this is the Berkeley Dredger 25 footer. So I normally do fish quite deep for the pike. And yeah, running less line does bring them shallower, but not shallow enough. I could run, I mean, I got 12.5 footers, 17.5 footers. We could run one of those. Just a smaller lip. Yeah, they have smaller lips. The ones that go like the 25 and 27 foot, if you look inside the lip, they have a weight. So it's not just a bigger lip. They then start adding actual leaded weights, lead or tungsten weights inside of the lip to make them go even deeper. Michael Harrington asks, what's the biggest bass you've ever caught? I've never really caught big bass. 2.5 pound largemouth and like a 2 pound smallmouth. They're just babies. All y'all have probably caught way bigger bass than I have. Those crank caddy boxes are what I use. Made in a little town in your area. Oh yeah, David? Yeah, I stumbled across these. They're really, like, the clasps on them are annoying as hell. And sometimes the hooks get connected to each other, but out of all of the different lure tackle boxes that I've bought, I really like these the best. They keep your stuff way better organized. I mean, especially, what the hell do you put a 7.5 inch crank in? There aren't a lot of tackle boxes that you can fit many of them in. I hate how expensive they're. It's like 17 cents worth of plastic, and these damn things are $25 a box now. Fishing gear is the biggest racket in human history, I swear. You take 11 cents worth of plastic, put 5 of them in a pack and charge $8 for it. You take 30 cents worth of plastic, put a couple of stickers on it and sell it for $25. Like, it's just, everything is so overpriced in the fishing industry. How's the water clarity? Not great. There is a, I don't know if you guys can see it or not if I show the camera down. It looks like it's some kind of algae bloom. It's just, it's green water and there's little chunks of crap floating everywhere. Real foamy. Not clear water at all. Kind of icky. Let's just say I would not swim in that water. I don't swim, so that doesn't really mean a lot. If I swam, I wouldn't swim in that water. What's SoCal, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? We're at a new lake. This is the first time I've ever fished here. The fishing hasn't been fantastic so far. We have one little walleye. We've had a bunch of bites, which I'm guessing, I thought at first they were little perch, but maybe they were just also little walleye. There's supposedly really big walleye in here. The guy at the office said 10+ pound walleye is a fairly common catch here. The reason I came here... All right, GoPro, do your thing. The reason I came here is there's supposedly 30+ pound pike that are pulled out of here. The guy at the office said pike are a very few and far between catch here, but that when people do catch them, they're quite substantial in size. Brandon said, baby fishing, go saltwater fishing, buddy. Well, bring some saltwater to Montana. I mean, we're in a landlocked area. There is no saltwater here, buddy. We're in central Montana. This is Canyon Ferry Reservoir. It's been an awesome day so far. I just got back from the shooting range. Made an absolute amazing shot. Heck yeah, dude. I haven't been shooting in, I don't know, I shot a little bit last year. I haven't been shooting yet this year. Mark Clapper, the biggest fish I've ever landed was a 22.5 pound northern pike. The biggest fish I've ever caught that I almost landed, I estimate, was about a 50 pound common carp. I had him all the way to the shore. I couldn't fit him in my net. Is that your boat? Yeah, we're on it's a 16 foot flat bottom John boat. Really old boat I bought from my neighbor. Nothing fancy. It gets the job done though. But it doesn't do well in turbulent water. We got all these people that keep blazing by me and kicking up wake, tossing us around. Hopefully you'll land them next time. Yeah, I know. It would have been state record if I got that fat bastard in the net, but I immediately went and bought a bigger net. In fact, the guy at a guy and his kid at the boat launch were like, what are you planning to catch there, buddy? I use a quite large landing net. It's like 38 inches. Oh God. And I basically told them, the day you catch a fish that won't fit in your net, you'll understand why I have such a big net. They're over there with my Polly Pocket, you know, Barbie's first net. It's like, why you got such a big net? What are you planning on catching? I'm like, big fish. Now, so many people around you see with the little trout nets, you know, they're like 16, 18 inches, the nice rubber bottom. That's because all they ever catch is you know, little 12, 16, 18 inch trout. I bring a net so the next time I catch a state record, I'm not trying to catch it in Barbie's first net. I was so sad that day, and I'm still sad every time I think about it. Yeah, it's a big old landing net, and it actually works great on the boat. It's a little unwieldy at times, but I can take it. I can stick one end of it, you know, underneath. There's a little rib on the side of the boat. When the fish is in the net's down in the water, so the fish is actually in the water. It's better for the fish. Oh God, hold on, guys. All right, we need to get away from the damn boat launch. That's what the problem here is. Everybody and their brother is down here by the boat launch on their jet skis and their frickin' power boats. We're going back down towards the other end where there were fewer boats. No, not a fish. I turned too widely and settled my lure on the bottom, so we're probably full of weeds right now. But speaking of which, I forgot to put the water wolf on there. We got to pull her back in and put the camera on. We'll do that in a little bit. All right, or not. Let me get the weeds off here. Pretty sure it's weeds. Where are you? Central Montana. We are at Canyon Ferry Lake. Whoa! And I'm trying to get away from all the other boats that are... Seems like their life goal is to tip my boat. Good God, 252 likes. That's crazy. Yeah, that's 52. Appreciate all the thumbs up, you guys. That's awesome. I hope y'all are having fun fishing with me today. We've only caught one little walleye so far, but we did catch a fish. We are going to catch more. We're going to be streaming for the next, it's almost 2 o'clock, so we have about seven and a half hours left. This is the first time I've been at this water body. I've never fished here before. So we're trolling around trying to get a lay of the land here, see what the terrain looks like, where the fish are schooling, where the humps and bumps and craters are, looking for any structure. I'm just kind of marking the crap out of my map here anytime I see anything interesting. We have had quite a few bites, just one fish landed so far. The real killer. We're only watching to see if you fall out of the boat. I believe it. I believe it. No, but there are supposedly some true lunkers that are in this water body. I would love to fish it more often. It's a bit further than I like to drive. It's two hours away from where I live. But if there are some state records to be had in this water body, I won't feel so bad about driving 2 hours. All right. Oh, here come the waves again. God, I'm almost half tempted to go way further up here. I just don't know how far we're gonna make it before my cell signal craps out. SoCal, congratulations on 1K subscribe. I appreciate that, SoCal. Yeah, we've had over 100 subs already in the stream today. It has been absolutely fantastic. There was a period there where there was like 250 people in the room. It's been insane today. 251, 256 likes. Oh, somebody just downvoted. I don't know. Who are you people that come into fishing streams and hit the down button? What? Why? Who hurt you? Who hurt you, my friend? Downvote a fishing stream. Am I not pretty enough for you? Maybe I should shave my beard. I don't know. That's all good. You guys can downvote, I don't care. Oh, who are you? We might have a fish on this line. It's doing something funky here. No, that can't be a fish. All right, you're going back out. I don't care. All right, we're back up to 256. I don't get that. Who downvotes streams to begin with? Like, would you not slow down? People with small nets hating, right? No, that guy just glared at me. I gave him the slow down sign and I'm over here in a little flat bottom boat. Quit kicking me around. Yeah, you got a nice big fancy boat. Congratulations. SoCal, I'm good. How are you? What kind of bait are you using? Doggo Lover 98. So we have a Rapala Husky Jerk, a golden shiner over on the pole that you can't see. That's our pike pole. We're trying to pull pike out of here. This one is kind of our whatever pole. We're running a Rainbow Dodger currently, and we're going to swap this out in a little bit. We're not getting a whole lot of activity. A Rainbow Dodger, which is just, if you don't know what a Dodger is, think of a spoon. Spoons are curved. It's flat, but it's teardrop shaped. It's silver on one side, and it's got like a rainbow trout pattern on the other. And when you hook it on your line, when you troll with it, it just kind of wobbles back and forth. It's an attractant. It flashes, it brings fish in. We then run like a 4 or 5 foot fluorocarbon leader. And then on the end of that, it's called a slow death rig. It's got a max spinner, which is just like a little flashy blade on it that spins. A few beads, and then a slow death hook on it. The slow death hook is a weird wonky shaped hook that you feed a worm onto, and then it spins in the water. So we have like a full night crawler on there, you know, a 6-8 inch night crawler on the slow death hook, and it just spins behind the wobble. And it's one of those rigs that I throw out there when I'm not really targeting one specific species of fish. It's one that I've caught so many different species off of. It's like throwing a bobber and a worm out there. I know it'll catch fish. It's not the greatest for anything, but we're trying to see what's in here. We've caught one small walleye off of that one already. I know that there's rainbow trout, brown trout, cutthroat trout in here, Arctic grayling, walleye, obviously. A whole myriad, smallmouth bass. There's a whole bunch of stuff in here that we could catch. Yeah, Jack, I read the chat. You only need to say a thing once, maybe twice. Don't spam things, buddy. I appreciate you trying to help me. Thank you. But again, the mods are in here. That's their job. They're trying to get people to stop spamming, to not say irritating things. Dave James, what do you mean try it? What did I miss, Dave? Christopher, welcome back. No, we haven't caught any pike yet. We did catch one small walleye. Oh, is he trying to tell me to quit smoking? Yeah. Yeah, I don't particularly appreciate when people tell me that. I am a grown man. I know it's bad. It's almost 420. Oh, different rig setup from the other day. What rod and reel are you using today? Oh yeah, we're trolling in the boat today. Most of my streams have been from the shore. What we're running today is a Akuma Pro GLT. It's a trolling rod. It's an 8.5 foot rod, so a pretty long rod, but it telescopes down, so it collapses down to 7.5 foot. It's a medium, heavy, moderate action pole. So it's got a good amount of bend. I catch pretty small fish, anywhere from little perch all the way up to 10, 20 pounders off of this rig. It's paired with the Akuma Cold Water Series line counter reel. So it's got a line counter, a clicker, an audible noise. So when something bites on it, you get a noise. Really great drag systems on these. This is the 3000 series. I also have the 2000 series on some short poles that I normally run from the middle and the back. Don't get the 2000 series Cold Water Pros, they're junk. The 3000 series, one of my favorite reels that I've ever used for trolling. The 2000 series, don't waste your money on them. I have 2 of them, and every time I use them, I want to throw the whole goddamn pole in the water. They're garbage. The 3000 series, wonderful. I don't know whoever designed the 3000 series did not design the 2000 series. Let's just leave it at that. But that's what we're fishing with on both sides. We do have a handful of other rods for other purposes if we get there today. We're trolling around. This is a new water body for me. I've never fished here. So we're just looking for interesting terrain. I'm marking as I'm talking to you guys and as we're fishing, I'm marking any interesting contours, drop-offs, cliffs, ledges, bumps, humps, craters, weed beds, things of that nature. It's what I do anytime I fish a new water body. I oftentimes will spend, a few fishing sessions just trolling around marking stuff before I ever stop, anchor, and, jig or toss crankbaits. When I'm fishing for pike, I like to use rattle lures or swim baits. Both are really good. I normally don't troll with the rattlers. I do troll with swim baits sometimes, though. It's a nice rod. I haven't used the 3K series. I have a 2K series, and yeah, it was. The drag system on it is just stupid. It's so inconsistent. It's like you go from completely too loose to where like it won't hold anything to like you click, 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 and it's still too loose. Click, 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 click. It's still too loose, and then you do one more click, and then it's like it takes 15 pounds of pressure to pull it out. There's no real adjustment. It's either you have a lot of drag, which is too much, or you have no drag at all. And both of them that I have, they weren't like that at first when I bought them, but after 2 years of using it, the drag system, the drag is completely shot in both of them. I haven't yet put the Water Wolf on. I really want to. I'm a little hesitant to because I'm so unfamiliar with this place. I don't know. The place that I've been fishing at, that I've been filming at, I've been fishing that place, I fish there probably 25, 30 times a year, minimum. And I know that like the back of my hand. This lake I've never been to. I'm not too keen on losing a $220 camera because we end up going over some random hump that doesn't show on the Navionics map. I think I'm gonna here in a little bit. I thought there was gonna be more terrain changes here. It's a pretty boring lake bottom so far. There's not a whole lot. But it makes sense though, because it's not a natural lake. It's a reservoir. It's not really a lake, though they call it that. It's a river bottom. This is the Missouri River. It's just a reservoir between 2 points, two dams on the Missouri River. And in fact, somebody in the chat earlier said this is the first reservoir on the Missouri River, which makes sense because we're really close to Three Forks, Montana, which is where the Missouri River starts. I had never used the clicker system, just the starter. I love the clicker. It's so great, especially when you have, you know, like 4 poles or 6 poles when you're, you know, you have multiple people on the boat. It's really helpful to know which pole's going off. Again, and oftentimes, you know, I'm looking forward, I'm looking at my fish finder. It's nice to have that audible click to let me know. It's just like the bell when I'm carp fishing. It just, like that. I'm looking at you guys, but we just got a bite. But you get that, I wouldn't notice that if we were, and I think he's gone, but he was a paid actor. He's just showing you guys what the clicker does. I'll get with you after today's show. You'll get some fish food. Would be worth maybe live baiting. Yeah, Christopher. Again, I need to like put an FAQ on my page or something. I know all of you guys, wherever you guys are living, live bait is used all over the world. Central Montana, we can't do it. It's not allowed. How deep of water here? We're at the south end of Canyon Ferry. It's not super deep here. The deepest part that I've come across so far was 38 feet. I think the northern end of the reservoir gets down 60, 80 feet. So still not super deep, but twice as deep as here. You won't miss bites like that on a crank. Yeah, David, I don't know how to respond to that. How do you quantify that? Is it freshwater? Yeah, Eli, we're in central Montana. All we have is freshwater here. You miss bites. I don't care what kind of pole you're running. Not every fish gets a solid bite. I don't think it makes any difference whether it's a spin caster, you know, a bait caster, a crankbait. It doesn't matter. Watch some of my underwater. I have a lure camera, and I've started posting underwater camera footage of pike bites, perch bites, rainbow trout bites, and what I fish with oftentimes is crankbaits. You will miss fish like that on crankbaits. They jerk, they'll be hooked up like crap. They jerk a couple of times and all 3 hooks that are on it will come out. You would not believe how Houdini-ish fish are sometimes. Bass angler fishing, welcome to the stream. How we doing? We're doing wonderful. We got one fish landed so far. We're getting a good amount of, dang it, I forgot to mark that one. We're getting a good amount of bites. Not a whole lot of fish landed yet though. I'm just saying, Hank, crank's hookup rate is a lot higher than 1 hook. You may be right. That is a valid point. You will oftentimes get a better hookup rate on a crank, on a treble hook, or a multi-hook rig than you will a single hook rig. Thanks for clarifying. Yes, that's a more accurate statement. But you won't miss bites like that is a completely false statement. But the way you rephrased it makes more sense. Christopher Henderson. Oh, sorry, bro. I didn't know. Oh, it's all right. It's a common. We get that so many times during my streams, whether I'm fishing from the bank, fishing from the boat. I wish I could fish with live bait. We can't here in central Montana. There's one spot in central Montana that allows you to fish with live bait, and it's actually like 2 minutes from my house. It's called Okay, it's back. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. It's Bluetooth. I didn't read any bad reviews on this thing. What do you think of braided line? I run braided line on every rig I have, Sergeant Patrick. I prefer the tensile strength. Mono has better shear strength. So like mono or fluoro don't get cut as bad if you're fishing around sharp rocks, or if you're fishing for teeth with, or fishing for fish with sharp teeth. They have terrible tensile strength though. You break way more often. Both of them also have way more line memory. So like mono, you wrap it up on a reel, you cast it out, you could take it off the reel and lay it down and it's still coiled, and I hate that it knots up. So I don't use mono on anything. I switched to running pure braid when I was pretty young, when I was a teenager. I haven't run anything but braid since then. I do run, I'll tie on a fluorocarbon leader oftentimes. I'm fishing for. Most of my hook, anything that I'm tying, you know, any of my rigs that I'm setting up are almost all fluoro, but it's connected to a braid mainline. Biggest tip I give my clients: fish with baits. Bait helps. Seems like it messes up when you move a certain way or something. It's good. Now it's just saying, yeah, I haven't quite put two and two together. What if there's something I'm doing, if it's the way I'm moving, if it has to do with my signal strength? I don't know. But again, when it messes up, I appreciate you guys immediately just say exactly that, mic check, or you know, something like that. And as you see, I turn it off, I turn it on, and we're good to go again. I always lose a bunch of viewers though in the process. Meh. Busy says, apologies for the repost for Pike. I definitely recommend checking out Strike Pro Big Bandit. It's a realistic glide bait. When in doubt, I pull that out. Yeah, I don't know if I have a few glide baits. I don't think I have that particular one. It's got to be a signal issue. Well, Bluetooth, it's like Wi-Fi. And normally Bluetooth is fairly, I mean, I'm only 2 feet away from the camera. It's a fairly strong Bluetooth signal. But just like Wi-Fi, there can be interference. And sometimes it just craps out. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look and see if maybe, I did update the firmware on these when I first pulled them out of the box. Maybe there's a new firmware update. I can check the forums. Maybe there's some troubleshooting steps I can do. Because it does seem like it happens every stream, at least a few times a stream, we get weird mic issues. But the mic, I think the mic quality hands down is better than me trying to record just from the phone. Fish on? Is there a bite again? I don't know, that drag's pretty light. I'm pretty sure a goldfish would make that clicker go off. Was it bouncing? In the UK, we used to get imported lure called a bulldog, and it's a smaller version of a spring dog lure. No fish, it was a troll. Okay. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of pike and muskie lures that we could try. I was trying to throw on something that might get pike and walleye bites. I mean, I got half and a dozen different variations of this. Half of them still in the package. I mean, that's a 8.5 or 9 inch. There you go, bulldog. Is that what you're talking about? Toward the end, we're turning back around to head towards the signal. I only have 2 bars. We'll go back to 3. Give me a moment here, guys. Hang in there. We're getting back into signal. Kyler, welcome back. That's the actual lure. Can't believe it. Brilliant one, dude. Yeah, I have half a dozen. I don't fish them for pike. Though it would be a good one to try for monster pike here. Let me know when oh, we're down to 1 bar. Let me know when the signal quality improves, okay? Should take just a couple of minutes here. Now we got some big old Savage Gear swimmers. That's a 12-inch lure, I think. Good idea, SoCal. I put a stop sign. Or no, a stop light, red, green, yellow. Now we got blue ones, we got white ones. We have big, I think that's the Savage Gear Trout swimmer. I've cut a couple of pike off that, but and someone let me know if we're back. Yeah, we have one. I think that's interfering with the signal. Hang in there, guys, for 30 seconds. We'll get back to a 3-bar spot. Be patient. We're now at 2 bars. We'll be 3 bars in just a moment here. I'm getting away from the shore and back towards the boat launch. Super blurry, yeah. Give me a sec. The stream quality will improve in just a moment here. Blurry but steady. Let me know when the blurry goes away. Good now? Okay. All right, I just marked it with a money sign. All right, thanks guys. Thank you guys for the patience. Again, this is the first time we've fished this lake, first time we've streamed from here. So I'm finding our boundaries of where we get enough signal to actually to stream. So thanks for your patience, and definitely thank you for letting me know when the audio gets wonky, the video gets wonky. We'll map out kind of where our cage is and where we can fish. Alrighty. Out on a boat, hell yeah. Oh hey, would you blow me? How you doing? We're doing great. We've caught 1 fish. We're streaming from a new spot. Beautiful day out. Lots of boats out here though. They're kind of tossing me around everywhere. But we're having a blast. We've had an absolute amazing stream so far. Traffic has really died down, which seems to always happen over time. I never can hold, you know, that 100+ people in the room, but we still get a good amount of people in here. 35 is not bad. And if we could catch a fish, Normally y'all chat more and give the thumbs up and everything starts getting crazy when we get a fish in the boat. And that seems to trigger YouTube to shoot a few more people this way. Yeah, anytime we go to that looping, everybody leaves. And the stream, that's the first time that's happened this stream, and the stream usually never recovers fully from that. That's all right though. I can't believe we've had over 100 subs already today. That's just wild. I'm digging it. And those of y'all that are still hanging out here, y'all are awesome. We will catch some more fish. Again, this is a test stream. Oh god, the sky looks really pretty on the camera. It is, I mean, really beautiful surroundings. We got mountain range all around, and I don't know why it's so. I don't know if that's smoke from forest fires from Canada or if that's just fog. I don't know. Four days ago, you were 100 subs behind me. Now you're 200 ahead of me. Yeah, SoCal, we've had the last 4 days, my streams have just been absolutely lit. Getting like 16,000 plus views per stream, 200 plus likes. I've had anywhere from 75 to 90 some subs. Yeah, David, that probably is smoke. I don't smell it, which is odd. Matt, this is Canyon Ferry Lake. It's in central Montana. We're just outside of Townsend, Montana, which is about 30 miles from Helena, the capital. MGH fishing, it's hot one here. It's at 102, oh God. Now we finally have a little bit of cloud cover up here. Temperature in the last like half hour has probably dropped, I don't know, 5, almost 10 degrees here. I think we're back down in probably high 70s right now. Feels wonderful. You say you're between two dams. Do some trolling near the inlets and the outlets. Some moving water might help. Joel, I would if I could. Unfortunately, again, we're streaming in this is a very rural area. I can't believe we get cell signal here at all. When I was chatting with ChatGPT the last couple of days. Weird if you've ever spoken or used ChatGPT, but ChatGPT helped me find this lake. I've been trying to find places to stream around central Montana, but we get 2 to 3 bars of service if we stay within relative proximity to the boat launch, because there's been a new subdivision of houses that they're building here, and as part of that subdivision build out, they put up a cell tower. So there is limited cell connectivity here if I stay leashed within the area that is close to the community that got built over here. The north end where the dam is, there's no cell signal. The south end where the dam is, we haven't been too far up that way, but that's where all of the boaters, the jet skiers, the people out here playing are. So we haven't really got to test our southern boundary. We haven't really tested our eastern boundary here either, which we could do. I mean, we should do while we're out here. I'd like to catch one nice fish though. Let's. I'm going back to, and that is right there on the fish finder. That is probably the biggest fish I've seen on finder all day. We're at 35 foot. I'm gonna try and just let out more line. Try and throw a change up here. We're gonna turn the boat a little bit, just try and do something to get his attention. That is a monster on the bottom there. That I think is a pike. That's got to be probably a 40-inch fish down there. I mean, on the finder, it's one of them. It's big. Most fish are just little boop, boop. This one was like half the width of the screen. You ever see any elk swimming in this lake? I haven't, but you do see them, not often, but infrequently you see them in the wilderness and sometimes in the water. I see deer swimming all the time though. Do you have a sabiki rig? No, SoCal, I think SoCal was talking about a sabiki rig a while back. I never did check out the video to see what the hell a sabiki rig even is. Matt, we've known each other for, I don't know, a couple of months now. Maybe. We met each other, SoCal streams as well, and both he and I and Josie are in a lot of the other fishing streams. If you've joined any of the other fishing channels, a lot of the same group of people is always in each other's lives supporting their streams. No, we have not in person. We haven't fished together, but again, we hang out. We're fishing together right now, guys. You're fishing with me. You're all on the boat with me right now. But that's, I mean, not in person. And it's almost time to swap this lure out, I think. What time did I say? I don't remember. I don't remember. Where my lighter is. Like, I haven't moved 2 feet in the last hour. How did I lose my lighter? Oh yeah, there's a forest fire going on over here. Not huge, but I don't know if you guys can see the smoke over here. Where is it? Oh, camera's pointing the wrong direction. There we go. Got a fire going on over there. Go to that jointed lure. Yeah, Joel, here in a few minutes, I think we are going to swap her out and try something else. Probably a good idea to collaborate with other people if possible. Well, yeah, we do. There's a wonderful fishing community on here on YouTube. What are all these guys? There's like a boat party going on out here. There's like 6 or 8 boats all parked within like a 100-foot radius. I don't know if they're over there partying or if they're on the fish over there. Yeah, hey, would you blow me? We can't use live bait here in Montana. If you're like me, it probably wasn't lost, but in your head. I do that. I do that. Soft wobbly baits. Yeah. We were just looking at some of the soft wobbly baits when the stream decided to take a nosedive. Soft wobbly baits. It's a Savage Gear Rainbow. Got the big old paddle on the back. You mean soft and wobbly like that? Soft and wobbly like that guy? Soft and wobbly like that one? You've crushed big bass on that exact bait. Which one? The Savage Gear Trout? I've caught I think 2 pike with this one. Yeah, these are all my musky lures. Got another soft wobbly. How big is the boat? That's a 1648 flat bottom John. So 16 foot long, 48 inches wide. Not a very big boat. I would like to get a slightly bigger boat. But I also only have a half-ton pickup. I don't know how big of a boat my half-ton would comfortably tow. I'd hate to get one that's, you know, oversized for my truck. I'm not a super experienced with hauling trailers, boats, etc. I've owned this boat for 3 years now. So I have a whole box of soft and wobblies here. Let's see. These are smaller ones. These are probably more along the lines of what you were thinking of. Some soft and wobblies. Smaller boat. We have some neon. I don't know what the hell that's supposed to be. We have baby pike. We have baby perch. These aren't, I don't normally troll with baits like this though. These would be baits I would cast with. We got little shiners, some other little baby trout. Are you in a 1 or 2 rod area? 2. I have 2 rods out right now. If I had another person on the boat, I could have 4 rods out. Bigger boat, bigger motor, more money. Yeah. No, I picked this boat up for a steal. It's an older boat. The motor on it is a 1984 Johnson Evinrude 75 horsepower 2-stroke, running, you know, with a swap jet lower end on it. The boat itself, I think, is about a 1990 model Weld Tech Landau 1648. But I got the boat, the motor, the trailer, and a whole bunch of garbage for like $3 grand. I mean, pretty cheap. I've fished the hell out of it though since I caught it. Are you pulling crankbaits? We have one, it's about a 4.5-inch Husky jerk in gold and orange. And then on the other line we're running a Dodger that wobbles with a max spinner and a slow death hook and some different colored beads. Supposed to have good rainbow trout fishing out there. Yeah, I should, and in fact, the only pole we've caught anything off of is this guy over here. It's kind of my bullshit rig. Again, I'm running a Dodger on it with my walleye slow death hook, or slow death rig that I tied. I'm thinking about switching. What I'd like to do, and I think I'm gonna try this here in a little bit, is I'm gonna troll exactly like I troll for rainbow trout at Holter. That we normally, when we troll that way, it's a race to see who can limit out first. Who can get 10 fish in the shortest amount of time. Oftentimes we can limit out 3 people on a boat in 2 hours. And it's using a max flashlight, anywhere from 3 to 5 blades on it, with a wedding ring rig. And we might switch to that. I just need to see if I have any tied with 15 or 20 pound fluoro. I don't want them to get bit off by the walleye or the pike. Perfect boat motor for shallow lakes and rivers, absolutely. And that's what I bought it for. This is the biggest water body that I've had it in so far. This is the 3rd largest water body in Montana. It's 33,000 and some odd acres. It's absolutely huge. Large golden spoons, huh? Golden spoons for what? To target what, Sebastian? Sean Eaton. I've got an 89 original engine, boat 48 horsepower, Johnson on a bow rider. That's my pond boat, an ocean boat, 30 mile per hour top speed. All I need from... Yeah, I mean, this boat is more than enough for most of the water bodies that I put it in. The problem is here in Montana, we get really, really windy weather. And a flat bottom boat just does not do good in windy, choppy weather. One of these days I want to get a slightly bigger boat and maybe either a V-hull or a modified V-hull that handles choppy water a little better. Because it just limits me. I have to be really, really careful about when I put the boat in the water. Off a big gold spoon, Sebastian? Katrina said, my grandpa had an old stump jumper that's all dented up. Yeah, that's this. It's an old boat. It's had at least 2 previous owners. It's It's been beat to hell. It's waterproof, it floats. And now that I've fixed there were some problems with it. The fuel pump was wonky on it, the carburetors were wonky on it. There were a couple of electrical issues I had to take care of. So I've done all the fixing in the first couple of years. I haven't had any problems with the boat at all, the last year and a half. It runs, it starts every time I try to start it. It holds water. It gets like right now. We got boats passing by and you can see woo. This is what flat bottom boats don't handle well. Anytime you get waves, chop, it gets gnarly. Big lake trout and Yellowstone cutthroat from Yellowstone Lake while trolling. God, I want to catch lake trout. A big gold spoon, huh? Let's grab out the old bag of wonders here. Well, we have a massive 5 of diamonds, not gold. It's gold on one side. That's the biggest the variant. This is what I've caught big trout off of. They call it a red-eye wiggler. It's got 2 treble hooks on it. It's a weird setup. We have those 2, again, both sides. You have more rigs than tackle shop. I have a problem. It's an addiction. Sean, I just put super glue on my rivet that was leaking 3 years ago. It's still not leaking. Yeah, that's one thing I like about this boat. It is not a riveted aluminum boat. It's a fully welded aluminum boat. So there are no rivets. Everyone I know that has an aluminum boat that has rivets, it's a constant battle of fixing the leaks in it. Another big white one. Daredevil. There's the Johnson silver spoon that somebody was asking about. I've run this a couple of times. I've never caught anything on it. Joel Velders, I have all sorts of Daredevils. Those are the bigger ones. Then I got a whole box full of spoons. I have tons of spoons. I used to love spoons. I don't catch nearly as much stuff off of spoons as I used to. But we do have some gold in here. Bunch of Daredevils. Pretty much every variant of a Daredevil you could think of. Double spoon Lucky Strike. You got smaller. We could throw our Mep Cyclops out there. I don't know. I don't have any big, just gold spoons. I think that's just surprising, because I do like, for most of my rigs and setup, I love gold and silver, gold, bronze, silver, nickel. I think that's I have like the hammered gold little spoon. I didn't end up, I went over to Largent, I grabbed that lure that you left. I was gonna stream last night, but I was retarded, my math was off. I ended up at Mia's work and sat out in the parking lot for an hour. I was an hour off when she got off work. So by the time I actually got home, it was, 8:30. I rolled down to Largent. I took a lap around Largent, checking the cell signal, because I've never actually wandered all the way around. And I found there is one other spot at Largent that I think I can stream from. Travis was there, Travis Mann from Fish Brain. I sat and talked with him for a couple of minutes. He caught a nice bass while I was there. I took a picture for him. But no, I didn't even end up fishing last night after I got off the initial stream. But if we switch to a spoon, I think I'm gonna throw out the old red wiggler. I've caught big trout, brown trout, rainbow trout, pike. The only thing I haven't caught a walleye off of this one yet. Can't say tarded nowadays. No, whatever. We're all adults here. I'm not trying to disparage anyone. I'm saying it about myself. I'm retarded. If somebody's gonna get offended because I'm calling myself retarded, that's a you problem, not a me problem. I know. A couple of people use the large rubber squid tails for catching pike. Yeah, I have a handful of, the big squiggly tail ones. We're trying to throw something that both pike and potentially pike, trout, and walleye would bite off of. We only got 2 poles, so we don't got a whole lot of options. Not a ton of pike, but yeah, the pike are known to be huge. Savage Gear 40 line through trout. So I have the Savage Gear trout, not the line through one, an S-Waver 200 or Bulldog style plastics. I could throw a Bulldog out there. I don't think a trout or a walleye is gonna bite off of a Bulldog though. That is such a huge lure. Is that jibba or a cig? Should be a jibba. No, it's just a cigarette. Ever used downrigging? I haven't. When I do, so I run leaded line. When I do want to go deeper, I oftentimes will re-rig my leaded line to have a sliding sinker on it, and I'll throw like a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6 ounce sliding sinker on the line, which acts like basically an inline downrigger. I don't have an actual downrigger though. That you mount your boat, and no, that's a lot for a little 16-foot John boat. Yeah, I mean, if I had a 22-foot fiberglass V hull, I'd get a downrigger, but I try and keep the boat as uncluttered as possible. It's already hard moving around on a small boat like this without tripping on shit and getting tangled. What'd you catch the walleye off of? We caught it off this. I'm switching this out right now. We're gonna switch to what I catch trout off of at Holter. I'll show you in a sec here. Are you allowed to deadbait? Yes, with a very limited number of species. There's like a list of like 10 species of fish that can be used as cut or deadbait here in central Montana. Yeah, we were running this rainbow trout rig at Pishkin a couple of weeks ago. All I kept catching was, I was running trout rig at Pishkin, and all I kept catching was pike off of it. They would not leave it alone. They screwed up almost every one of my wedding rings that I had tied, biting off one or more of the hooks on it, leaving teeth marks all over in it. bear with me for a moment here, guys. So this is what the Dodger is. This is what I keep saying when it's a Dodger. It's like a spoon. It's got a little bit of a lip on it, but it waggles in the water. Exactly, Soka. Yeah, I have basically one that's set for the monster pike. We may not catch anything on it, but that's what I'm here for. Is a state record pike might exist in this water, and that's what I want to catch. And then the other one's kind of my bullshit pull: walleye, trout, bass. So I'm trying to use something that would attract more than one species. It may not be the best for any species, but something that's gonna get bites for a lot of different things. Now we're gonna try just for the heck of it. Good God, these boats. I need a bullhorn with an asshole button on it. And every time one of these people rips by me like this, I hit the asshole button. Yeah, these are all the lures I tie for trout and for walleye. A lot of them are very similar to each other. They're just different color variations. Yeah, the rig that I just had in the water, I've caught lots of trout off of. We're switching to one that I've caught more trout off of, though. I'll show you guys here in just a minute. Really similar setup. And it runs shallower in the water column too. Oh, good Lord. All right, so the first component here doesn't catch a lot of browns, but it catches rainbow. So this is called a max flashlight. Again, it's just an attractant. These spin in the water. Dang it. It's back. Yeah, my Bluetooth just connected and disconnected. Does it sound okay? Okay, cool. So yeah, if you guys want to go catch a bunch of rainbow trout, again, everybody tries to gatekeep this around here, and I don't know why. It's a really basic setup. Good God, this melted in my boat. This is supposed to be flat. It's slightly squishy. My boat sat out in the sun for a little bit too long, I think. Anyways, we'll run her. It's probably going to run a little wonky. But this is a max flashlight. They come in anywhere from single blades to 6 blades. This is a 4-blader. They come in pinks, yellows, orange, greens, any color you can think of. Green and pink tend to work really well for rainbows, though any of them that would work. But you run this on your line first. So I'm going to throw this on my clip. And again, there's no hooks, there's no nothing on this. This just purely acts as an attractant. It spins in the water, it looks like a school of fish, and fish from all over come in to look at you what this is. From that, you run what's called a wedding ring. And again, I tied all these. You can go and buy them from your sporting goods store. They come with really tiny, crappy hooks. They're tied on like 5-pound junk. You're better off buying the components and tying them yourself. It's really cheap, really easy to do. And we're gonna run. And I'm just trying to pick which color I want to do. All right. So this is a. Let me get this crusty worm off here. You can pick these up again pre-tied. They're a walleye rig. Sometimes they're sold as a salmon rig, a trout rig, but they're a max wedding ring. So again, it's 2 octopus hooks, a series of beads, and this is why they call it a wedding ring. The one flashy, shiny. It's got like fake diamonds in it, but that spins in the water and it attracts a ton of fish. And then, like their last rig we were using, it uses a little max spinner, which again is just an attractant. It looks like a fish, one little trailing fish behind a school of fish. But I'm getting close to the shore. Let me get back out. And I tie these different lengths. Sometimes I run 4 or 5 foot. This one's like, I don't know, 24, 26 inches. But we run that right behind the max flashlight. And then, unlike the last rig that we ran a full crawler on, we don't run a full crawler on this one. We run usually a half a crawler, just basically long enough to span these 2 hooks. Oh. Fish on! Oh. Feels little. Probably another walleye. Let's see if we can turn you guys. Not really. Are you still on there? This is off the... I don't remember what we're running over here. Oh, did he come off? It's either tiny or it came off, dang it. Let's see. Nope, we lost it. Felt like, again, just like an itty bitty. It's either a small walleye or a perch. No big loss. Now, I don't think a trout is eating. Maybe a brown trout would, but that's a 4.5 inch husky jerk. I've never caught a rainbow trout off a lure like that. Yeah, I need to worry less about showing you guys and get the fish in so I can show you the fish. I'm sure you guys would rather see the fish than me reeling it in. Next time, I'm not going to worry about the camera, because I think I did lose it while I was trying to flip the camera around. It felt tiny, though. Probably walleye. Perch are, I don't know what is wrong with perch. They bite at things that are 2 times their size. They have high hopes. I don't know. Anyways, let's get this rigged up and back out here. So I'm just going to pull off half crawler. And you want to try and get your crawler to lay flat. You don't want it all bunched up. So it's kind of like when you're putting, you know, a plastic on a hook. You kind of measure out and figure out where it needs to lay in order for it to lay flat. So something like that. Not a whole lot hanging off. That's not the greatest job. I could have done a little bit better there, but you get the idea. So just a short segment. You don't want to use a whole crawler on this rig. But this is what, you take this to Holter Reservoir or anywhere where there's a lot of rainbow trout, and you can usually do really, really good on this rig. Like I said, when me and my buddies go fishing at Holter, we'll have 3 people on a boat, and it's a race to see who can limit out first with 1 pole. And oftentimes 2-3 hours, the entire boat will be limited out. We'll have 30 trout caught in 3 hours. Not the most, it's fun, but most trout are like pulling in a wet sock. They're not impressive fighters. Except for one recent water body that I fished at, Willow Creek Reservoir. I don't know what the hell they feed them trout in there, but they fight like no other trout I've ever caught in my life. Check out on my channel, just search for Willow Creek in my shorts or videos. There's some videos of me catching them. I caught a 4.5 or 5 pounder there recently. Really good fighting though. A man that was there pulling his boat out of the water when I showed up there said that they're Kamloops trout, which is a specific strain of trout that comes from the Kamloops region in Canada, and they're renowned for the size that they get, and they're fighting. They're super acrobatic. They jump out of the water. They fight more like a salmon than a trout, and they didn't look like what I've known a Kamloops to look like, but they fought like a Kamloops has been described, and like no other trout I've ever caught. But yeah, this rig, this is the secret that they all try to keep on catching rainbow trout at these local reservoirs, and it seems to work almost everywhere. But again, this is one of them rigs that because of the drag from the max flashlights, it never really sinks deep in the water column. That drag, it keeps it fairly high in the water column. I would guess that it's probably somewhere, even if I have 120 or 150 foot of leaded line out there, it's probably sitting in the water column somewhere between 5 and 7 feet. It's never really too far below the surface. And the rainbow trout seem to feed and be in that region. I'm hoping, because we've seen a lot of walleye activity here in top water, that maybe we can lure in some of the walleye on it. But I've missed a whole bunch of comments here. Is your name Blue? If you're, yeah, the mods, the blue names are mods. We've only landed 1 small walleye so far. We've had quite a few bites though. Anywhere from just little nibbles to that immediately. This bull's been in the water for what, 30 seconds? That's the max flashlight rig I just threw out. Oh, are you still on there? Nope, we lost him. Damn it. I need to slow my troll down a little bit. Alright. But you see how fast that hooked up? it almost certainly rainbow trout, which is not really the species that I was targeting. But again, we should be able to catch one. I don't know what it is about this rig, this setup. It's just, we're way too fast for trout. We're 2.4. We were at 2.7. I'm going to slow it down to about 2.2. Sorry, Jared. I've been talking, not reading chat. Jared, I'm. All right, I'm gonna say this once for the people in the room. You're on my boat. I know you're trying to help, but please don't shout, don't repeat things like that. Don't tell me what to do. You're a participant in the fact that you're viewing and carrying along, but please don't bark orders at me. I'm a chill guy. You will irritate me with that, and I want to have fun here. I understand that trout are a slow troll. We're not. Trout is not our target species here today. I'm demonstrating for you a way to catch trout. We're really trying to catch a monster pike. Pike is a fast troll. Trout is a slow troll. So I'm in a happy medium, and I know you probably just joined here. We're trolling with a jet motor. It's hard for me to do 1 mile an hour in a jet motor. The slowest I can do is about 1.2. And again, that not a good speed for pike. So just please don't bark orders at me. You will piss me off. Okay. We used pink rooster tails when the steelhead were running upstream in the Manistee River. That works. Use a spoon that looks like eggs if you want to try and get brown trout. A spoon that looks, you mean like one of the hammered ones? That's got the, so instead of it being smooth, it's got the hammered finish? Is that what you mean by looks like eggs? Somebody get rid of 801. We should. I'm pretty sure that was a rainbow trout. And again, it just shows you whatever this rig is, whatever it is about it, it's a trout magnet. It wasn't what I was trying to catch, but pretty cool demonstration that within 20 seconds of it hitting the water, it got slammed. Let me get the camera over here, but I'm pretty sure we lost it. Trout have very soft lips. You'll rip right through them. We were going way too fast for trout. We're at 1.8 right now, which is a little slow for a pike troll. They will still bite at it. They like to chase things. This is towards the top end of what I would troll for trout. So we're kind of trying to do a happy medium here to be able to catch the multiple species. And free. I love your videos, brother. I appreciate that. Thanks for checking them out. I don't have a whole lot of content yet. We will be, I'm working to try and get some out. Where are you fishing? Central Montana. This is Canyon Ferry Reservoir outside Townsend, Montana. See mighty fine weather forecast. What's your favorite fish to catch? Hooked on fishing? Asked northern pike. That's what we're here. I suspect there might be state record northern pike floating around in these waters. They're not a common catch here, but from what I understand, the ones that are pulled out of here are absolute behemoths. 30 plus pounds. My friend hooked up, we think was a tiger muskie. It chewed through a 30-pound steel leader and literally almost capsized our little John boat. That must have been a big-ass muskie, dude. Stuart said subscribe to you. I appreciate that, Stuart. Thanks for joining the channel. He knows what he's doing. I'm not an expert on a lot of things, but there are a few things here that I know work, and I was trying to give a demonstration, and it just irritates when people start barking orders. Like, just chill. It's about patience, absolutely. Where are you fishing at? Central Montana, Canyon Ferry Lake or Canyon Ferry Reservoir. It's referred to as both. Danielle Rose says, saw you at Target? Oh, Largent yesterday. You were at Largent? Yeah, I was at Largent. I stopped down there right before it got dark. Flash was there, and he's like, I left you a Ned rig on one of the parking poles. I was like, okay. I swung over there, I picked it up, and then I saw Travis there. Were you the ones on the dock jumping, taking pictures? Who said that? I forget the name now. Chloe Fisherman said I subbed. I appreciate every last one of you that's hitting that like button, subbing to the channel. We're a brand new channel. We're growing rapidly here. It's crazy. I thank you all for hanging out and fishing with us. And sorry for the little outburst there. I got slightly irritated. I hate to do that. You guys won't see that again. Sorry. You can't. Oh, I'm scrolled way up here. I'm the boy. Which are you Travis's son? Who's the boy? I'm not quite understanding. How big are the fish in this lake? I mean, they range from itty bitties to monsters. The guy at the office, this is the first time I fished this lake, guys, so we're learning here together. I came here to fish for trophy pike, and as a bonus, there's about 5 or 6 other really cool species that are in here. Supposedly a lot of 10+ pound walleye are a common catch. Okay. Right on. You found my channel. The biggest pike I caught, 22.5 pounds, 42 inches. We're going for way bigger though. The state record here is 37.5 pounds. And this is one of 2, possibly 3 water bodies that I know of in Montana that produce 30+ pound pike. And this is one of those places that I don't think nobody fishes for pike here because they're such an infrequent catch. And I don't a lot of people know how big of pike actually can come out of here. I know because Fish, Wildlife, and Park does surveys, and I'm a nerd and I look at that data. But they've pulled 3 almost state record pike out of this water body in the last 10 years. Just doing their surveys. I have a bite? No, so this one, all right. So the Max flashlights that I put on there, those spinners, they create a ton of drag in the water. Not as much as like a cowbell setup, or there's various other attractants that people use for trout fishing. But those 4 blades spinning in the water do produce quite a bit of drag. So your pole's gonna bend over more than normal, and you're gonna have more sway than normal. As we go over these bumps and waves, it's gonna create that. Again, a bite is gonna beat a jerk. And as long as it's not a baby walleye, apparently, it should make an audible click on the pole. You'll hear it. Glitchy. All right, Katrina, thank you. I think we might have hit our outer boundary. We're still at 3 bars, though. I don't understand. Hold on. Props for the teaching. I try sharing knowledge I have. I'm not an expert, but I'm trying to share what knowledge I do have. And I usually don't just talk out of my butt. I like to know what I'm talking about when I tell people things. So if I'm saying something, it's coming from some basis of knowledge, not just my butthole. All right. There was a bite. What is with you finicky goddamn fish today? Are walleye just super finicky biters? I've caught a handful of walleye in the past. I don't know a whole lot about walleye fishing, but we have had so many just bite and let go today that I think walleye are just weenies. It is a bait caster form, but you will never cast with a pole like this. They're dropped off the side of the boat. I'll demonstrate in a moment here. Good God, we're like trapped in a vortex of freaking waves here. I'm gonna speed it up here. And that's one thing, it's slow trolling in a jet boat is, it's hard when you get current and wind. You just gotta remember what's keeping you straight is water flowing out of the back of your boat. Do we have a fish on here? Hold on a second. Yeah, there's no pike in that back pond. It is tiger muskie, and there are monster tiger muskie back there. It's just a pain in the butt to cross that river, and I can't stream from there. I do go there a few times a year, trying to pull the muskies out. I've had one solid bite that was a muskie back at large at Bend Pond number 3, but I've never had one on the line for more than a few seconds. All right, we're slowing it back down a little bit. We back trolled when walleye fishing on Lake Wheelan. All right, let me get resituated here. But yeah, that was another bite on the husky jerk. Well, that's got to be like the 10th, nearly the 10th bite we've had today that's just slam and then gone. Any of y'all fish a lot for walleye? Is that common for walleye? Again, I've caught probably in my whole lifetime a dozen walleye. I'm just curious if that's common behavior for them. Jet boat sucks for steering. They do. It's like, I don't know, it's like driving a snowmobile on ice. You know, the reactions are super delayed. You do more, there's no precision about any of it. When the wind picks up, when there's waves, which we're getting towards we're past noon here. The wind is gonna start picking up as we get darker here. We're not supposed to have big gusts, but it does. It gets real hectic when the wind picks up. I'm convinced I've turned into a snake, took a shower, and my skin's peeling off. That's why I wear these long sleeve shirts, and oftentimes I'll be wearing my hood when I'm out. It's 95 degrees out and I'm dressed for winter. These shirts are super cool, but yeah, I get so sick of getting sunburns on top of sunburns. $300 likes, wow. All right, so we've passed our previous high by almost 100. Now it's not Daniel. It's a muskie. It's not pike. There's no pike in that hole back there. There's pike in the Sun River, but Largent Bend number 3 has tiger muskie. No pike. Yeah, they'll come off right away or at the boat. Okay, David Rowe. I figured it was just a weird muskie walleye bite. But yeah, they've just been slamming it and then gone. Maybe that one drag needs tightened because it hasn't stopped clicking for a long time. Is it moving? Well, see, we had the problem. The one that we caught was such a itty bitty baby. It was bouncing over there and not pulling hard enough to, I mean, that's, yeah, their drag should be fine. William, do you fish every day? I fish a lot, sometimes every day. I wish I could fish every day. I still work full time. I'm in the middle of remodeling not only my house, but my mom's house next door. My to-do list is 3 million miles long and I'm fishing. Not the most responsible thing to do in the world, but I get sick of working. Got timeout. I don't know why it didn't let me type in chat. Again, I trust my mod. You were probably they thought you were trolling or you were repeating yourself over and over again. That's usually what you'll get a timeout for. I apologize. Sometimes mistakes happen, but try not to repeat yourself. There's so many people in here trying to chat at once. It's hard for me to keep track, and the mods are just trying to help out. So just try and be, not saying don't chat, absolutely chat. Just don't repeat yourself. Don't spam. And the clicking you hear, yeah, it's an old motor. There is a clicking noise that comes from the motor. You say walleye have paper mouths. Okay. Yeah, I get that with rainbow trout sometimes. Again, if you troll too fast, you'll rip right through their mouth. The walleye seem to have much more substantial, gristle. There's more to them. But they just seem really finicky with their bite. How can you be 100% sure there's only muskie and no pike in there? Because Fish, Wildlife, and Park does surveys there every few years, and they know what's in there. They post what's in there. I have fished the crap out of that pond. I know what's in there. If there were pike in there, you would never catch a bluegill in there. You would never catch, they would breed like crazy. The only reason that lake isn't full of tiger muskies is tiger muskie is a sterile species. They can't make more tiger muskies. If that pond had 2 pike in it, it would have nothing but pike in it. Those pike would eat everything in that little pond. I guarantee you there are no pike in Largent Bend number 3. Yeah, it's tiger muskie. If he caught anything that resembled a pike, it was a tiger muskie. Because they do stock them in there for the the sole purpose of controlling the white sucker population. No eels for you. Eel would be a cool fish to catch. I don't think we have any. The closest thing we have to an eel here in Montana is a burbot, or they call them a ling. They're like a freshwater eel. This pole's been acting funky. I just want to make sure we don't have weeds on it or a baby fish. Nope. Alright. Behind. I was yesterday fishing. Maybe I'm wrong. We didn't see it all the way. Yeah, I can assure you, it's not a pike. It was a muskie. If he caught anything that you guys thought was a pike, he was on a tiger muskie. Georgie, blessed day. Thank you. Mr. Habitat, beautiful. It is really pretty out here, isn't it? How old are you? You said you're retiring soon. People don't just retire when they're old. I mean, what am I now? 42? I'll be 43 this year. I technically don't have to work right now. I'm not rich, but I'm good. I don't need more money. I've made really good investments and got kind of lucky financially. I work now because I'm trying to save more and invest. I'm not ready yet for retirement. I still don't hate my job enough to just quit it. It's getting real close to that though. My whole life I have worked real hard, saved. I've never lived extravagantly. I could afford to go out and buy a $100,000 boat and have one of these. I buy a $3 grand boat that's I've been kicked through a few people. I've always been like that. I don't wear nice clothes. I don't drive nice cars. I've lived well under my means my entire life. So one day like now I could say, I don't want to work anymore. I want to go play. And I have the financial means to do so. So that's the point that I'm at in my life. And I'm getting too damn old to work. I don't want to work anymore. But I'm really far behind Chad again. Let me try and get caught up. Shane Goodwin, we're walleye trolling for walleye, rainbow trout, brown trout, or pike. How do you become moderator? Hang out here, be part of the community. You know, if you've been in here a handful of times, you're a good member, you chat, you're nice to other people. I see you're answering people's questions, helping them out. You're helping me. Show me you can be a moderator and I'll make you a moderator, basically. Fish on. Where? You caught fish? I didn't catch a fish. Can I buy the old thing? What old thing, Andrew? Will you quit fucking trolling me? On or off? See, this is when I get irritated, when it's like, I get a bite and then it's gone. I get a bite and then it's gone. And I'm just, why? We're not sitting down anymore. We're watching. All right. Is that an old Johnson? It is. It's a 1984 Johnson Evinrude 75 horsepower two-stroke with a jet bottom end. Older than dirt, and it's a die-hard. I found out after I bought this that apparently they're highly sought after these days. The weight on these is apparently substantially less than the newer motors of same or similar sizes. So people like to take off the brand new Johnson Evinrudes, you know, the new 4-strokes, and toss on one of these old suckers because they weigh so much less, especially on smaller boats like this. You should fish Sturgeon Lake. There's a ton of walleye, pike, burbot. It's in Sturgeon Lake in Alberta, Canada. Oh, really? We're right by Alberta. Sturgeon Lake. I'll have to remember that. Deeper, we were 28 foot. I think that was weeds. That didn't look like a fish. I think this lure's going deeper than I think. Yeah, tiger muskie is just a sterile cross between a northern pike and a muskie. They oftentimes stock them in ponds for the sole purpose of controlling an overpopulation of a particular kind of fish. But they grow to be monolithic sizes. They live about 10 to 12 years. And it's not uncommon for, in those last few years of their life cycle, for them to get to be, you know, well over 20, 25 pounds and upwards of 50 inches. They're like a tiger muskie on a northern pike on steroids. Yeah, we ran through some weeds there. This one's got chunks of nasty mud and weeds. We hit bottom there at some point. You always got a tab in. I do. You seen my logo for my channel? I always do when I'm fishing, when I'm working. These dang cigarettes, you light them and they go out, and then I try not to smoke as much, and I find if I just hold it in my mouth, it's often enough to keep me from lighting up one after another after another. Walleye are an annoying fish. Don't you mean 75 horsepower. It's not a 7.5 horsepower. It's a 75 horsepower. It's way oversized for this little boat. This little boat, I think, came from the factory with, it's rated for up to 30 horsepower is what the sticker on it says. Somebody at some point in time dumped the 30 horsepower and put this big old 75 horsepower. But I think they did it because, again, they swapped the bottom out from a prop to a jet, which you lose it's like 25 or 30%, something like that, of the horsepower essentially in the conversion. So while it's a 75 horsepower motor, you're only getting the strength of, like a 50 horsepower or a 45. But no, I meant 75, not 7.5. This boat will comfortably cruise about 35 miles an hour. It gets up and goes. And sorry, I'm way behind in chat here again. Let me catch up. What's 5 fish you need to catch before you die? Tiger muskie, gar, lake trout. Well, we're just talking Montana fish here. I would love to catch either a bull trout or a golden trout. Bull trout, golden trout. What else is there? Oh, scratch one of those and replace it with burbot or ling. Yeah, the jet, so there's advantages and disadvantages of both. A jet motor allows you oftentimes to get into much shallower water. A prop sticks down further in the water. Jets run shallower, so you have a shallower list, they call it. So I could go in 8 to 12 inches of water. I can get in shallower than that, but again, your jet, the foot, they call it, hangs down about 6-8 inches below the boat. So that's about as deep of a water as I can get in. A prop, you can get in shallow water, but you're gambling every time you do that. You're going to shear your prop pin off, and then you're going to be dead in the water. So that's one of the main reasons that people switch to jet is to get into super shallow water. The disadvantage really of them is that when you're fishing in weedy water, you suck up. I mean, your propulsion is sucking water and pushing water. So if you go through big weed patches, floating weeds, your intake for the jet sucks that crap up, it clogs up the grate, and then you're dead in the water. Whereas a prop motor can oftentimes spin and cut through that. So they have their advantages, disadvantages. But that's why a lot of people who run a jet boat or a jet motor run a secondary trolling motor that is a prop. So you can, if you get in an area that's super weedy, you can kill your main engine. They'll either run a kicker, which is a smaller motor on the side that's a gas motor, that's a prop, or they'll run an electric trolling motor. Prop, I think in a lot of circumstances is a better motor to run. But if I suck up weeds, I can kill my motor, go down there, clean the grate off, and I'm good to go. You shear your freaking prop pin off, you lose your prop, it falls off into the water. So unless you have a spare prop and a spare prop pin, you're shit out of luck. It's not like you can just stop and fix it real quick. I can stop, I can clear the grate off, even if it gets up into the system, I can take and blow through, the tube, and I can usually push any debris out. So To me, I like the jet because it's more reliable. I'm not gonna. I don't feel like I'm ever gonna get stuck out somewhere. I have seen so many people. They run a little bit too shallow. They shear their prop, and then they're stuck out drifting in the middle of the lake, and they're paddling back to shore, or waiting for somebody to come tug them in. There's an abundance of gar. You can catch them on accident here. I hear that, Katrina, some places they infest the waters. We don't have many of them here. Oh, Daniel, I've caught 2 of the 3 species of sturgeon that we have in Montana, and the third one I won't target because they are, from what I understand, white sturgeon here in Montana are nearly extinct. The last I was reading about them said that there are suspected to be 50 white sturgeon of breeding age left in the wild here in Montana. So they're almost extinct. And as much as I would love to catch them, definitely it would be a bucket list fish. I would feel so horrific if I ended up killing 1 of 50 left in the wild. That's one of those species that needs to be protected. Nobody needs to be fishing for a white sturgeon. If there's that few of them left, they should be highly protected. Nobody should target them. We should be doing everything we can to save that species, not pull them up and take a picture. The fish that I catch are abundant. If I killed everyone I ever caught, I'm not going to make a dent in the population. That's not true though. The other 2 kind of sturgeon, pallid sturgeon, are not as in bad of shape as white sturgeon, but they're also highly endangered. So shovel nose really are the only ones that people should be targeting, but unfortunately pallid and shovel nose coexist in a lot of the same waters. They eat off the same foods, so you end up catching both of them when you're fishing for one. But yeah, gar we have in eastern Montana, short-nosed gar. I don't know if there's an abundance of them or not. We just don't have them in central Montana here. Goofy Goober says, want to know something crazy? What's up? Tell me something crazy. Sad, those fish are beasts. Yeah, there are an absolutely amazing fish. Again, all sturgeon they call them a living dinosaur. They're one of those few species that exists on this planet that they have remained relatively unchanged from the dinosaur times. They're a living dinosaur. They've managed to not die off like the rest of the dinosaur species. On the Gasconda River in Missouri, you could be wading in the water a little bit to fish, and you'd have a car sitting next to you. Oh, you mean like sunken cars? They did that a lot here in Montana. So like, back in the 40s, the 50s, maybe even up to the 60s, on the banks of rivers to prevent or deter erosion, they would push old cars out and line the banks with them. In fact, next time I'm streaming from the Missouri River, when you see a Broadwater Bay stream that comes up, ask me to go show you the line of old cars. They're really cool. They're like old 20s, 30s, 40s models, and there's a whole string of them along the bank. Some of them still have, shiny chrome on them. Most of them are rusted, almost 90% through, but there's pieces of them that are still almost in immaculate condition. Oh, you mean gar, not car. Okay. We're talking about 2 different things here. Yeah, I've seen people in certain places, they throw a cast net and they get back, like 100 gar in a cast net. It's insane. I think the only fish you're going to do that around here with is bluegill. This is killing me. We had one bite within 30 seconds of dropping this rig in the water, and now we've been 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and not a peck at it. Lake Havasu in Arizona has a stellar program in place to improve a world-class fishery. Yeah, Montana spends millions, and in fact, that's one thing I was worried about in this particular lake. Before I was coming here, I was reading, and we have a really big aquatic invasive species program trying to prevent invasive fish, invasive plants, invasive crustaceans from being introduced to our waters. And I think it was 2014 or 2016, one or more invasive species was found in this water body, and they shut down all the boat launches. Unless you were a local, you couldn't even put your boat in here. They've spent millions of dollars cleaning it up, and they finally removed the restrictions, apparently within the last couple of years. But you used to have to get an inspection before you put your boat in here, an inspection every time you took your boat out. But yeah, the state of Montana has spent countless millions of dollars eradicating whatever it is they found in here. What are you trying to catch? We're targeting trophy northern pike, walleye, trout. The goal was to catch a monster pike here today, but there's not a lot of them in here. But the ones that are in here are absolute monsters. Turn around and go back. We're not quite at the end of our leash here. Almost. A buzz? Oh, you're trying to catch a buzz. I'm slow. Took me a while there. 10 years ago, Babcock Pond, the deep dropped 15 huge oak trees, and now some of the best bass fishing around. Yeah, sometimes it just takes introducing the right structure, and it'll really help a water body blow up. No, the gnats disappeared. Now that you mention it, I haven't swallowed one in a few hours. It was just this morning. It has to have been within the last couple of hours they quit. God, those were bad this morning. I'm pretty sure I still have at least one stuck at the back of my throat. Ulas, welcome back to the stream, buddy. When did you catch a walleye? We caught one. It was, what did it end up being? I guessed it was 10 and it ended up being 11 inches. Just a little baby walleye. We've had a whole bunch of bites, but they're just finicky bites. What's your favorite rod? So my favorite all-around rod is an Ugly Stick Carbon, medium light, fast action. Super lightweight, super sorry, I thought I saw the pole bob in there. Super lightweight rod, super, like you could feel everything on it, but really, really durable. And I pair it with a Piscafun 1000 or 2000 Carbon X2 series reel. It's just a spin rod. Really lightweight. It's a finesse rod, but I use it for everything. I catch big pike, big carp, big catfish off of it. It's not meant for big fish. It's rated for way, way less than what I do. I abuse the crap out of it, and it takes it. I love them. No, Ulas, so the apparently 10-pound walleye are quite common catches in this water, which are more like 30, 32, 34-inch walleye, not 11. So 3 times the size of what this one was. I would hate to have a lake with inspection like that here in Texas. We don't do that crap. Yeah, again, it's because fishing is such a huge part of the revenue for the state of Montana. Montana, central Montana, it's considered a world-class blue ribbon fishery for trout. People come from all over, mainly to fly fish. And this particular water body is upstream from those blue ribbon waters where everybody goes. So when an invasive species comes in here that threatens to potentially impact the revenue that they're making from the trout fishery here, they throw out all the stops. Again, there was almost an entire year where nobody could fish here while they researched and figured out where the infestation was. They apparently had teams of scuba divers here every day diving and manually locating and removing. And it took about 5 or 6 years for them to eradicate whatever it was. I can't remember if it was a aquatic weed species or if it was one of the mussels. I was reading about it last night before I came here, trying to figure out if I was going to get hassled at boat launch for an inspection, because it's been a while since I've cleaned my boat out. Average 1 to 5 pounds around here mostly. Yeah, the biggest I've ever caught is 6.5 pounds, which I thought was a monster, but it's a baby compared to what's in here. Kartik King channel, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Invasive Chinese fish in Florida and other states. Yeah, the invasive Chinese carp are in quite a few states and water bodies. I think we have them in a couple of water bodies here in Montana, but it's not become a huge problem. I don't think it's in central Montana here where the trout fisheries are. Willie says, wow, you've been live for a minute. Yeah, we'll be live until probably 9:30, so we got another 5.5, 6 hours. Do you know what guppies are? Yeah, I know what a guppy is. Normally people have them as pets in their fish tanks. Strive, welcome to the stream. We have only caught one fish. We've only landed one fish, one 11-inch walleye. We've had tons of bites. They don't seem to want to stay on the line though. Alejandro, welcome to the stream. There's still time. Oh yeah, no, we've been fishing. I got here late in the day. We didn't start fishing until 9:30, 9:45 this morning. So we missed the peak opportunity. Morning and nights, you know, right after sunrise, or right before sunset are the peak times for fishing around here. We've been fishing the crap part of the day so far. The hot, high sun, the heat. Fishing should improve the later we get today. No, I meant to get here way earlier this morning. I had my alarm set for 4 a.m. And I'm pretty sure Mia woke up and turned my alarm off on me. So I didn't actually crawl out of bed until 6, and we didn't get out of the driveway with the boat until 7. And then it's a 2-hour drive here, and it took me a half an hour to get this is one of the few places around here I had to pay a $6 fee to launch the boat, and I sat and chatted with the people in the office for 10-15 minutes picking their brain. I always like to ask, what people are catching, what they're catching it on, what they're not catching. So I picked their brain for a little bit before I left the office today. So we didn't actually get the boat in the water till about 9:30. So we missed, the 4 peak hours of fishing this morning. Next time we stream from here, you'll see me on, I like to get on the water like just as the sun is cresting over the horizon. Yeah, it happens. It wasn't bad though. I didn't get, and it's always the case before I go fishing, especially when I'm taking the boat out. I spend too much time reading, researching, planning the night before, and either I don't sleep at all or I end up sleeping for like an hour and then I'm just dead all day. So I didn't fall asleep until like 2:30 a.m. So I ended up getting a couple extra hours of sleep, which is probably for the better. We missed good peak fishing, but I'd have been dragging ass all day otherwise. You're only seeing just a tiny little chunk. It's 33.5 thousand acres, which is a hard number to wrap your head around. It's huge. Miles and miles and miles. You always say you're gonna be up by 6, meaning 10. I'm usually pretty good about getting out when I say I'm gonna get out. Usually what slows me down is waiting for other people. I tell people 4 a.m. or 6 a.m. we're leaving, and I'm always banging on somebody's door or waiting for them to show up. It was glitching early. Yeah, it seems like the closer I get to the shoreline here, and that's something that I was reading about. I was reading about cell phone propagation, and it was saying that actually something about the surface of the water helps, that you will actually get a stronger signal out on a flat water body than you typically will next to a shoreline. That something up the surface of the water helps propagate a cell signal. So it seems like the closer we get to the shore over there, which does have a bit of a cliff, the poorer the signal gets. So there's kind of a sweet spot here in the middle that we're getting 3 bars of service. So again, we're kind of limited as to where we can fish here. I'm just kind of trawling a pattern back and forth in this area where every time you guys say signal starts getting crappy, I mark it, and I'm trying to mark my boundaries where we're caged into. Lake George, New York is 29,000. It's massive. So wow, yeah, this is bigger than that, 35,000. And this is the 3rd largest water body in the state of Montana. I think Fort Peck is the largest. I don't know offhand how big it is, but it's absolutely monolithic. And then I think the 2nd largest is either Flathead or Tiber. Is there any catfish in that lake? I would imagine there's probably bullheads, yellow bullheads, black bullheads. I don't think, there might be stone cats in here too, because technically this is the Missouri River. Channel cats, I've never seen or heard of anyone catching one with any legitimacy until you get about 100 miles downstream from here in the Missouri River. That's where I go check. So if you were to look at a map, look like Loma, Montana. All right, that's a good fish. Fish on. Oh, is he still? Yes, he's still there. There we go. Finally. See, as I've been saying, when you get a fish, you'll know there's a. Ooh, that one feels nice. Not a monster, but I think we either have a good-sized trout. This feels more like a pot or a. Excuse me, a walleye. That might be a trout. Fish on, fish on! But we're gonna ease her in here. Hopefully we don't lose it. I'd like to get a decent fish for the stream here. She's still on there. She's on there. Oh, that might be a little bigger than I thought. Definitely not huge, but not one of those babies we caught before. All right, we're getting close here. That's a trout, rainbow trout. Hold on here, guys. Stay on there, baby. Not a bad sized one. Landed. Alrighty, guys. 2nd fish of the stream, and this one isn't a baby. It's not huge. Just at a glance, I would say it's probably about 25, maybe 26 inches. Fought harder than I expected. Really pretty colors, though. Oh, chill, chill, chill. Oh, God, he got me with the fucking hook. Ouch. That's one thing I don't like about trout. You can't grab them by the back of the neck like you can a pike. And he just thrashed around and I got a hook in my knuckle for a second there. So I'm bleeding like a stuck pig over here at the moment. Give me a minute. Oh, how did you manage to do that? He's got the line through his mouth. Hold on. Why do they gotta be difficult? Quit. So the hook has gone all the way through his lip. And now I have, it's like a line through pike lure, or a trout lure. He's got a line going through his lip that I now need to feed 2 hooks back through his lip to get out. Give me a moment here, guys. This is gonna take a minute for me to unhook this guy. I don't know how the hell they managed to do this. Oh, there we go, there we go. Alrighty. Whew. There we go. Oh, oh, God, no, 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 no. Very pretty little rainbow trout. Oh. Try and get a picture for the camera here. Let's get a quick weight on this one. This one does not look like a wild trout. I think this is a stalker. Oh, she's 17 inches. So not nearly as big as I thought it was, but a very beautiful, very pretty fish. I'm gonna get a quick picture, put her on FishBrain. If you guys use FishBrain, you can find me on there. It's at Vox, V-O-X. We can get a quick picture and we'll get her back in the water. There we go. One more quick show for the camera here, for those that didn't see it. Yeah, we're not gonna weigh it. We're gonna get it back in the water. There she goes. Very nice. Yeah, she hooked me right in the knuckle. Ouch. Yeah, it may not, somewhere around a pound. Not a big one. Pretty. Thank you, SoCal. Oh, wrong one. I pinned Greg right saying cool. That's not what we were going for. Thank you, Katrina. Thank you, SoCal. There we go. But yeah, this rig, and I forgot to mark. All right, we'll mark roughly. I keep forgetting to mark where we're getting the bites. Not a bad fight though for a little trout. Definitely hit the rig harder than those walleye I've been hitting it. We're at Canyon Ferry Reservoir outside of Townsend, Montana. Let's get another worm, get this rigged up, and we'll throw her back out in the water. And I think it's time to switch up on the other lure, or the other side there. Oh. A moment to get this baited back up. There we go. $300 likes. Yeah, it's crazy. Y'all with the thumbs up, the subs today, y'all are killing it. This has nothing to do with me. This is all you guys. Thank you. I'm just glad people are enjoying coming along for the ride. I have a blast out here fishing, and it's honest, it's even more fun having you guys as company. So thank you guys for joining me, keeping me company, hanging out. But we do stream 2-3 times a week here. We got a great group of people that's in here all the time. We are getting dangerously close to the bank here. Thankfully, we're still in 25 foot of water, which is surprising. Seeing all sorts of fish over here too. Still, yeah, we still have. I was just gonna swap out for a different lure. Yeah, one pole is gonna stay in the water for the pike. That is my sole mission here, is to catch pike. This is when I'm fishing, I usually have one target species pull and one what I just call it a bullshit pull. You know, we'll switch stuff out on it. We'll try and catch whatever else may be in here. But normally when I'm fishing somewhere, I have at least one target species in mind. And this particular water body, any and every time, yeah, I did, SoCal, thank you for reminding me. This particular water body, my target species that we may not get into today is northern pike. This water body, I think, has a great potential to hold a Montana state record, and that's why I'm fishing here. That, and it has cell signal, which is perfect. I can stream and go for a state record. So yeah, one pole is going to remain in the water, targeting specifically pike. Again, we did switch over to a slightly smaller lure that might also entice some of the walleye into biting. But we're mainly, that's our pike pole that you don't see off on the screen. You're watching our bullshit pole. We're playing with this pole. Yes, SoCal, thank you. Thank you for reminding me, because I do forget that. If you guys can, anytime you see the pole go crazy, at least a couple of you say, GPS, pin the spot. I'm trying to mark, and I do this at every water body I fish. I mark every time I hook up while trolling a fish. I'll show you guys sometimes. Maybe I'll post a picture on my community page or something along those lines. You will see that patterns develop, that there will be just clusters of, you know, when I roll over this spot, I'll tell you, we're about to come up on a spot that I've historically caught a lot of fish, and you know, the line will go. So yeah, if you can remind me to mark those spots, it really will help me in the future. Did you lengthen the rod? Yeah, I think I pulled her out. No, yeah, I did. Drag set super light. In fact, that's too light. We can let them babies bounce around on there. I want to get good solid hook sets. Thank you guys. It's helpful when you remind me of stuff. Canyon Ferry Reservoir, Central Montana. Yes. What are you smoking? I'm going to switch to your brand, the Infinite Burning Cigarette. They are actually super long burning, but they go out constantly. American Spirit Mellow Menthol. Don't smoke though. The best decision you all could ever make in your life if you smoke is to frickin' quit. I wish I could quit. It is such a terribly disgusting habit. Anyways, watch out for tiger sharks. Not Brett, welcome to the stream. I'm pretty sure you're Brett though. Even though you say you're not Brett, you're definitely a Brett. Travis C, I would mark the spot then because it sounded like you're getting bit. Yeah, I did mark it. Holy, Matto's thinking the same thing. What's the best fishing place this August? It really depends on what you're fishing for, Daniel. Ma, you still fishing? We're fishing till the sun goes down, baby. Ash, do you smoke pot? Yeah, I smoke green. I don't smoke nearly as much as I used to, but recreational marijuana is legal in the state of Montana, thankfully. Also, I moved, I lived in California for over a decade, so I got spoiled living there. But I don't smoke a lot. I use it like like it was meant to be, for medicinal use. It helps. I'm a skinny dude. I weigh, 110, 115 soaking wet. It helps give me appetite, and I have chronic insomnia. So I smoke before I go to bed. It helps me sleep. But this shit doesn't help you do anything besides shorten your life. I saw you with those cold waters, big dog. I just caught a coho this morning. Lake Huron, heck yeah. We don't have coho around here. We have kokanee. And FWP says that there's kokanee in here. The guy at the front office shook his head at me when I said kokanee. He said nobody ever catches kokanee out here. But I think people just don't fish for kokanee here. We're right upstream from... So we have Canyon Ferry, then there's Hauser Lake, and then there's Upper Holter Lake, and then there's Holter. Holter, Upper Holter, and Hauser all have kokanee. This reservoir has kokanee too. We're going after kings tomorrow. Heck yeah. But no, you're absolutely right on the cold water reels. They're fantastic. I love them. The cold water 3000 series. That's what I run on these two outside poles. The 2000 series, absolute junk. Don't buy them. Whoever designed them is not the same person who designed these. The 3000 series, 10 out of 10. The 2000 series, I'd give them a solid 2 out of 10. You prefer lake fishing or river fishing? It's kind of a toss-up. River fishing, I don't usually have as good of luck river fishing. River fishing, it's harder to navigate. If I river fish, I like to float upstream, and then I drift back down while I fish. I don't troll as much in rivers. You get hung up, snagged. It's much more difficult to fish like I like to fish in a river. Are you on a lake? Yeah, this is a Canyon Ferry Lake or Canyon Ferry Reservoir. It's called by different names. It's not a true lake, it's a man-made reservoir. The new cold waters are awesome. Oh, did they come out with a new model? I don't know, I've been running these for three-ish years. Waves are choppy now. Yeah, we still have boats going all over, but the wind has picked up. It's gonna be a little bit choppy the rest of the night. This isn't bad though. When we start seeing whitecaps, that's when it gets sketchy. This is just the joy of being in a flat bottom boat in a lake or a reservoir. A flat bottom boat works wonderfully well in a river. Usually they're river boats. river boats, they don't work as well in ponds, or excuse me, lakes and reservoirs, because they do develop more waves like this. And flat bottom boats, they get tossed around. Every wave you feel. The legend Thanos, welcome to the stream. Thanos, got it. That when I was a kid, that was my favorite Marvel character, Thanos. Memes Guru, welcome to the stream. How you doing, Memes? Elsa, waves are choppy. Yeah, it's not too bad yet. I'm sorry if y'all have motion sickness, if it bothers you. But yeah, the rest of the stream is probably going to be a little choppy like this. The weather report's around 4:30. The winds we're going to pick up from the 3 to 5 mile an hour range up to like 6 to 8. And we're just starting to feel the beginning of that wind coming. Increase the pucker factor by 10. Absolutely, SoCal. What's the biggest natural lake in Montana? That's a good. I'd have to Google that. I know that the largest water body in Montana is Fort Peck. I don't think that's a natural reservoir, though. I think I'm pretty sure that one is man-made. Flathead Lake, I think, is a natural reservoir. It might be Flathead. Beetle, the Magnetic. I love you, Rod. Thanks, Beetle. Love you too, buddy. Thanks for coming to hang out. I want to topwater fish, SoCal, and I'm located in Great Falls. But what do you want to topwater fish for? I mean, Great Falls, around Great Falls, there's decent topwater fishing for northern pike. It's just, you got to fish certain times of the day, you know, morning time, nighttime, when they're feeding off of topwater. I think you're talking about bass fishing, though, really. I mean, and there's not a whole lot of bass. Actually, I take that back. In Helena, so if you like fishing Largent Bend and you're looking for topwater action for bass, there's a pond just like Largent Bend in Helena, which is about 90 miles from Great Falls, that has all the same crap that's in Largent Bend, but on steroids. Their bass are 8, 9, 10 pounds. Their crappie are actual, you know, saucer plate size. Not crappie, bluegill. Like, you know, will fill your whole hand, not just... It's basically Largent Bend on steroids, and it's called, oh god, I gotta look it up here. Well, let me finish posting my fish on Fish Brain here, I forgot. I'll let you know if the audio glitches out. Thank you guys. I appreciate you looking out and let me know when the audio or video gets wonky. Get ready for another big one. We are coming right over the spot that I had locked. We're in a little bit shallow water though. I'm gonna move. We're at 22 foot right now. What are we fishing for? Primary target is northern pike. We're also fishing for walleye, rainbow, brown trout on our bullshit rod over here. Why does Fish Brain always want to say that rainbow trout are steelhead? There's no ocean here. They cannot be steelhead. What did I say that was? 17 inches? 17, right? There's no hurricane headed to Montana. Flathead Lake, okay, yeah. Isn't that what I said, Flathead? Oh yeah, Lake Michigan is way, way bigger than Lake Michigan is. The Great Lakes are monstrosities. Those are not normal. Well, a steelhead trout it's the same species as a rainbow trout. A steelhead is a rainbow. The only difference there was another big walleye that just jumped right there. The only distinction between, the way that I understand it, somebody correct me if I'm wrong here, but the way that I've always understood the difference between a steelhead and a rainbow is basically a steelhead is a sea-run rainbow trout. It's a rainbow trout that has access to salt or brackish water, and it was born in salt or brackish water. Therefore, when it breeds, instead of going back up to a freshwater location to spawn, it goes to a saltwater location or a brackish water location to spawn. They're the same exact species. They're a rainbow trout. They're just called steelhead if they spawn in brackish. They're called a rainbow if they spawn in freshwater. Only difference. It's the same species. And we don't have access to any brackish or salt water here. They would have to swim their way all the way up the Mississippi River, then into the Missouri River, and all the way up the Missouri River. And I mean, while that would be possible, a fish is not traveling 3,000 miles to spawn. 17. Okay, thank you. I thought that's what it was. Platte is the biggest in natural lake and also the biggest in the western United States. Interesting. I'm all for that. I love tidbits, useless knowledge. My head is full of that crap. You missed the rainbow. How big? 17 inches. Pretty little rainbow, but not a very big one. Where are you fishing? Canyon Ferry Lake, central Montana, just outside of Townsend, Montana. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Russell. It's me, you still going, dude? I never quit. What do you mean? Of course I'm still going. We're gonna be up. The stream will still be probably another 5 hours, my friend. We will, maybe a little less than 5 hours before we park the boat, because I don't know how long this place was an absolute zoo when I got here this morning, and I'd imagine it's gonna be a zoo trying to get out of here. Want to see you hook up, man? Yeah, well, we've caught 2 fish so far. Again, the fishing should pick up as you know as the day progresses here. We've passed the hottest part of the day. The water is actually 75 degrees. Surface temperature. It should start lowering as that sun starts going down. So I would expect that the bite should start. Steelhead spawn in freshwater, then go back to the ocean. I thought it was the other way around. I thought they spawned, and you might be right though, that they spend their life in brackish or sea and then they spawn. I thought it was the opposite. But yeah, that's the only difference is it's just where they spawn. They're both rainbow trout. A steelhead is not a separate species from a rainbow. Can go back and watch. Yeah, that catch was, I don't know, when did we catch that? Half hour, 45 minutes ago? No, I didn't hear. I don't think so, but speaking of which, we need to pick a new lure for that side. That one, it ain't cutting it. Let's run this guy. These are saltwater lures, and I've had wonderful luck on trout with these. They make the neatest movement underwater, and they get so much action from fish, either following them or biting at them. We have a smaller blue and silver or pink and white. Let's vote here. Which do y'all think, pink or blue? Matt Erickson asks, you fish Wild Bill Lake? No, I've never even heard of Wild Bill Lake. Pink, blue, pink, blue. We're head and head here, 2 for 2. 2 pinks, 2 blues. Brett, I knew somebody was going to be a butthole there. There we go. Blue's the blue pink. We're still 3 for 3. My right hand is actually my left hand. Green. Well, the blue is green, so that's one blue. All right, that's one. I think we have one more for blue at this point. No, for real, like the green. Yeah, I think we're gonna go. We'll go with the blue one. Yeah, there's more people asking for blue. Slightly smaller, but this is more of a realistic color. Though I don't think it really matters. They meant blue-green. Yep. Way more votes for the blue. We'll throw that one on, and we're gonna throw also the catch cam on here, I think. We gotta get this line in though. In fact, let me get the catch cam out first, get that ready. I got so much crap out, let me put some of this stuff away. Where did I put? You're back here. And it's always right about the time I pull out a bunch of crap that I get a bite, so. Incoming bite because I'm preoccupied with something. All right. All right, so those of you who have seen, if you haven't, go check it out. But on my channel, I have a handful of underwater videos. That comes from this little guy. It's the newest version of the Water Wolf, and it's an inline wireless camera. It should be all charged up. They're kind of a pain in the butt to work with, but pop that off, turn her on. Green flashy light, green solid light, one more time. Green flashing, we are good to go. Alright, so we're on there. And then this guy goes on here. Oh, this way. Close this up. So we throw this on our main line. And then we attach from there our lure and our rig. And we now have, what time is it? 4:22. So this should record until 5, 6, 7, 8, about 8 p.m. So three and a half hours or so is about the record time I've been getting from these. Any action, any follows, any nibbles, any bites, we'll have on our little camera, and we can review after we take it out of the water. Pretty cool. I've caught some really cool footage, and I've only posted a small fraction of the footage that I have. But really interesting to see, you know, the behavior of fish under the water. What they're doing, what they're following, how long they follow. But pretty simple and slick setup there. If the line snaps, does that camera float to the surface? No, she sinks. They're not cheap either. I had to get this particular camera in the United States. I don't know why, but they're selling for almost twice what the retail price on them was. It's like $350 to get one in the US. You can order them from Netherlands. I found a shop that actually sells them for slightly over MSRP. And it cost about $225 to get them landed here in the US. But I think the footage is absolutely worth it. Mr. Rainbow, it was about 17 inches, not too big. Colt, I'm not sure. Can whoever timed out Colt, anybody remember why he was timed out? Again, the common reasons are repeating yourself, barking orders at me. I don't know if you were the one that kept telling me to quit smoking. Oh, yeah, when you're, if you're gonna say bite, like, the mods think you're trolling. But we'll throw her out there. I'm a little hesitant running these. Again, I'm gonna move out to slightly deeper water. I don't wanna lose my camera, they're expensive. But yeah, just try not to troll. Again, if it's a bite, the pole will bend over, you'll hear the clickies. Don't be screaming. I mean, that's like you yelling fire in a theater. It's not funny. If you were not doing it intentionally, again, I'll apologize on behalf of the mods. Again, it just gets old if they tell you to stop or ask you to stop and you continue doing something. And I do recall somebody asking you not to do that. You weren't? Well, the past is the past. You're back. Welcome back. Glad you're back. Let's catch some fish. Let's leave it at that. The Happy Hooker, welcome to the stream. That channel name is almost as cool as mine. If it's a fishing channel, which I assume it is. Is it a fishing channel? You caught some nice pike. I appreciate that, thank you. I'm still not happy with it. We're going for a state record here. I think it might take me some years to manage it, but I'm gonna get it one of these days. It sure is a fishing channel in Florida. Okay, the Happy Hooker. Go leave a comment on my my videos, my shorts. Let me know you're a fishing channel, and I will happily follow you. I love the name. Looks like you got put in the sin bin. Ice hockey style. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. All right, Colt, chill. You were explained why it happened. We're not going to discuss it. Just let's move on. You're here. We're back. Everybody's happy. Let's not dwell on it. Sue Jocks, you're from Brazil. Welcome. Matt Erickson, how old are you? I'm ancient. How old do I look, Matt? What this is fishing. It is fishing. We're fishing, we're trolling in a boat. We're after trophy pike and whatever else will bite. But trophy pike is the goal. And I need to put some of these sharp pointy hooky things away before I get another sharp pointy hooky thing stuck in me. We already have two war wounds for the day, one on the knuckle and he got me on the side of the finger too. What did I do with my always put the ones away that I need. The ones I don't are still out. I don't know, I'm 44, so I'd say about that. Yeah, I'm 42, I'll be 43 this year. I thought it was mining the harbor DIY. You need a pike, that's what I'm here for. There are huge pike lurking in these waters. Apparently there's not a lot of them, but the ones that are in here are big. So that's what drew me to the water here today. Is I've been trying to find the biggest pike that are in the state, and this water body potentially holds them. I am Bloodshed. Welcome to the stream. 100 reactions coming at you. Right on. Thank you. For all y'all, at 328 likes, that's just absurd. Y'all are awesome. Any y'all that haven't smashed that like button, smash it. Let's do this. We got a little less than 5 hours. Let's get 500 likes in 5 hours. That'd be ridiculous. Up to 500 in the next 5 hours, I mean. Probably not gonna happen. That'd be pretty sweet. What's the sub count at? 329, 330, 331. And it just keeps going. 37.5 is the Montana state record, yeah. And there have been multiple 30-pounders pulled out in fish, wildlife, and park surveys done here over the last 10 years. So it's just not many water bodies in the state of Montana can grow pike over 30 pounds. This is one of 2 or 3 potential water bodies that I have found so far that could have 30+ pound pike in it, which I guess is not just state record worthy. I mean, that's world-class pike fish. There are places that get bigger pike, but not many. Orange lure. We just put the orange one away. Which orange one? 1.03. 1,030? Why do they do that? Why don't they just say 1,030? Dave asked, did you lose connection for a bit then? I'm not sure offhand. Monster jigs there. There's no jigs. What's the circumference of that lake? I don't know. Let me get out my protractor and compass. I don't know. All I know is the area of it. It's like roughly 33,500 acres. Oh God, I can't see any. Wait a second. We have something here. We got, I've been waiting for this moment where the screen glares up, if I could speak English. We have ourselves a fancy, I don't know if this is gonna work or not. You gotta check this out though. Huh? I can't see anything on the screen right now, so we got an umbrella, folks. This thing is probably not gonna work, but I saw it on Amazon and we got one. I have had the phone overheat on a couple of streams. Wait a second. I don't know if this is going to work, but we're trying it because I can't see anything on the screen right now. I don't know if it's going to work with my phone holder here and my case. Maybe I should have thought about this. Oh, come on. Oh, the little bugs are back. Why are the little bugs back? Oh, it might work. May, kinda. Other than it's bobbling in the screen there. We got it. £55, 1 ounce is the world record northern pike. Yeah, we ain't growing no 55-pound pike here, but when I say world class, I'm not saying like world record, but again, like, so anything over 40 inches for a pike is a legendary catch. It's considered it's big. I don't know what the word is I'm thinking of. But yeah, so 40 inches big. There aren't many of them. 50 inches, anything over 50 inches is a world class. It may not be a world record, but those are some of the biggest pike that exist in the world, and there are very few of them. 55 pounds is an absolute beast. But again, that's probably barely over 50 inches. I don't think they get much bigger than 50 inches. I don't do impressions. You have gas left? Yeah, I'm sure I probably still have half a tank of gas left. Yeah, just under half a tank. We're good for another 8 hours. You're a real streamer now. I'm a real boy now. 1K subs, external mic, an umbrella for the phone. Rod is big. It's the umbrella that did it, right? That put me over the top. Legendary, there we go. Yeah, legendary. I bet you can do Nick Cage. I don't know, I've never tried doing impressions. I'm not a... I don't know. My brother would be the one that would do impressions. It was funny as shit. He did all sorts of impressions. I need a bigger umbrella though. What are the Bimini tops? As much as I hate those things, such a pain in the butt, it would be so nice to have one sometimes. Fishing the Snake River, we caught a 12-pound walleye and a 15-pound. Those are big walleye. How long is a 12 or a 15-pound walleye? Yeah, I caught a 6.5-pound and it was just under 30 inches. The umbrella's the kicker for sure. It's charisma. I appreciate that. I'm just a dude fishing, having fun. I'm glad y'all enjoy the stream and hanging out. You did a perfect. I impersonated Nick Cage without even trying. Bimini's awesome, but a pain in the ass at the same time. Yeah. No, there are just some days when that sun is beaming down, or rain. I would love to fish in the rain, but I also don't like being soaked. Tie flies from your beard hair and catch salmon. There's a challenge. Let's tie a fly with my beard hair and see if we can catch a fish. I don't know about that. I don't know how to tie a fly. I'd have to have crappy man jigs to try and teach me how to tie a fly. 15 was 34, 12 was 22? You mean 32? Okay, so not much longer than the one I caught, just chunky. She had that fat ass. Nice. Hanging out. Hanging out. Who talks like that? The Canadians, of course. What are you talking about? Just a dude fishing and having fun with a sweet rod, right? Girth Brooks. Aiden, have you caught anything today? We've landed 2 fish. We've had a whole bunch of bites. We've just caught a couple of babies so far. Again, this is, for those of you just joining today, this is my first time on this water body. I've never fished it before, so this is our first time out here. We've been trolling around. When I first go to a water body, I troll. I troll all of it. I like to see the landscape. I mark the crap out of my map where anything looks interesting, where I'm seeing schools of fish, where I'm seeing, you know, interesting terrain, bumps, you know, valleys, holes, drop-offs, you know, fallen logs. Sometimes you see other sunken boats. We're actually fishing over, from what I understand right now, an old flooded city. I haven't seen any remnants of the city. I'm guessing it's further north in the reservoir. But yeah, so we're taking a lay of the land here. So we may not catch a whole lot of fish, but I'm marking up the map, and every time I come here, every time I come to a place, you know, it gets better every time, because I can follow the marks that I've made, the fish that I've caught, you know, the bait fish that I've marked, the big fish that I've marked. So right now we're just exploring. We may catch more fish, we may not. The goal was, though, today to catch a monster northern pike. We haven't got into them yet. We're gonna keep trying. There's big walleye in here, supposedly 10+ pounds. There's rainbow trout, brown trout, cutthroat trout, smallmouth bass, a couple of different kinds of suckers. There's burbot, ling. They were telling me, and in fact, we might have to, after we pull the boat in, if y'all still want to fish, I will probably still fish, because it's going to be about 9:30 or so when it gets dark. The people in the office were like, I told them that I like to carp fish. I like to pike and carp fish, and the lady's eyes just perked up. She's like, dude, there are some of the biggest carp I've ever seen that hang out by the docks here. She said, I like to walk slowly and sneak up on them, and oftentimes there's 4 or 5 ones, and she just said they're big, and she held her arms out real. Of course, obviously they're not that big, but she's saying that the docks over here are just loaded with monster carp. So when we have to put the boat away because it's dark and I don't have lights, we might swing over and see if we can pull a couple of doozies, big carp out. I'm from Norway. Okay, nice. 30 to 34, makes sense. Daniel, nice to meet you. I may have to add beard hair fly to the stupid bait. Definitely. That sounds like it's right up your alley, SoCal. GJT Fishing. Shout out to GJT Fishing. And I can barely speak English, apparently. I'm a little parched. Joseph Johnson the Fourth. Are you really Joseph Johnson the Fourth? Was there a Joseph Johnson the Third, a Joseph Johnson the Second, and just one original Joseph Johnson? I always thought that was weird when parents name their kids the same name as them. I don't think I would, if I had a kid, I don't think I would name them after me. Serious question though, are you really fourth in your line? Come on, man, I want to see a pike. Oh, we're trying, man. I don't know what else I can do here to get them on. We threw on a new bait we're testing. We put the catch cam on. I don't know. We'll switch lure in another hour or so if we don't get any action over there. Talk to locals, get advice, tips, where monsters been caught. See, that's the thing is, I think this is one of those spots that has just flown under the radar. Because there are so few pike in here, I don't think people actively fish for them. This is a walleye fishery. People come here to fish for walleye. And when you're jigging with a worm or a leech, you might catch a pike every once in a while, but that would be towards the bottom of the list of lures that I would choose to use to catch a pike. I'm not saying you couldn't catch one, but I think the likelihood is much, much lower. The people that they raised an eyebrow when I said I was here to catch pike. They're like, pike? People don't catch very many pike out of here. And I'm like, yeah, maybe not, but there's big pike in here, right? And they're like, oh yeah, but they don't catch them very often. So I don't think people purposefully come here to target. So to ask the locals, what else? I don't think they would know. This is a walleye fishery, and as far as they know it, people come here to walleye fish. But you're right, that is usually excellent advice. How far do you drive from where you live to this lake? It's not super far, but farther than I normally like to drive. It's a solid 2 hours through the windy mountain passes. What waterbody are you fishing? It's Canyon Ferry Lake, Canyon Ferry Reservoir. 2 hour drive is harsh though. It is when I would rather spend that 2 hours driving here and 2 hours driving back fishing. I mean, I don't mind. I'm not worried about the gas or anything like that. It's just, I gotta wake up so much earlier to get here by the time that I want to get here. Christopher Henderson, I'd love it if my partner would agree for us to move to the US. The fishing just seems so much better than in the UK. I don't know a whole lot about, ooh, the sun just went down. That's nice. No, it went behind a cloud there. The temperature dropped by like 5 degrees instantly. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about UK fishing other than y'all catch some big ass pike, which I love. Thank you for the hearts, the thumbs up, all that, y'all. Appreciate that. It's a big travel. It is. I mean, most of the places that I fish, like Pishkin that I fish, Pishkin Reservoir, is about, it's not far. It's only about 45, 47 miles, but 19 of those 47 miles are on just a treacherous, bumpy dirt road. It takes me as long to drive that 19 miles as it does, you know, the 30 other miles, longer. It's a, you know, an hour and 15-minute drive to get there, an hour and 20-minute drive. And it's a third of the distance. So it's a 2 hour drive to here, but it's about 100 miles. A little over 100 miles. Why aren't there more people on the lake? Oh, there's tons of people there. I have seen, though, quite a few people pulling out. In fact, there was just a mad dash to the... There's like 5, 6 boats that just headed towards the dock. I don't know if they know something. But somebody want to look and see if there's a storm warning coming for Canyon Ferry Reservoir in Montana? I did notice that there's a whole stream of them headed over to the dock at the same time. The weather looks fine to me. The forecast that I looked out before I came out here didn't say anything about a tsunami or... But it's also a 33,500 acre lake. People just disappear out into the abyss. There's a ton of people here. How fast are you trolling? We slowed down to 1.7 in order to entice the trout. We did catch, we got a bite immediately, and then we did end up catching one. Do you ever panfish? Not really. Water, not soda? I'm still working on the same Mountain Dew as I started with this morning. I've consumed that much since we've been here in, I don't know, a long time. I'm doing good. There's water in soda, right? It's about that much sugar and about that much water. There's some water, I'm drinking water. George Foreman called all his 20 kids, George. Are you fucking with me? Is that legit? Did he literally name every kid George? That's an asshole thing to do, if so. George! Which one? I don't care. Just one of you get over here. I think you're a great fisherman, but Josie just told me you couldn't buy a fish. I don't know. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Biden has dementia. Why don't you go scream fucking, what is it, y'all? I'm not even gonna get into it. Never mind, we won't go there. It would be great if you could tie a fly from your... just to pass the time? I don't know how to make a fly. Yeah, I don't know what the hell he means either. Catch some walleye then. We've caught one, it was a baby. We're trying. Sunscreen needed. I'm sure watch when I take off my glass. Y'all are gonna laugh. Like, you ever heard of raccoon eyes? You see my... I have like a permanent tan / sunburn and the whitest, palest eyes underneath these glasses you'll ever see. It's just sunburn after sunburn after sunburn. All right, I'm way behind it. I apologize. I'm skipping a whole bunch of comments again. We're caught up. I'm sorry. Welcome everybody. If the question was important, ask it again. We're back to recent again. I can't do this. I can't be answering questions from 20 minutes ago. What did I miss? Bite? Was there? See, this is why I can't be reading comments from 20 minutes ago. Was there nibbles on this line? I missed a bite. Damn it. There needs to be like some button y'all can make that makes a noise or something. I need to program a YouTube bot that somebody can type a command in that like sends an emoji across the screen or makes the screen shake. The clicker didn't scream. All right, we're not doing that. That's what the last guy got kicked out for. That it didn't. There was no clicker. I've been babbling, but I don't have dementia. It's loud. I would have heard it. There was no clicker. I'm blind, not deaf. 15-mile-an-hour gusts, I would assume. Reel made a little bit of a noise. I'm pretty sure y'all are hearing shit. That or I need to get my ears checked. You heard it too. Maybe I need to get my ears checked. I don't know. It's been a while. It didn't go nuts, but the reel made noise. All right, so that's the third. Okay. Officially, I will get my ears checked. Check. Ears need to be checked. Who else heard it? I believe you. That's enough people that... Or take the cap off. No. Again, my forehead's as white as my eyes are. No, this is to keep my forehead and my head from getting burnt. I didn't hear shit. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I've watched channels where the stream, read comments where you could hear them. Then you could watch... Yeah, I wonder if I don't imagine there probably are some assistive technologies I could tap into. Have you seen them do it mobile, on a boat, or is it somebody who's streaming from a house on a computer? If I was in front of a computer, there are a myriad of cool shit that I could do in a stream. From my cell phone while I'm out on a boat, it's limiting. It's hilarious how white your head is. Oh, I'm telling you, I get burnt on top of burnt on top of burnt on top of burnt. You can just see the distinction between my hand that doesn't get covered and my arm. I'm like Mexican and Irish. I'm a pale dude. I tell people, like, I turn from freaking Casper to lobster in like 30 minutes flat. And I'm not kidding. If you watch me out in the sun, like, in fact, it was one of the streams earlier this year. I still have a sunburn from it. I'm still peeling from it. Like 30 minutes into the stream, they're like, dude, you're getting really red really fast. I'm like, yeah, I'm burnt already. I thought you were Jewish. I'm just poor white trash. I don't know what I am. I'm all sorts of different things. What have you caught? If you look down at the bottom of your screen there, SoCal, for those of you new to the channel or that weren't paying attention before, we always pin at the bottom of your screen there what's been caught. So you see where it says 1 walleye, 1 rainbow trout. Anytime we catch something, that gets updated. I don't know, I have Irish, Polish. That was something. What are we in? Oh, we're in really shallow. God damn it. I'm gonna lose my catch camera. I'm not paying attention. We're in 18-foot water. Get over here. I don't want to lose my catch cam. God, that sky looks so pretty, doesn't it? How big was the trout? Yeah, it was about 17 inches. Really pretty little guy. I might have to leave. My phone's at 3%. I need to charge it. No worries. We'll be here for another 4 hours or so in the water, and then we will. All right, it's not full of weeds. I don't know how late I'm going to stay at the dock. Depends on how the carp fishing is, and if y'all want to hang out longer. No, that's not my mom. That's just Josie. My mom is Tracy. It's me. No. Katrina. No, you're talking about Katrina. Katrina is also not my mom. The one that's Rod's mom is Tracy. Bite? We're in 20 foot of water. We're going deeper. We'll pull her in and check. We might not have a worm out here anymore. I don't know, for all I know, we have a baby on here. That happens sometimes. I don't feel it. Can you show your fish scanner on some structure? I could try it. I don't know what it is about it. It has something to do with the frame rate. When you're trying to record an LCD screen, you get like flashies. So it's really hard to show the fish monitor on video. No, we definitely did have a bite though. All we have is a sad little portion of the worm. That's what she said, right? Viper, there's walleye in Western Mass. A lot are stocked, but there are some in rivers too. It's me, you correct me up. Why? Do you come to Catitas, Washington? That doesn't sound familiar, 47. I lived in Washington when I was much younger. We lived in Wenatchee, Washington for a while. And then when I was a teen, we used to drive up to Seattle all the time for concerts. But I don't know where that is. Oh, good Lord. Boats. One more leg for 350. Somebody downvoted it. Oh, there we go. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Life jacket, dude. It's right there. It's right there. Are you anchored or moving? We are most definitely not anchored. We are slow trolling. We're going about, well, after that wave, we're about 1.4 miles an hour. We were at about 1.7. Beetle, welcome back. 354 likes, jeez. Got a few more people that hit it, thank you guys. What's the sub? Oh, I asked that ever. Never mind, I don't need to know. We got a crap load of subs. That's enough information for me. I still can't believe we hit well over 100 subs today. It's insane. Moving a little quicker, we're 1.7 miles an hour. We're in Canyon Ferry Reservoir, central Montana. Imagine giant catfish eats the worm. I don't think there are any big catfish in these waters. I think the only species that could potentially be in here are bullhead or stone cat, which are both very small species of catfish. You're back, your phone's at 10%. Welcome back, Katrina. You just went and grabbed your phone charger. The waves look pretty gnarly in the boat, Rod. What are you fishing from, an 18-foot? Yeah, that's just from these buttholes that keep passing me going 9 million miles an hour, and they're, 20, 30 feet off the side of the boat. I'm in a 16-foot flat bottom John boat. And these guys are, in 22, 26, 30 foot, big, expensive boats, and they're just barreling right past me. So yeah, it gets a little sketchy. No, you just charged it for like 3. Why don't you plug it in? You can plug it in while you're using it. How deep is it here? We're in 22 foot of water right now. The deepest in the south end of the reservoir here looks to be about 38 or 40 feet. I think when I was looking at the map earlier today, or last night before I came out, the northern end of the reservoir looked to be substantially deeper, about 60 to 80, maybe even 90 feet in parts. I feel like this guy, they blow by. Really? I'm gonna trip and fall and I don't even get a hit? I hate you. Still there? Alright, I still hate you. Yes. What is with do walleye not fight hard? I thought rainbow trout were bad. I think walleye have been elevated on my wussy fish list. A 6-inch perch sets off the clicker on this. What is with these walleye? Cameron Landry, you're welcome to the stream. We almost just got something. That was definitely a bite. And I just tripped over the tackle box and about went ass over end into the water. Get this crap out of the way. Oh yeah, one of these days I really need to get a little bit bigger boat that's got better storage. It drives me crazy. I'm outside though fixing rods. We're going fishing at Bennett Springs tomorrow. Right on. What kind of fishery in Bennett Springs? What state are you in, by the way, Katrina? As they go past, they look over and they think pretty much. I don't know, I swear most of it, they do it on purpose. They can't be that just oblivious or ignorant. They have to see, when they're passing that fast, going that close, what it's doing to me out over here. Like, they can't miss that. Nathan Renz, here in Idaho, I would say walleye are probably the softest hitting fish we have. See, I've caught about a dozen walleye in the past. Normally, I don't catch them trolling. I catch them casting, and they've seemed like. Okay, so that actually that's something I didn't think about until right now. So I was in Skipjack Cindy's live last night, and we were discussing river catfish versus pond or lake catfish. And I've never caught a catfish out of a lake or a reservoir. I've always caught catfish out of a river. So catfish for me have always been a good fighting fish. Down in Tennessee, where they stream from, they catch them out of both. They got big flatheads, big channel cats, and they catch them both in the river systems and the lakes. And I don't remember how it came up, but essentially she was saying that the lake and the reservoir catfish were wussies compared to the river system, which makes sense when you think about it. The river catfish are constantly fighting and growing up in a current system. They're having to actually work to move around. Whereas when you're in a stationary pond or reservoir, I mean, it's relatively easier for them to get around. There's no current for them to fight with. So that it made it click for me that all of the walleye that I've caught previously were out of rivers, the Missouri River or the Sun River. So they grew up in a current system, whereas this, well, it technically is the Missouri River. It's a reservoir. There's no current here. Maybe that's why they're such wussies compared to, they're just, weird. Holyoke, Massachusetts. No, Viper, I've never been there. Imagine a world record perch. There is actually on Fish Brain one fat perch that came out of here that was posted. It was like, well, like fat compared to what I'm used to. It might not be for where you guys are. It was like 12 inches and 1.4 pounds. It was just girthy, thick. It's like a perch that ate all of its family. I've noticed in lakes always seems like weaker fish compared to the river or ocean. Yeah, I'd never thought about that until that conversation last night in Skipjack Cindy's. And now, again, it clicks for me with these weenie walleye bites we're getting. But that makes complete sense. And I'm going to have to roll that logic across some of my catches in my memory here. And I think that'll probably be pretty accurate. I think most of my river catches have always been way stronger fighters than my reservoir catches. You got a 4-pound perch? How long was it? How long is a 4-pound perch? I think the biggest perch I've ever caught was like 9.5 or 10 inches. Like, we don't have very big perch here in Montana. Missouri, okay, good. Try zigzagging. Oh, trust me, with all these waves that we're having, we are zigzagging the crap out of it here. The record perch here in Montana is, I'm pretty sure, way bigger than 9 or 12 inches. But I remember on Fish Brain last night, I was looking, I was like, holy crap, that's a fat perch. I've never seen a perch that fat before. It was short, it was about 12 inches, but it just had a gut on it. It reminded me of, the big carp that I catch. They just have those bellies on it. It was like my 600-pound life version of a perch. I can just imagine it flopping along the bottom of the lake like it's too fat to swim. In Bennett Springs, we have rainbow trout, brown trout, sculpin, bluegill, suckers, and I think that's it. Okay. How is that a man-made lake? It's so big. Well, again, they dam one end of it, they dam another end, and it's essentially, if you've ever seen the Missouri River is a pretty big river. And a lot of the places that it's been running through for, millions of years, it's cut down into the canyon, or into the ground, and now there's big canyon walls. Well, so this valley, I think it was my phone rang. Is it back? back. Okay, yeah, somebody called my phone and it interrupted the... I don't know if I could put the phone on silent mode or something to prevent that. That's the first time I've had a phone call while in the stream. Oh, sorry. So in 1920 or so, again, I'm paraphrasing and approximating from what I read last night. Somewhere around 1920, the city of Canton was formed in this valley. And then in like 1940 or 1950, they built the dam upstream and downstream. So this used to be the Missouri River Valley. The Missouri River is a big river. And the millions of years that it's ran through the valley, it's cut into the valley. So there were, huge cliff walls. But again, they dammed above and below and essentially filled in, what's been cut away, and then they sunk the city. The city is down here somewhere. But it basically filled up because of the, how big the dams they created. It filled up this whole valley and turned it into one of the largest freshwater bodies in the state of Montana. You live in Richmond, Indiana, and I see 30-pound grass carp. We supposedly have grass carp here in Montana. I've never caught one, and most of them that are listed on FishBrain here in central Montana, I'm almost positive were misidentified. They're either smallmouth buffalo, largemouth buffalo, or common carp. But they're supposedly here. I've never seen one. I have an exact location for the flooded city if you want it for GPS. Yeah, it's further north here. I know that before they flooded the city, apparently they dug up the graveyard that they had been using and put it on a hillside in preparation for flooding the city. So I know approximately where it's at. It's north. That's where the cemetery is. No, I'm pretty sure it's fairly common in American history when they determine that it's either economically beneficial or whatever to have a hydrological dam to create electricity. They just kind of tell the people there, sorry, find somewhere else to live. They buy them out pennies on the dollar, and then they just flutter on through. That happens too, though, when dams fail and the valleys below contain active cities. There have been many places in American history where whole, actual cities that people are still living in get flooded because the dams fail. It's located near the southern end of the Canyon Ferry Reservoir, close to the mouth of Beaver Creek and near the Canton Church site. Okay, well, again, it's a really long reservoir. We're at where we launched from, where we're sitting at right now. If you look on a map, is called the Silos. That's to the west of where we are right now. I'm pretty sure north from here is still the south end of the reservoir. Are you able to switch to the lure camera, or is it not possible on the stream? No, so you can Bluetooth connect to it, or Wi-Fi connect to it if it's at the surface of the water. So if I were pond fishing or if we were stationary, they make it's like a foam koozie that goes on it and holds it upright in the water so it just points down. As long as the camera is at the surface of the water, I could connect to it, stream my phone, and I can show you guys. But because it's underwater, Wi-Fi can't travel through the water, so I can't broadcast it for you. I can only review the footage once it comes out of the water. Madhead, you pay to fish there. There was a $6 fee to launch the boat. He snagged one, lost it, and sadly died. That's a shame. Lure camera is on SD card that needs to be downloaded to view. Yep. You can live stream it though if it's sitting at the top of the water. This is one of the few models that has Wi-Fi capability. But the moment the camera goes underwater, you lose Wi-Fi capability. Beavis wants to ask, is there a goddamn at the Beavis and Butthead do America? That was one of the best movies ever made. The old lady on the bus. Oh, sure, there's lots of slots in Vegas. Everywhere you go, there's slots. I love Beavis and Butthead. That was one of the best cartoons ever made. But again, it's just that stupid kind of humor I have. Are you near Helena? Yeah, this is Canyon Ferry Reservoir. We're at the southern end of it, near the silos. It's about 30 miles outside of Helena. Roller Coaster of Love. Yeah, Red Hot Chili Peppers. I used to love that song so much. Red Hot Chili Peppers was one of the first bands that I really, really, really liked. I can remember buying Blood Sugar Sex Magic on cassette tape. Under the Bridge. Oh God. Yeah, RHCP is one of my favorites. You went to Ozzy's funeral? Wow, that's crazy. I wouldn't think they would allow the public anywhere near it. Did we just score? Right. Cameron said I went fishing yesterday and today and got nothing. Ah, that's a shame. Now shut up, I'm fishing. Flea comes in with the perfect baselines. Yeah. Flea is a weird dude. I mean, do any of y'all know how RHCP got popular? Do you know the lore of how they broke out and what they did to get noticed? Not a lot of people know how they became, a popular band. They struggled for a long time trying to get attention. It's actually kind of a funny story. It's stupid, but it's funny what they did to just be edgy enough to get the attention of the public, the media, and it really set their career on the trajectory that they're now on. Considering Ozzy's funeral was a private event, I called BS. Yeah, maybe they were on the procession line somewhere. Maybe they weren't physically at the funeral. I think that's what they meant, SoCal. Cameron Landry said hi. We've been in here talking for like an hour, Cameron. Why are you saying hi? Did you just accidentally hit that button? And did I say so? Well, why is everybody leaving? 17 people. Did I offend somebody? I don't know. The singer was originally their hype man who would open the shows. Anthony Kiedis? I didn't know that. I just know that there was one stupid thing they did that got everybody's attention, that kind of made people talk about them. Yeah, I didn't mean to click it. All right. Naramine, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Mr. Minerva, welcome to the stream. 16 here, so just after midnight. Yeah, we're 5 p.m. here, so we got about 4 hours till we'll be parked at the boat ramp. Well, what was it? Oh, they apparently had been doing shows for a while, and they had a small, kind of a cult following, but they wanted to make it big. They were having a hard time signing gigs. They started coming out on stage and performing in nothing but socks. Just one sock each, if you know what I mean. I just got a crazy, stupid thing to do, but that little thing, it was enough to get people to start talking about them. Enough that they started booking shows everywhere. And the news, local news started talking about them. The old Chili Pepper song, yeah. They would come out on stage wearing one sock. That's it. Buck naked otherwise. Without the sock, they may have been just a side note in history. None of us would ever have heard about them. Excellent band, though. That's always been one of my favorite bands, and one of those bands I've always said I need to see them before one of those bastards ODs or gets run over by a bus. It's one of the few of my favorite bands that I've never gotten to see live. Which fish did you get? We've caught one walleye, one rainbow trout. You heard the Beastie Boys did some similar things. Yeah, I don't know the lore of the Beastie Boys. Could be. If they did, they were probably copying our HCP. Red Hot Chili Peppers were a thing, I'm pretty sure, way before the Beastie Boys were. Nice beard twin. What's up, CK? I honestly, I hate my beard. I really do. I hate shaving more than I hate my beards. Hence, we have a beard. And I have tried so many times over the years of shaping it and making it into something manageable. And I butcher it every time, so now we let it grow. It might look stupid, but it looks less stupid than when I try to trim it. No sleep till pike time. It's glitching. Oh, we're right at this. No. Right? Looks clean, no joke. Well, thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't see a bite. Is the camera glitching? The water looks very nice. It's a absolutely gorgeous day out here. The water's a little bit choppy. Not too bad though. These boats just keep racing around here. I don't know why everybody thinks this is a racetrack. Camera looks good. Okay, thank you. Connor fishing, caught anything? Yeah, one small walleye, one small rainbow trout. We've had tons of bites, just not a lot of hookups today. Tons of fish marking. We're in about 20 foot of water right now. We're a little close to the shore. Yeah, this is the first time I've fished this water body, so we're exploring right now. We're trying to see what's all in here. I'm looking at the terrain on the bottom. So we're just feeling it out. I have a feeling we're probably going to be streaming from this spot. Maybe not super often because it is a 2-hour drive to get here, but we will definitely be streaming from this location again in the future. Mr. Minerva, have you tried jigging for them? We have not yet. We haven't stopped and jigged. I've explained this a couple of times in the stream. When I fish a brand new water body, I like to, and especially because we're streaming right now, I'm testing where our boundaries are for signal. I'm marking where interesting things are on the map, but we're not stopping yet. Next time we stream here, we'll probably stop at some of the interesting looking places and jig. I think we're just going to continue to troll, and I'll continue to mark interesting spots, schools of fish. I don't like to, when it's the first time I'm fishing a water body, I don't like to stay in one spot too long. I want to see what else is out there. Something may look good, and I may, 5 minutes over this way may look 10 times better. There might be something cool that way. I know there's kind of the saying that don't leave fish to find fish, but when it's a new water body for me, I like to explore. And the ultimate goal here is I'm after a lunker pike, and I haven't seen anything yet that looks quite like where she would be hiding. So we're going to continue to move around. Yeah, I do have side and down scan running. We have pretty uninteresting bottom here so far. Again, if it were a natural lake, I would expect a lot more interesting bottom. We're a river bottom that was turned into a lake. It's all pretty flat. There's a few little humps and bumps here and there so far. I found a couple of little potholes, but nothing really all that interesting. But yeah, that Mr. Minerva, probably 75% of the people that I see out here fishing are all either slow trolling or jigging. Not offended, bro. Just been kind of being quiet, hanging, and listening. Oh, okay, cool. You don't have to participate in the chat. That's fine. If you want to, though, feel free. We won't bite your head off. We're all just BSing while we wait for something to hit on these dang poles. We're gonna give it probably another half hour on the swim bait over here before we switch her out for something else. Bite should start in about an hour. So yeah, we're about 6 o'clock. I mean, the sun's getting down far enough. We've already dropped half a degree surface temperature. Bite tends to pick up as the water surface temperature drops. Can you recommend use a life jacket? You're perfectly fine. I understand, and in most circumstances I would be, because I'm a terrible swimmer. I do have, it's right, like literally right within reach, and I also have a throwable right there. Both fish have been on this rod. We caught the first one off of a Rainbow Dodger and a Slow Death rig, which is a little mini spinner, some beads, and then a Slow Death hook tipped with a full crawler. That's what we caught the walleye off of. And then we switched over to a Max flashlight with a wedding ring tipped with a crawler, just a half crawler, and we caught the rainbow off of that. We haven't caught anything off of our crankbaits or jerkbaits. We have had a couple of bites off of them, though. Surprised the swim bait hasn't had any action. Yeah, me too. That one, so some of my coolest videos, I was using the same kind of swim bait, but the 9.5, or it's a 10-inch version. It's a big old one. And I got 2 or 3 really cool videos of, when I was dropping it down, I dropped it right down into a school of perch. And the whole school of perch started chasing after it. Not once, but twice. No, 3 times I have. The third one's kind of crap, though. I didn't post it. Check out what the hell would I title it? When the game glitches and you load in enemy territory or something like that. It's like a 22 or a 30-second short. And then there's another one that's titled more along the lines of a whole school of perch chases. But same form of lure, just way, way bigger. I love that underwater camera so much. But even I think I had more follows off of that lure style than any of them. They just swim so neat. It's what the hell they're called? They're a Berkeley Magic Swimmer. That's what it's called. It's actually a saltwater lure. I love novelty lures. They're so much fun when they work. It's not really a novelty lure. It's just it's not marketed for freshwater use. It's a saltwater lure. Here's how deep your lure is. So this one is going to be fairly shallow. That Max, if you don't know what a Max flashlight is, okay, I got another one here. So this is a smaller one, but this is a Max flashlight. This is a 3-blade. We got a 4-blade out in the water right now. It's just it's meant to mimic a school of fish, and I use these. You trail it behind, and it's got these spinners on it. They're, either chartreuse or pink or orange or silver. But these do create quite a bit of drag in the water when you're trolling them. And even though I'm out, I think 90 or now I'm at 110, so almost 3 full colors on this, which would generally bring us down about 10 to 15 foot in depth, just from the leaded line alone. This creates drag in the water, which brings it back up in the water column. If I had to guesstimate, this one is probably at about 5 to 7 foot depth. The other one behind us that we're running, the Berkeley Magic Swimmer on, has the Water Wolf camera on it, and that sucker, it's heavy. I'd have to look. I'm talking out my butt right now, but I want to say it's probably like 4 ounces or something like that. It's a pretty chunky camera. That one I would say is probably closer to 15 to 17 foot down. And right now we're fishing at about 20 foot. We've been going back and forth between 20, 25 foot depth. So this one's kind of ticking along the surface, really high in the water column. The other pole over here is sticking, 5, 10 foot off the bottom. So we're kind of covering top and bottom. Yeah, it's marketed for saltwater. I love the action on it. It's one of the coolest, swimming lures I've ever used. After the first one I got was like a 2.5 or 3 incher, and then I was on the website. I wanted to get one a little bit bigger, and I'm like, holy crap, they have like really big ones. So I bought. I did have them out a little bit ago. Yeah, so like I have the behemoth versions. They're 9.5 or 10 inch, and I have like 2 or 3 of these guys. And they just have really cool action. That's what I should throw on. Screw the little one. We're going for the lunker here. We should throw out the lunker bait. The lunker lure. I was trying to find a happy medium there. I figured because I catch pike on those all the time, the little ones, the big ones. I figured walleye would bite off the damn things too. Rockfish, linkeye, any kind of predatory fish, any of the fish that are eating other fish. Those things. Watch the video. The movement on them is so cool. It's so fluid. It's one of the neatest moving lures, and it doesn't get bit as often as a lot of them, but when reviewing my camera footage from the underwater cameras, it gets more follows and more interest from more different kinds of fish than I think any other lure I've set the camera on so far. What's that beeping noise? Anyone else hearing a beeping noise? I don't hear a beeping noise. Can't you go deeper? Yeah, we could, and we were fishing earlier in deeper water. I think I'm actually going to head out a little bit deeper in the water column right now. I'm just kind of meandering around, trying to hit new spots that I haven't, seeing if there's anything interesting on the bottom here. We are kind of leashed somewhat here because we're, like right now I'm at two bars of signal. So the camera and the audio might start getting a little bit wonky here. Is it your finder? It only beeped a couple of times. I don't remember hitting any buttons on it. The beep is off for the fish finder feature, because that sucker drives me nuts. Go away with that damn Lamar Jackson shit. You got it. We're done. It might have been Trevor. I didn't hear a beep. I don't remember making it beep. It almost sounded like the Lowrance shallow water. We are running a Lowrance. We're in 20 foot of water right now. I got the low water alarm set at 5 foot. I think it's a good time for the fish to bite, right? Absolutely. All the time is a good time for the fish to bite. Bruce Matthews, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we've caught one walleye, one rainbow trout so far. What time is it over there? 5:33. So in about 4.5 hours, we gotta head back to the dock because it's gonna be dark by 9:30. So we still got a good amount of fishing left, and some of the best time of fishing left. You're running a very similar fish finder to me. It was the fish finder, Travis. I have the audible beeps turned off for the fish finder. There was no beep. It's all in your head, bro. Walleye are hard to catch here in NC. We've had tons of bites, just weenie bites that I think were walleyes. Your rod going straight. Doing something funny? Now we're just, again, those flashlights are on there. They create quite a bit of drag, so we do have, you know, a steady pulse to it. It looks normal to me. It was definitely there. Somebody backed me up. It might be. I don't know. Y'all said I was deaf earlier, so it's just the camera perspective. Oh yeah. Let me see if this view's a little better for you. Is this any better? There you get to see the whole rod. We have a three bars right here. We're going, the other view is better. Colina says this one's better. How do I start a poll here? I don't know how to start a poll. I don't know, what do you think? You have to lean forward in the view. Travis is wrong. This is good. So that's 2 for yes. You like this? 1 for no. This is actually easier to see it. I'm gonna go some butthole passing us again. You can see more of it. The other view was kind of, you couldn't really see the bend of the rod. This, I think you can see it a little bit better. Oh, my back is fine. My back is wrecked already. Miyazaki, welcome back. And you're still, are you on your work account? Yeah, you're not home from work yet. You're slacking. She's on her work computer. Looks nice and cool out. Yeah, the clouds are covering the sun right now. It definitely cooled down. Dave James says, could be worse. Do you keep your fish? Bruce, I do keep fish from time to time. I do like to eat fish. But I have a whole bunch in the freezer right now, so the only fish we'll be keeping is if I happen to hook one badly and I feel like it's not going to swim away. Need a massage chair at the helm. God, I wish. Not much luck today. Not a whole lot, Brett. But again, we're just kind of trolling around aimlessly right now as I mark interesting stuff on the bottom. I think it's going to take probably a few times of coming to this reservoir before I really figure out where the patterns I want to run for trolling, where I want to stop to jig. We're just exploring right now, and if we happen to catch a fish, awesome. Dave heard the beep too. Travis is like, I'm not losing my mind. Somebody please. There might have been a beep. I don't remember a beep. Can we get a perspective of the two rods? Unfortunately, I don't have a mount right now that... Basically, in order for me to give you a view of both rods... Let me see here for a second. Let me see. Being as we're only running 2 poles, we might be able to do this. Let me see. So... I could put them both in my center pole holders back there. We might be able to. I didn't even think about that. Normally these long poles I run on the sides. If I sit... Alright, well if I sit on the hard... Yeah, let me see here. They're just harder to get to. These are the easier pole holders. Can't sit on this. Now there's too many rods. You see lots of rods. She's on a second account right now. I think. That's not your normal account, is it, Mia? Is this, do you prefer them in the back holders, or would you rather see a better view of one pole? You guys, if you continue to show up in my lives and participate, one of the times you come in here, your name will just turn blue. Don't be too worried about whether you're a mod or not. Looks like Bass Pro Shop. Here, we can clear some of this clutter here. Got a bunch of rods we're not actually using. I brought them just in case. We'll use these when we pull the boat in and do some carp fishing. Ooh. How about that? This will be better as we can see reeling as well. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's on a second account. She's at work still, I think, for another almost hour. It's me living the dream. Katrina, yeah, this is the Missouri River feeds in and is dammed at the front. They allow some water flow in, and then there's a second dam afterwards that controls the flow of the water back out. So this is technically the Missouri River. It's just called they call it a lake. It's not really a lake, it's a reservoir. And yeah, it's the Missouri River. It's just a reservoir because it's dammed at both sides and artificially raised up in size. What does moderator do? Nothing. I mean, the moderators just control the chat. They, if need be, we'll mute people. We'll remove people spamming. They basically just keep the chat in line. If need be, they can kick people out. We have plenty of mods right now, but again, if you guys want to be special and you want your name to be blue, you don't get it by asking. Just hang out, be part of the chat. And again, when I see you guys in here enough, I click on people that I'm like, all right, you've been in here enough, I like you, and bang, you turn into a mod. But it's not that big of a deal. We have plenty of mods. They take really good care of the chat so far. But again, eventually all you guys that are regulars that are oh, we'll glitch it again. hell are we on the map? I don't even know where we are right now. Alright, we're gonna head back over that way. We got 3 bars of service here. I'd rather get my ass on a plane and come fishing, right? Looks fine to me. Yeah, it has 3 bars of service. It looks solid right here. I'm starting to see a lot more fish surface. But yeah, so ignore the 2 center poles. Those are just my those are the rods that I normally run out of the back. And then the longer rods I run out of the side. But we can only have 2 rods in the water today because there's only 1 person on the boat. How far from the boat launch are we? I think the boat launch is over here. Half a mile, maybe a mile. Not too far. It only glitches for 1 sec. Chat overreacting. Well, again, I like it when you guys let me know there's something wrong. Because when it does start to tweak, watch the numbers in the chat. It'll go from like 100 people to 10. Like, people just bail the moment there's a problem. So I would prefer you guys overreact a little bit and let me know so I can check if there's a problem. Then it go on for, 5 minutes when there's, a problem with the audio or the video. Radiant Gaming just made your edit. What do you? Oh, for the Lamar Jackson. Post a comment on one of my, or you could go to my community page where I go to my profile and on the post section I posted that I'm going to be to the lake in 2 hours. Go post a link to it or something there. How isn't there flathead and blue cats if it's connected to the Missouri River? As far as I know, there's no flathead catfish in Montana, period, or blue cats. And the reason being is because of dams, usually. We have channel cats, but I've never seen them this far up the Missouri. We have to go about 7 dams down the river before you see channel cats. Oh, come on. Did we lose another one? What is with all these weeny fish bites? It might still be there. Nope. Savage my worm. Yeah, I think the bite's gonna start to pick up here. What time is it? 5:47? Glitching? Hold on. All right, I just restart the chat. Is it better now? Okay. Yeah, we just had a bite, but I lost it. little shallow here. I don't know, we'll see. This one's on the catch cam. I think we might have hit bottom there on that one. We're at about 18 feet, and I estimated that we're probably at about 15 foot or so because of the weight of this catch cam. Yeah, there's some weeds. I don't think that was a bite. Get over here. We just went a little bit shallow. This camera weighs a ton, so I need to keep it out of a little bit deeper water. Yeah, that was definitely bottom. We're at 18 foot depth, and I think because of the weight of this camera, that it's pulling us down to at least 15 foot. And I think we grabbed onto some weeds or debris coming off the bottom. The other one was definitely a bite right before the camera glitched, because he was on the line for a little bit. I felt him. We just lost him on the way. The trout have such weeny little lips. That felt like a small trout. Yeah, I'll have to look it up. I think it's like 4 to 6 ounces or something like that. Somebody could look it up. It's the Waterwolf 2K Wi-Fi. No, Waterwolf 2.0 Wi-Fi 2K. And there's like 3 or 4 iterations of it. It's the newest iteration. But I want to say it's like 4 to 6 ounces. It's pretty heavy. So I think it's bringing us down to probably 15 foot, maybe a little bit deeper. So we just got to stay out of the shallows with it. The trout here are so picky. Well, again, if I were actually after trout, I would be fishing the north end of this lake. That deeper section has way more interesting terrain, but the north end, as far as I can tell, doesn't have service. So we are here, one, because this is where the Fish, Wildlife, and Park surveys. There's a point right at the south, kind of right by the dock, and on the east side. It's kind of like a triangle where they did 3 surveys, and 30-pound pike, 30-pound pike, 30-pound pike. That's why we're here. That and cell reception. How fast are we trolling? 1.5? 1.5, 1.7, yeah. Any slower, I can get it down to about 1.2 or 1, if I'm going into the wind. But when you start going that slow, it gets real squirrely trying to steer a jet motor, especially with waves, and you end up in just death circles. That and truly, I'm not targeting rainbow. What we're really after here is pike, and pike like I would prefer to be trolling much faster than this for the pike. Yep, two rods per person in central Montana in lakes and reservoirs. If you're fishing in a river, a stream, it's 1 pole per person. We're marking really big fish here, 10 foot, 15 foot. It'll run 12 to 16 foot, yeah. So we almost certainly just ticked off the bottom there. And we have been fishing in, 20, 25 foot depth we happened to run a little shallow. I wasn't paying attention. I was talking to you guys. Your PB is 0.9 what? In Missouri, you could have 33 hooks on the line if you wanted. That's crazy. Yeah, so if you go to eastern Montana, rivers and streams, on the Missouri, you're allowed 6 poles with 6 hooks on each line, so 36 hooks. Central Montana, it's 1 pole with 2 hooks in rivers, or 2 poles with 2 hooks in lakes and reservoirs. It's stupid that they have such different limitations. I mean, I could literally fish, right here and then walk downstream 10 feet and it's completely different. 1 pole versus 6 poles. And it's just so arbitrary and weird. What do you use it for bait for the pike? We've run through a handful of different. We started with the Rapala floating minnow, the F18. It's a 7.5-inch stick bait, which I've been absolutely killing pike at a different reservoir around here. We ran that for a couple of hours. No real activity on it. We've switched to, we ran a Rapala Husky Jerk, a little bit shorter in gold color. We did have a couple of small, strikes at that one, nothing really interesting. We've switched over now to the Berkeley Magic Swimmer. And it's about a 4.5 or a 5-incher. The other pole we're running a Max flashlight and a wedding ring rig. You can leave rods out all night however long you want. You can also have, I think it's 9 rods out. Yeah, see, you could only have rods out if they're with, the way that the law reads is it's within your control. So like you can't put a rod in the water and then go walk up and go back to your tent. If FWP came by and saw that, you would likely get a ticket. They have to be within line of sight. If you catch something on it, you have to be within, a reasonable distance that you can go and catch that fish. Unless you're running set lines. 75 horsepower Evinrude Johnson. Yeah, it's a old 75 horsepower, 1984 75 horsepower Johnson Evinrude 2-stroke. $371 likes, man. We might hit 400 yet. Y'all, if you're enjoying the stream, hit that thumbs up. Let's see if we can get to 400 tonight. And if you're not enjoying the stream, then I don't know. Go find something else to watch. But there's fish all over here. All the way from, we're at about 22-foot depth right now. I'm seeing them all the way from the bottom up to about 5 foot. So they're kind of all over in the water column right now. Not seeing anything super big right now. Small and medium-sized fish. If you want your limit of walleye in South Dakota, just go to Bitter Lake. Huh. Can you show the fish finder? I can, but like I said, when I put the camera on here, you guys are probably gonna see like rolling lines. It never seems to translate well. It's something with frame rate and LCD screens. Oh God, how zoomed in was I? Yeah, it just gets that flashy effect. It's hard to show you guys. So this is the down scan, which you can't see that. The only way I'd be able to really show that to you is if I had like a screen recorder. That's not, you can't see that. It has something to do with frame rate and digital cameras. I'd have to look it up. I don't know if any of y'all know about film and why it does that. Daniel, we're trolling today. Again, I've explained multiple times. We're searching the lake. I'm looking for contour. We're not jigging or throwing crankbaits right now. Once I learn the lay of the land here, I would do that. But first time I'm on a water body and I'm in the boat, I troll and I troll all over. I'm just looking. I'm marking things on the map. I'm looking to see where fish are congregating, where there's, dips and bumps, and I'm marking them so we can then come back at a later time and jig or throw. I don't like to stop and do that when I have no idea what else is around. It's hard to tell from here, like you said, with the screen rates. You're live scoping, right? No, I don't. No live scope. Just down scan, side scan. I don't have a fancy live scope. Get a Hellcat engine with a propeller and put it on your boat. That's probably a little overkill for a 16-foot flat-bottom John boat. Try throwing a cast net. I don't know how to throw a cast net. My ass would end up tangled in it and drowning. You'll let me know if it glitches or you hear a beep. Beep. Drag netting. No, I'm fairly certain that's illegal. I'm pretty sure this is like the 8th time I've lit this cigarette in the last hour. Get like 1 or 2 drags off of it and then it goes out. Oh, okay, SoCal. My bad. I misunderstood. I'm missing parts of the conversation here. Ryan Hahn. How you doing? Poor Daniel always misunderstood, right? I'm trying. Please don't take it personal. It is 6 o'clock, so we got about three more hours of trolling, but right about now, the bite should pick up if we can get on the fish. What's the biggest fish species out there in this water body? Mini Merva? Y'all have some big carp out here. Montana state record for carp is somewhere around 40 pounds. Because I lost the state record last year, it had to have been at least 50 pounds. Had them all the way to the damn bank, not once but twice. Reeled him in and she went all the way back across the river again. I got her back and right on in, the shallows right by the bank, and my net was too small. I'm fighting trying to get the damn thing in the net and it broke off. You know what a propane tank like from a barbecue looks like? Paint it to look like a fish, and that's what the carp was. About the same size, same dimensions, just fat. It had to have been 50 pounds. It would have been the state record. But that I've never seen. That's the biggest carp I've ever seen in person. 15 more minutes and the bite's on for an hour and a half. Maybe, hopefully. 6, 7 o'clock is usually at Pishkin when I'm trolling. Right about now is when the bite starts to pick back up.
I always have that lull of the afternoon. The bite drops off 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. And from 10 o'clock until, 5, 6 o'clock, it's just crap. I still catch, a fish here and there. But 6, 7 o'clock rolls around and normally you're reeling one in and trying to get it in the net so you can get to the second pole to get it in. I really should just post some raw footage of my my fishing trips. It gets insane at times. And most of the time I'm by myself, which just makes it ridiculously hard. I'm trying to drive the boat, reel 2 fish in, net them. Well, yeah, it's chaotic, but holy crap is it fun. It is just, your heart gets thumping. 6:04 here. Yeah, we're Mountain Standard Time. W Shorts. Yeah, we've caught 1 walleye, 1 rainbow. I don't know if you were here for either of them. Ryan Hahn, would it be nice to have a little more chop in the water? Nah, this is perfect, man. Watch my videos, you'll notice my bigger fish come from slow bait. Try Ned rigs, Daniel. Easy to... I would love to see those videos. I mean, I do have some long-form content on YouTube. It's highly edited, though. And that's something I've been curious about. Would you guys watch, just... I mean, you are because I'm interacting with you, but would you watch just like 8 hours of raw fishing if it wasn't live? I could throw up, just raw content, and it would be so much easier on me if I did, because I'm so slow at editing. To edit, 8 hours or 10 hours worth of fishing takes me 10 to 20 hours to do, to turn it into, a 1 hour video. I would much rather just throw up 8 hours of raw content, but I don't know if people would watch it. Yeah, see, edit is way better, and that's kind of what I've thought. There might be a small fraction of the audience that might sit through and just watch the raw content, but totally listen to that shit while working on my bay on the boats. I mean, I haven't tried it yet. I could try it. I could throw up some just raw edits. Because it does. I mean, there's long lulls of nothing. And I mean, that's most of the fishing channels that you watch, they only post the good stuff. They don't post the, is anything gonna bite? We're like on hour 5 here of nothing. It just seems like they just catch, and they really don't. I mean, unless they're using the live scope. A lot of those people that have live scope and learn how to use it, they do just catch. But when you're fishing old school like me, you're using your fish finder as for a depth finder and very little else. There are always those long lulls. But like I said, in those water bodies that I know how to fish and know where the fish are and that I've spent a lot of time at, when the bite is on, it's on, and it gets chaotic and it gets fun. But most of the content that I posted so far, highly edited. I'm trying to cut out all the things that I would expect people are... people have such a short attention span these days because of things like shorts. They're like, oh God, 3 seconds with no action. Like, I'm swiping, I'm on to the next. And I figured it would be especially like that with the long form content. But I could try it out. I mean, I'll post some if you guys want to watch it. I like the live streams, make some long form with edits and raw. I mean, that's the I've done edits of long form. Nobody watches it. My shorts are kind of meh. I'm working on them, but I have not yet just tried posting pure raw footage other than the lives, which very few people ever go back and watch the lives, which leads me to believe that if I just post 8 hours of fishing, then you might get 1 or 2 views. A couple of you guys might like it, but the bulk of you are never gonna give it a watch. Post it, I'll watch all your stuff either way. Well, I'll throw some out there here sometime here in the near future. We'll let you guys watch. Fishkin would be fun. I mean, there are periods of dead, but it's not like today. It's periods of dead in between craziness. When the bite is on there, I mean, like I said, I'll fish there for, we're coming over a really nice school of fish right now. When it's on, it gets incredibly chaotic. I mean, like the last trip there, I was there, I think just under 12 hours. I landed 18 fish and lost 10. 10 solid bites. Not like these, they bite and they're gone. Like 10 where you get it, you're on it for, 15, 30 seconds, then, oh shit, it's gone. So, I mean, that's 28 fish minimum that, we were hooked up on during that period. So there is a lot of action in it. Katrina Cook, cut bait, yes, it's like 10 different fish you can use, like white sucker, lake chub, creek chub, carp, and a handful of others. They do allow, I think, perch and rainbow trout and pike, they will allow you to use entrails from. No edible portions, though. You can't use, like a fillet. You could use like a trout head or trout eyeballs. But there's a very limited number of fish you can use for cut bait here. Yeah, so in previous years, I've always fished with white sucker cut bait, or the garbage that you buy frozen from the bait shop. Earlier this year, I started catching when I was fishing for sturgeon in Fort Benton. Every once in a while, you'll pull in a lake chub or a creek chub. And I'm like, all right, these are good size, perfect size fish for cut bait. So I kept, I think, probably like 4 or 5 of them from the sturgeon trip. And holy crap, man, the next time I went catfishing, they were barely touching the white sucker, and every pole that I had chubs on, they ate the crap out of it. We got bites after bites after bites. And in fact, there's one video on there where I show, I think I caught a 14.5 pound channel cat. Not a monster, but a really nice. It's the best one I've caught this year. But yeah, that was off creek chub. Creek chub or lake chub, I forget which one. Not legal, but crappier great bait. Yeah, we're not allowed to use them at all here. Bullheads are awesome for flatheads. Yeah, bullhead are not one we're able to use for cut bait here. Dave James, are you bothered? It's very illegal to use trout for bait here. Yeah, so again, you can't use any edible portion of it, but I think the way that the regulations read here is that you can use entrails, basically the guts. But if they were to catch you using any edible portion of it, it's a serious fine. They do. I don't know who makes this shit up. It goes through committee meetings. I don't know what kind of logic they go through to pass stuff like that. It needs to stop raining so I can get to the river, right? Yeah, we've been stormy as heck for the last couple of days. We've got some streams out, but both days, the last few days we've had crazy storms roll through that really messed with the streams. But today is the first day in a week that we've had really nice, calm weather. Trout love eating trout guts, but you're not allowed to use any part of them for bait. But that's why I read. And white looks so good in there because it looks like guts. Okay, that makes sense. I think we might need to switch to a different color or on our wedding ring here, or we could take the wedding ring off and we may... I want to run the wiggler at some point. It's an oddball lure. Pike will definitely bite. I've caught pike off this. I haven't caught walleye. I've caught both rainbow and brown trout off of this. It's an oddball lure. I want to throw that on there. Trout decent, but if it's not caught in the heat of the summer, I'm not into it. Yeah, I'm not much of a trout. I've never tried brown trout. I hear brown trout's actually a lot better than rainbow trout. Most of the water bodies here in Montana, brown trout is one of those ones that the regulations differ basically on every water body you fish for them. Some, you can only keep them under a certain size, but only if you're 14 years or under. Some water bodies you can keep it if they're above a certain size, but only if you're 14 years and younger. Some of them, you know, you can keep, but they just have to be under a size or over. It's so arbitrary, and I can never keep track of which is which, and I don't want to be on the wrong side of the regulations, and I don't want to be, up until now, I haven't taken the time to look at the specific water body and understand it before I go. So anytime I catch a brown, I get a quick picture and it goes back in the water. I don't mess with it. I don't want to be on the wrong side of the regulation on it. Do you like teleport bread? I do it for 3 whole days. I don't know what that is, that loud clapping. Engineer's mad because I teleported bread. Can you explain why he's mad? Again, I have no idea what you're talking about there, bro. Yeah, we will give, what is it, 6:15. I hate to take it off because we have caught one trout. Let's do it. I don't care about it. This one catches trout too. Let's throw the wiggler on. You think he's trolling me with bread? Probably. That sounds like some nonsensical bullshit to me. Oh, we weren't even very far out on this one. I forgot that pole went off while I was letting this one out. We've been running this one like 30 feet in that boat. Not that long though, probably for the last half hour. I'm actually going to leave this max flashlight on there. I'm going to throw a leader on there before this spoon. We're doing kind of a weird rig setup here. Now let me remember which end is the front end, which end is the back end. You, I'm pretty sure, are the front end. Yes. All right, red wiggler out. Let's do this. Catch us a monster. Are the rod holders clamp on? Now the ones on the side are clamp on. These ones, the white ones in the back, came with the boat there, riveted in. At some point in time, I'm going to drill those out and remove them. And I'm actually going to use those spots, the ones on the very back, as I'm going to mount brackets there so I can cover its back end and make a casting deck on the back. But yeah, these ones are just clamp-on ones I got off of Amazon. They work pretty well. Oh, wrong bowl. Have they ever came loose? No, they actually secure pretty good. I did one time, smack one of them on a dock pretty hard when I was pulling in. I wasn't paying attention, and it tweaked it up, but it was still solid. It messed up the little pad on it a bit, but now I've been running these for a year and a half now and have had no problems. I did crank them down really well on there when I first put them on, though. I got them off Amazon. At some point in time, I'm gonna... I don't know if it's allowed because I'm not monetized yet. I've been really hesitant to post any like Amazon links or anything for the gear that I use on my page. I don't want to do that until I've been monetized on my channel, because I don't want to get some stupid ban, and I don't quite understand whether it's allowed or not. When does the stream end? About 3 hours is when we will be putting the boat, or taking the boat out of the water. But then I think we might stick around for a little bit. The lady at the office said there's some massive carp that hang out by the docks here, which piqued my interest. If there's enough of you around after I get the boat out of the water and y'all want to hang out and watch me catch some carp, we might stick around for a little bit longer and pull a few carp out of the water here. Can we get a full speed run with the Johnson? We can, maybe when we're on the way back to the, in fact, I normally do after a long day of trolling. It's not good to put your motor away after a long day of steady trolling without blowing the piss out of it. So normally after I'm done trolling, I'll take 5 minutes and I kind of buzz around and it just blows the crap out of there. Otherwise, when I park it, because it's a two-stroke, you're mixing fuel with oil. There's like an oil buildup that gets in there, and I'll park it in my garage and I get weird oily drips. But if I blow it out real good after I've been trolling, I don't get the weird drips. It also helps charge my battery up some. Cole Evans, where are you fishing today? We're in Canyon Ferry Reservoir in central Montana. It's just outside of a small town called Townsend, Montana, which is about 30 miles from the capital of Montana, which is Helena. But yeah, we're not doing any full speed runs right now. We're still trolling. We're still trying to catch fish, and I'm not going to catch a fish going 30, 35 miles an hour. How long have you been fishing? If you mean today, we got the boat in the water about 9:30, 9:45, I think we pulled out from the docks. So it'll be going on about 12 hours when we pull the boat back into the docks, a little less than 12 hours. New Bank, welcome to the stream. We catch and release. The fish that we've caught are all happily swimming back in the lake here. Oh, you hunted in the elkhorns above there. Nice. Yeah, we're up in the mountains. There's excellent hunting around here. And there's so many cool little mountain lakes and reservoirs in this area. Jasper, I don't think that's English. I have no idea what you're trying to say. Flawless Roleplay, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, buddy? Pike. View is so amazing. It is pretty out here, isn't it? Let me get my fat head out of the way. Once the mods leave, the trolls come in. Oh, SoCal's still here. I think Josie might still be lurking. Oftentimes, Crappy Man Jigs is in here for a really long time and doesn't say anything until you see him remove somebody's message. The mods in here, though there are few, are usually quite on point. Are there any bass in here? Fish well, I haven't caught any, but there are supposedly smallmouth bass in here. Yeah, we've caught 2 fish today. We've had a bunch of others on the line. How big is this body of water? It's the 3rd largest body of water in Montana. It's about 33.5 thousand acres, which is massive. It's 6:23 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. How many feet are you fishing in? We're currently, I'm running just a kind of a zigzag pattern between 20 and 25 foot right now. I've tried going out further. Unfortunately, our signal starts dropping out. We're kind of limited on where I control, just due to the cell signal. I'm trying to keep you guys here with me. Otherwise, I'd be out deeper right now for sure. What fish finder do you have, Jacob asks? I'm using a Lowrance Elite FS9. It's a touchscreen, 9-inch. It's got down scan, side scan. Sunset about 7:30. No, well, last light is about 9:30 p.m. here. Big circles, kind of. I'm zigzagging back and forth, kind of parallel with the shore, going 20 to 25 foot. But yeah, I zigzag down and then we're turning around and kind of running the same pattern back. I'm going a little bit shallower on one direction, and then when I turn around, I go a little bit deeper. Is side imaging worth the money? It's interesting to look at. It's one of those things that it honestly has not been all that useful. The down scan is so much more useful than the side scan. There are a lot of people that understand fish finders and how to tune them, how to tweak them to make things show up better. The thing that I found with side scan that I never knew before I got them is it doesn't work if you're sitting stationary. So like if you anchor up, or even if you're going too slow, it requires a minimum speed in order for it to paint properly. If you're stationary, you get garbled side scan, which is one of the main reasons that I wanted to get it. It was when I was slow trolling or when I'm sitting stationary that I can see, try and get a better idea what's going on around me. If you ask me how useful is it, I mean, 4 out of 10, it's not great. But again, I'm an old school fisher. Like I used it for a depth finder and I used the down scan. I've not found a great use of the side scan. I'm trying to learn how to read it better, and I know that's part of it, that if I'm not interpreting it great. But I figured it would be a lot more useful than it's turned out to actually be. Travis, yes, I did mark those. Thank you. Dave DeRoe, have you looked into getting a live scan sonar? I've thought about it. I don't fish that style really. I'm not a sharpshooter. I'm not a bass fisherman. It would be fun to play with. One day I might get one. At this point, I gutted this boat when I got it and rewired it very limited. There's still so many things I have in boxes to put on here. Lights and different things. I want to get an actual trolling motor so I don't have to troll with the frickin', maybe after all of that stuff, maybe I'll dick with a forward-facing sonar. But it seems like every time I look at it, everybody's come out with a new model and it's 10 times better than the last one. It's one of those technologies that's just still so new. Every season they come out with a better one. But we'll wait a few years. Maybe eventually I'll get one. Oh, never mind. I got the weird spoon on there. It looks different. How big is your boat? It's 16 foot length, 48 inch wide, flat bottom John boat. I'll watch until you catch a fish. I'm excited. Right about now is when the bite should start picking up. I would expect sometime in the next hour that we should hook up on something. It's only useful for bass, crappie in my opinion so far. I mean, I could see it being useful like during springtime when I'm fishing shallow, the shallow spawn beds for pike. But it would have limited use if it were on my boat. I don't use any of that. I just cast my line and catch fish, right? No, when you're on a boat, especially if you're trolling, I highly recommend at least having a depth finder. You really should know how deep your bottom is. Otherwise, you're going to lose a lot of lures. Yeah, the loud clapping. Can we nix that? We don't need any of that in here. We're here to fish, not to role play. Colby Queso, welcome back to the stream. You went out for dinner with the wife. That's all right, man. Nobody's gonna have hurt feelings because you had something in real life to do. Welcome back. How was dinner? What did you bring me? I'm kind of hungry. David Rowe, I know guys fishing big reservoirs are using it to target big walleye. Yeah, there are purposes for it. I mean, those people that are stopping and jig fishing and, you know, throwing lures, it's helpful in those scenarios. I don't care what kind of fish you're fishing for. It could definitely have, be very helpful, very beneficial. While I do that, when I'm on a lake and a reservoir, especially when I'm fishing for pike and stuff, this time of the year, I do very little jigging or casting other than midday when I'm fed up with not getting bites. I'll go look, you know, in shallower water or fish over rock piles or humps. But I tend to catch way more fish covering ground trolling. I know a lot of people, it bores you to death. I don't get bored trolling. Because again, I'm constantly looking at bottom. I'm studying. I'm looking at where I caught other fish. You know, trying to determine, you know, if I'm seeing fish, you know, 5 foot off the bottom, you know, does it work better if I'm running my lure 10 foot or 20 foot off the bottom? I'm always toying with things. I do get bored with it sometimes though, and I do stop and I throw lures and I still catch fish that way. But almost always I end up back trolling. And I love trolling. I enjoy it. Yeah, I'm alone on the boat. I almost always I'm fishing by myself. Usually use bobbers and worms or minnows. I throw a bobber and a worm quite often. It's one of those rigs that it could catch any fish in the lake. It's not necessarily the best presentation for anything, but it's good enough to catch almost any species out there. And I like that. It's kind of one of those things, it's like a lottery ticket. You know, what am I going to catch with this? Whereas when I throw, you know, a 7.5 inch crankbait or, you know, a stick bait, I know I'm not likely going to catch a rainbow trout. I'm probably not going to catch a brown trout. I'm probably not going to catch you know, I know I'm likely going to catch probably only a pike. You know, so it's one of those things, you're either targeting a fish or you're targeting fish. And some days it's just nice to catch fish. How big were the two fish? The walleye, let's see here, 11 inches. It was a baby. The rainbow was a little bit bigger, about 17 inches. Still a baby. Yeah, it can be really effective too, because again, there's a lot of different ways you can fish a bobber. You know, you can fish a stationary bobber really close to the surface. You can fish a bobber, you know, with 5 foot of line hanging out of it. You know, you could fish a bobber with a slow retrieve. You can fish it and jerk it like you're jigging. There's a ton of different ways you can fish with a bobber. Do you have a big spoon out there for the bite? Yeah, we just put the red wiggler out, which is a big old spoon with 2 gnarly treble hooks on it. If you see those carp later, what bait you gonna use? Bread balls. Bread balls, I might rig up, I'll probably throw in 2 poles because I can. One will certainly be bread balls, the other one probably worms. Yeah, the worm is like the universal bait. Night crawlers, any fish out there that doesn't just, you know, filter feed, like a paddlefish filter feeds. You're never gonna catch a paddlefish off of a worm. They don't. They feed by filtering, you know, micro organisms, small things through their gills. So pretty much anything except for a fish like that, you can and will eventually catch on a worm. Corn on the cob. Corn does work great for a carp as well. I've found in the last few years that carp, it differs by water body, and it honestly it can differ by time of the year too. But my most effective bait that I've ever used for carp, I catch more of them and bigger ones using bread balls. Or, you know, bread dough dipped in strawberry jello is one that I've recently started using that really, really works well. I've caught it off corn, I've caught them off worms, but my go-to is usually a bread ball. What pound test on your rods? The trolling rods here are running 18-pound Suffix Advanced lead core. So it's 18-pound braid wrapped around a lead core center. On my casting rods, I normally will throw nothing less than a 30-pound braid. Can you visit Belize City, please, just one time? Oh, I would love to. One of these days, sometime in the next few years, we might be doing some traveling to fish for the channel. Oh, you mix breadcrumbs and strawberry jello powder? No, well, so the people do that. I don't use oh, what do they call it? Well, what's the term for it? Grab a cigarette here and think. I don't remember what the hell it's called. I don't mix stuff. So what I take is, I fish with bread balls, right? I'll tell you how I came upon this. I fish with bread balls. You take, you know, bread for sandwiches. You take hot dog buns. You take hamburger buns. You take dinner rolls. You're taking bread that's been cooked, that's fluffy, and you're mashing it back down into dough, right? Into a ball to put on a hook. And I'm wandering through the grocery store the one day, and I'm like, why am I doing this? Why do I take bread to put back into dough? Why don't I just use dough? So I went over to the frozen food, or not frozen food, but the section that they have like muffins and biscuits that come in those containers that, you know, you peel a little thing off and it pops and scares the crap out of you. And I found a container of ready-to-bake pizza dough. So it's just pizza dough. And I take that and I take strawberry jello powder and I take a chunk of the pizza dough and I dip it in the strawberry jello powder and basically cover it so it's no longer sticky. And then you just kind of gob that around your hook. And holy crap, man, I have caught more pike off of that. Or not, I caught a pike off of it too, which is just ridiculous. But more carp is what I meant. Yeah, I caught a pike off a bread bowl. But no, I don't mix it up. I'm not putting corn and breadcrumbs. I take actual bread dough, uncooked, sticky, gooey, and you dunk it in the strawberry jello powder to coat it so it's not sticky. And then you gobber around the end of the hook and very gently toss it out because it is pretty soft. And sometimes you do lose it in the casting process. But it works really, really well. The carp love it around here. Pack bait, that's the term I was looking for, Katrina. Thank you. If you've been on my channel recently at all, you might mention me, say COVID brain. Like ever since I had the first bout of COVID, I have this like short-term memory loss thing where I will be talking about something and like the word, it's there, but it won't come out. So when you see me hesitate and kind of help me out, spit it out like that, like she just did. She knew what I was talking about, but I, for the life of me, could not spit it out. And it's ever since COVID. I don't know if any of y'all got that, but I call it COVID brain, and it drives me nuts. Because I can literally be talking about something, I'll say the word, and then 2 minutes later, my brain's just like it stutters. It's like I can't find that word anymore. I don't know if it's early onset dementia or... It seems to me it came right about the time I had a really bad bout of COVID. Do you fish for catfish? Yeah, I love to fish for catfish. I don't get to very often because it's like an hour plus drive from my house to get to anywhere that you can catch them. But I do love it. Use boilies. I have like a 2-pound bag of boilies that I spent a small fortune on importing from Europe. And I have fished the crap out of them things, and the carp around me will not touch them. I have never even got a bite off of one, let alone caught a fish. It's me, 137, gonna bail, hit the gym. Peace, dudes. Thanks for hanging out. It's me. Go do your gym stuff. Have fun. Swing back through if you want. We'll be here for another few hours. Colby says, yeah, my mother-in-law struggles. It drives me crazy. It's just on the tip of my tongue, and it's like I literally just said this word 2 minutes ago, and it won't come out. It's like a stutter almost. Why no catfish there? Suspect there are some since Missouri. There's a series of a bunch of dams, and for whatever reason, catfish, other than yellow bullheads, black bullheads, and stone cats, which are all just itty bitty little catfish species. Other than that, none of them come above it's called the Moroni Dam. It's the final dam in a series of 7 or 8 dams. But once you get past Moroni Dam, there's channel cats everywhere, and they get quite large. Why they don't come up past the dam, I don't know. I've never understood that. It's always seemed weird to me. Sweet corn, stuff it on a hook, that works really well. It can, yeah. Corn, worms, bread balls. Those are and sometimes I'll throw all 3. Again, I fish with a high-low rig oftentimes. It's a steel leader. It's actually a saltwater fishing rig. Steel leader, it's got a T that comes off on one side at the top, a T that comes off at the bottom, and you run a leader and a hook, and a leader and a hook, and then at the bottom you put a sinker. That's what I normally use for carp fishing. So I'll load, bread ball on one hook and, corn on another, or worms on one, worms and corn on one. So I like to throw a variety out there until I can see, I've had 2 hits off of this and none off of that, and then I'll take it all off and put it all the same on all the hooks. I've caught them off hot dogs too, hot dogs and string cheese. Use hair rigs with carp fishing. Yeah, I have a handful in my bag here, which I bought. I'd never used before until I bought the boilies. I went all the way down the way y'all over in UK and Europe fish for carp because I love it. You guys have such specialized carp gear over there, and it's always incredible to watch y'all build those rigs and use those rigs. Kane Park, if you don't like fishing, why are you on a fishing live stream? Like, why do you force yourself into a situation that's going to make you mad or disgust you? If you don't like fishing, there are so many other channels you could be on YouTube, my friend. I understand a lot of people don't like fishing, they don't like hunting. I mean, I don't get that. Like, you just want to come in here and chastise us? You want to go be a Karen somewhere else? Like, I just don't get that. Very rarely blank when carpet. Yeah, I watch those videos, man. I see how well the carp over there love those boilies you guys got, which is why I spent a small fortune importing some from frickin' Europe, because you can't buy them around here. Americans don't use that crap. I bought a bunch of y'all's hair rigs. I have a whole bunch of carp gear that is, all that primo stuff. And American carp are like, I don't want any of that fancy shit. Give me a bread ball. How have you not ran out of gas? I still probably have at least a quarter of a tank. It's a 10.5 gallon tank. It was not full to the top. We had probably 10 gallons in there. And I can roll off 10 gallons for probably 12, 14 hours. Oh, did he finally start a stream? Oh man, I'm missing it. It's all right. I try not to get angry with people like that. Like, I understand some people. The reality of it is what we do, game fishing. It is cruel. I mean, but it's also fun. I don't know. I try. I mean, I'm trying to be humane about it. It's not like I'm out here beating baby seals with a bat or something. I'm not intentionally trying to be cruel and kill something. We pull them up, we have the fight, it's fun. The other half of the fun is letting them go. You know? So, I mean, it's whatever. I'm not gonna bash somebody or, you know, get upset because it doesn't sit well with them. That's all right. I don't understand why you would purposefully expose yourself to something that disgusts you. If you don't like it, look away. Find something else to watch. I don't understand why you want to come and throw shade at somebody because they're doing something you don't like. I mean, it'd be different if I was in their backyard fishing out of their koi pond or something, you know. Yeah, you got a right to say something. Otherwise, move along. Go find somebody else to be angry at. Use a bread ball and dip your weight in peanut butter. For some reason, it gets bigger fish. I've heard a couple of times people mention peanut. That is one thing I've never tried with carp. I'll have to try that out sometime. How much gas you got? Again, it started with 10 gallons. We still have at least a third of a tank left. We got a ton of gas left. Noah, welcome back to the stream. Love the lives, bro. Appreciate that. I'm having a blast hanging out with y'all. I wish we could catch more fish, but again, that's y'all that fish know that some days are like that. And again, this is a brand new lake. I'm exploring. I'm as much as I'm talking to you, my eye is also watching the contours. I'm watching over here, and you'll see me occasionally reach over and mark stuff on the screen. I'm also mentally remembering different spots here because we're not in a very big area here. We're kind of leashed because of the cell and streaming. But yeah, if I were here by myself, I really think the big pike, if we're going to catch it, it's going to be out in deeper water here. We're not going to catch it this time of the year in the shallows. I know some of y'all would disagree and you think that the big ones are always going to be in the shallows, but again, my experience with fishing for pike, the bigger pike this time of the year, while you might find them occasionally in the shallows, they spend the bulk of the time out here in the deep. They suspend. They may not be on the bottom, but they're suspended. They're, you know, chilling at the top of a weed bed. They're chilling at the top of a thermocline. They may be posted up, you know, around a hump or a valley, but they like the cooler water out here. Mark that spot on GPS. It was a bad glitch. Okay. Colt the Fisherman says bye-bye. Thanks for hanging out, Colt. Hope you have a wonderful afternoon. Appreciate you stopping by. If you like live streaming, you like fishing, hit that subscribe button. Come back, hang out with us sometimes. We do stream 2 to 3 times a week. We fish for all kinds of different fish. We bank fish, we boat fish. I will be soon getting a Starlink Mini, so I'm going to be able to take you to some of the places that I haven't been able to before, simply because there is no cell service. We'll be able to go out in the deep and look for the lunkers out of there instead of you guys having to say, wait, go back, it's getting glitchy. We will bring our internet with us. So that'll be coming in the near future. Colt need to get banned again. I told Crappy you were sad, you were missing his live. He laughed and said he's coming back to yours soon. He's about to turn his off. Oh, okay. No, I'm just glad he's back streaming. I know he's been jonesing to get back out there. He's been streaming for a long time, and as far as I understand, he usually streams 3 times a day on Crappy Man jigs. He always does a morning, afternoon, and evening stream while he's working, making jigs. And then he's been trying to start a second channel, Turner Fishing, where he's been trying to do streams there as well. So I think it's just been killing him that he can't get on and stream. It's been cool though. He's been in my stream a lot. I like that guy. He's one of the nicest dudes that I've met on YouTube. Really good guy. But yeah, I think it's just been killing him that he can't be streaming. So I'm glad to see that he did get back on stream today. He's awesome. And Mary. Mary's super cool too. She's nice. I haven't talked to her quite as much as I've talked to Crappy Man, but she's been in here quite often. Good vibes today, man. Absolutely. We get in occasional moments where somebody's being a butthead, or I did get slightly irritated with somebody earlier today, which I'm going to try not to do on the screen here. But overall, great group of people here. There always is. Schizo, what's up, brother? How you doing today? Tony, I'm going to tip your boat, boy. Hey, have fun trying. I hope you can swim. We're out in the middle of a lake. Dave James says, I've not seen Crappy Man. Yeah, if you guys, he's one of the better fishing channels, I think, here on YouTube. He's not super big, but he's way a bigger channel than I am. But he makes crappy gear. He makes fishing gear, jigs, flies, spinner baits. He pours, he makes, pours metal, he pours plastic, does all sorts of fun stuff, and he does it live on stream, and it's interesting as hell to watch. He's a funny guy too, really, really nice, super knowledgeable, but he also sells them. So if you guys want to support, a local business rather than just throwing all your money at Berkeley, he makes all that same shit that the big companies do, and honestly, a lot of his looks like it's better quality. I mean, you would actually be supporting a good dude. Go check out crappymanjigs.com. He's a one-man shop, and there's a really interesting story behind how his business came to be and how he got into doing what he's doing. Hop over to his live sometime, ask him about it. But even if you don't want to buy his stuff, go hang out with him. He's got a great live stream, and he's usually got a whole bunch of really funny and nice people in there as well. Where is my packing space? All right, we need to hook up on something. This is getting a little bit. We're about 7 o'clock. Time for fish. Let's go. We've been waiting. He just ended his live. Okay. What time does it get dark there? It's been... So we're in the part of the year where every day it gets darker a little bit sooner. A week ago, it was 10:30. Today, 9:30. So we've lost almost an hour in a week. So we about 9-ish. I need to start headed back to the boat dock. Because again, I'm not super familiar with this dock, and it's actually a really long dock. And I don't know what the line is going to look like there. Fish? Are you a fish? 125 foot of water. Must be a snag. Are you a fish? I feel like I might be a fish. That or we're pulling some humongous pile of something off the bottom. Not feeling a whole lot of fighting, just dead weight, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not a fish. So one thing I've noticed, so male versus female when you're catching fish. What the hell? Oh, I turned too sharp. I caught my other line. Wonderful. That's why it's dead weight. But what I was going to say is that oftentimes female fish will feel like dead weight. The males, when you get head shakes and it starts going crazy, 90% of the time that's probably a male fish. Well, that was anticlimactic. I thought we finally had a fish. I just turned too sharp. See, and this is why I normally run the poles on the outside instead of the inside. Sorry about that. Not very exciting to watch a snag. Thankfully, that was an easy one to clear, though. We slightly bird's nested this here. No, when I run, normally when I run the poles in these center pole holders, I run the short poles, and I'm either running bottom bounces, which is something we haven't tried today that we could if we want to try and get into the walleye. But anyways, I run the short poles in the center, and I almost always try, whatever lure I have on one pole in the center, I use that same on the second pole. Whatever I'm using on the outside, I use the same, or it's very similar on the outside. So I know that one lure right next to another one isn't doing something completely different. And what we have right here is two completely different lures close to each other that are doing two completely different things, which is just a recipe for snags. You thought you had a fish, get better at fishing. We had an audible click, and I told you as soon as I picked up the pole that I didn't feel anything. If you're gonna be a butthole, you can go somewhere else, Gert. But yeah, so that's one of the reasons that I normally don't run them close like this when there's two different stuff. Two different lures. But I'm trying. You guys wanted to see both poles, so this is how we're running it. Do you fish at Lake of the Ozarks? Oh, Josie. Poor fish will be scared to have a lie down with that engine running. You would think so. So there are days where, again, those short poles in the back, oftentimes the long poles usually are out anywhere from 60 feet to 200 feet, right? So they're way out there, the side poles. The short poles, oftentimes I will purposefully run them in the prop wash because they get a bit better that way. Some days those fish, especially when you're fishing for pike, they're not afraid of anything. They have no predators in these waters. You'd be surprised how unafraid a lot of fish are of the commotion that's going on behind the boat, things that are happening around. Fish aren't as skittish as people make them out to be. At least that's what I've found. But yeah, I'll run shit like 15 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet right off the back of the boat, right in the prop wash, and it'll get bit up all day long. Yeah, the mods they don't put up with the crap. By the time I'm telling them to calm down, usually they're already muted, so. Got 3 channel cats today. Heck yeah, angler. Ashley B, welcome back to the stream. How you doing, Ashley? Did you get any fishing done today? Council Bluff Lake and Big River. Oh God, the gnats are back. Why are the gnats back? I've eaten plenty of gnats already. I don't need any more. God, we are marking fish all over the dang place. This feels like fishing in the Missouri River right now. all day long I'm pulling back and forth over schools of fish, and they just don't want anything to do with it. Big fish marking too. Is that a turban you're wearing? No, it's a beanie. Got some crappie bass today, right on. We caught one walleye, one rainbow so far, and a whole bunch of bites, and not a whole lot else. No fishing today, unfortunately, very windy here. Okay, yeah, I deal with that all the time here. Today, thankfully, has been an unwindy day. I almost wish there was a little bit more of a breeze. Roasting on the back of my neck here. What are you using? We have out a red wiggler spoon on this side, and we are running the catch cam, the water wolf over here, and behind that it is a Berkeley Magic Swimmer in white, and I think they call it Ghost something. I forget the name of the color, but it's basically white and green and blue and silver. But it's a Berkeley Magic Swimmer. It's a articulating swim bait. Can you try some bait on top of the fish on Fish Finder? I have worms. I have leeches. I mean, we could stop and jig, but right about now is the time that usually the trolling picks up. The time to stop and jig would have been during the heat of the day when the trolling sucks. Die hard, you are, brother, still at it? I never quit, man. The only reason I get off the lake is because it gets dark and I don't have lights on my boat yet. When I go out and I bank fish when I'm by myself, if I didn't have other obligations and didn't have to be there, I'd camp out there for a week at a time. Josie, Rod, did you eat anything? I've eaten countless bugs today. Sadly. Brandon, we already answered that. It's not a turban, it's a beanie, buddy. Hot, sunny, and brutal wind. That's no fun, Ashley. All right, Brandon can be shown to the door. Somebody give him a swift kick in the ass. Katrina Cook. How's the gnats taste? I mean, not bad, other than I'm not getting them down in my belly. They get stuck in the back of your throat. Thank you, Josie. Adventure awaits. Welcome to the stream. Oh, no, you've been here. You're just laughing. What's up, Justin Case? How you doing, buddy? Andrew Boyer, how many did you catch today, brother? We've only landed 2. One small walleye, one small rainbow. We've had a fair number of bites today. They've just been really timid bites. They're on and then they're off. Now, I got a bag of chips here and a stick of beef jerky somewhere. I'm not really all that hungry yet. Like I said before, I've always had kind of a weird eating habit. I don't eat breakfast, lunch, dinner. When I'm hungry, I gorge. I eat like a fat kid, like once a day. Which I found out a few years ago. One of the gals that I work with was asking me, what are your eating habits? Because like we go to lunch and like I'll order 5-6 rolls of sushi and I just pile them in, or we go to a pizza place and everybody's ordering a little pizza, little personal pan, and I order a medium pizza and polish off 3/4 of it at lunch. She's like, do you always eat like this, like breakfast, lunch, and dinner? And I explained to her that I usually only eat once, and that's why I eat so much. And she's like, oh, that's fascinating. That's called intermittent fasting. And I had never heard that term before, and I looked it up, and yeah, it's basically the way that I eat it's a form of fasting. But our apparently our bodies aren't meant to consume food constantly throughout the day. That's why you end up getting fat and diabetes and all sorts of things. It's actually more healthy for you to consume more food in less breaks. At least, again, that's my layman's understanding of it. I'm not a dietitian, don't take my advice. But yeah, it's a thing. Intermittent fasting. And that apparently explains why I'm so skinny. Even though I eat like a fat kid. $368 pounds and eat 2 large pizzas a day. How many times a day? Just checking on you. People get lightheaded and stuff. Oh. No, I'm good. Thank you though, Josie. You're always looking out. I appreciate that. Girth Brooks, welcome back, buddy. I'm back. Still light out there, huh? 9 p.m., already dark here. Yeah, it's only 7 o'clock here. We still have at least 2 hours of light. And in fact, it's getting hot again. I don't know if you can see, my skin is glistening. I'm absolutely roasting. The sun finally passed the big cloud that's been in the sky. And now it feels like it's 85, almost 90 degrees. Krabby Man Jigs, what's up, buddy? I heard you got back on live today. I'm happy to hear that. Did you have a good stream? Do get lights, we turn them up at night. Yeah, I have all the lights. Instead of taking a couple of days off from fishing and finishing wiring my boat, I go fishing. It's been one of those things that I keep telling myself it's a winter project, and then winter rolls around and it's like, why did I wait till winter to do this? It's like 20 below zero outside. There's no way in hell I'm trying to put lights on a boat when it's this cold outside. Yeah, I did about 2 hours. 18K views, heck yeah, dude. In 2 hours. I had, the last 2 streams I've had, I was 16K and it was like 16.1 and like 16.5. I'm blown away. The first was a 6-hour stream and then a 4-hour stream. But that's the most I've ever got. You got 18 in 2 hours. That's huge. But I'm sure people have been jonesing for you to get back on, man. But I'm happy to hear that you had a good stream, buddy. You're right, it's a pain in the ass to wire up. It's not, I haven't figured out where I want to lay it out. The wiring, it's not just the lights. Like I have 2 batteries back there and I have a battery switch that I need to wire in, a switch panel, because I want to do not just lights, but pre-wire it for a trolling motor, add a couple more plugs at the helm here. So there's a bunch of wiring that I want to do. I don't want to just half-ass in a couple of lights. And I haven't figured out how exactly I'm going to mount it because the whole area back there is taken up by the 2 batteries. And at some point I want to make a casting deck over the back there, and I haven't figured out. It's one of those things that I like to lay things out and figure out how the end is going to be before I start on it. I don't like to just dig into things and figure it out as I go. And sometimes I get stuck in the analysis paralysis. If I can't see the end, I can't start it. So it's one of those things. I've got a whole bunch of crap sitting in the garage for it. I just haven't quite figured it all out yet. Can you lure fish off the side while trolling? If I were to pull one of the poles in, I could. I'm only allowed 2 poles. Do you ice fish? David, I've never ice fished. One of these days I'd like to try it though. I don't do well with cold fingers though, so I don't know how well that's gonna be. When my fingers get cold, I don't know, you know what that pins and needles feeling you get in your hands and toes when they get cold? Like these past 5 years or so, it gets really bad for me. It's like excruciatingly bad. And I'm a little hesitant to do ice fishing because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get cold toes and fingers. I don't know, a buddy of mine's got the ice hut and the auger and all that stuff. He invited me last year to go. I just didn't find time to do it. I'd like to this year though. 1 walleye, 2 trout, 2 packs of smokes. Nah, pack. I had like half a pack. We're still working on one pack. I worked on one cigarette for like a solid 3 hours. This is technically the second open pack, but the first one is... Stop trolling me, Travis. Knock it off. Are you allowed to gig fish where you are? Katrina, what does that mean, gig fish? I'm not familiar with that term. You should try it at least. Ice fishing is... It looks awesome. It looks fun. I'm hesitant because like that feeling to me is like fingernails on a chalkboard times 1,000. Like the whole time I'm like, should I just cut them off? Like, I think cutting them off would feel better than how they feel right now. It's just, I hate it. One of those things. But yes, this year I would like to, because I'd like to take you guys along ice fish. I know a lot of you guys live in areas that ice fishing isn't even a thing, so. American Spirits, do they go out constantly? And even when they don't go out, like if you were to smoke a Marb next to an American Spirit, I could probably smoke 3 Marlboros before you'd finish an American Spirit. They're just a slow burning. They don't have all the additives and crap in it. They're still terrible for you. I'm not trying to say they're not, but they don't have all the crap in them that most of the major brand cigarettes have. I mean, they burn a hell of a lot longer, but yeah, they go out constantly. Unless you're puffing off of it. I get like 2 puffs and I start talking and then it's out. Thomas Roddick, big bite. Where? This one's got the big spoon on it. It's got kind of a bounce to it. Those red wigglers have a really gnarly wobble on them. I have missed a couple of the bites haven't been audible. We've had baby fish. What the hell's the weird white thing floating back there? What did we just pass? I don't see a bite. You put 1% milk in my car and now it's not working. Should I put 2%? Yeah, sure, that definitely would help. Stab fish with stick pretty much is what gigging is. Oh, so during summer months, most of the water bodies here, you're not allowed to spear fish or anything like that. During winter months, though, a lot of the water bodies that would otherwise prohibit it do open up spear fishing, staking. Like my buddy who ice fishes uses, it looks like a trident. It's got like 3 prongs on it, and they stab the pike through the hole in the water. But that's a lot during ice season. I do know that Salmon Lake, which is in, I think that's technically in Western Fishing District. I see a guy on fish dives and spear guns them, which kind of irritates me because he posts a stringer of like, he stays out there for like 3 days, 4 days, 5 days at a time, and he'll just have a stringer of like huge pike, little pike, medium pike, just pike after pike after pike after pike after pike. It's like, there's no way you're eating all those damn fish, and not to mention like 3/4 of them are way too big to eat anyway. He's just going there and like single-handedly annihilating the entire population of northern pike in Salmon Lake. But yeah, so it is allowed, but I've never heard of anybody just using a stick. There was a click on one of these. We're in 24 foot of water. That definitely shouldn't be hitting bottom. And I wonder, Travis, that's probably what that was. The beep you heard was actually my steering back here needs some grease. That I just heard a chirp. And that's the only thing I think that has happened today that could possibly be interpreted as a beep. Yes, see, there you go. There's the beep. It's my steering column. You're glitching a little. Oh, okay. Where even are we? I'm not paying attention. Might scroll out here a little bit. All right, set a boundary. Sounded like it's like the fire alarm chirp. It's the steering in here is basically a cable that runs from here all the way to the back, and then you see there's a rod that's connected to the motor. So the cable, when you turn, gets pulled in and out, and then there's a rod connected that goes up like this. But the casing that it's sliding back and forth in, I haven't greased at all this year. And so it's really old grease, and every once in a while it throws a weird chirp. When I heard that, hold on. Oh no, rod's lost. No, I just had to get a lay of the land. I haven't been looking at the bank here in a while. Boat dock is straight out this way. I'm gonna head in a little bit. Let me know when the glitch gets a little bit better. You were glitching like a minute ago. Is it any better? Good on your end? Okay, yeah. I think we just, again, that's the outer boundary we just hit. Because we've been fishing right here for a lot of the day. The stop sign, that first spot where the dang dolphin-sized fish popped out is right up in front of us. That's where I'm headed right now. Do you have extra trolling motor? No, I don't. A buddy of mine was trying to give me a kicker, which is a small gas motor, but this motor is already 3 times the size of what should be on the back end. I added, a way oversized fuel tank. I have 2 AGM batteries back here. All of the weight is on the rear end. I can't add anything else on the back here. It's already way overweight. I'm trying to add more weight to the boat up front. So no, I only have just the trolling motor, or the main motor back here, and I will throw an electric trolling motor on the back. Holy crap, we hit 400 likes, 402. This has been a crazy stream, you guys. Thank you all, that is so awesome. We're literally like double what my highest like count is in any of my other streams. Oh, it is toasty. And that water, we have like glass right now on the water. Not perfect glass, but glassy enough that sun is, I'm getting it once from the sun, and then it's bouncing off of the surface of the water and hitting me again. And I just feel like I'm getting cooked right now. I need to turn the other way. We're done on this side. We need to bake a little bit on the other side. So you're gonna, sorry, I'm gonna hide one of the poles back there for a little bit. What do I think of this lake since you've been here? It's gorgeous. I want to explore more of it. I'm feeling really confined here, only being able to pass. I feel like a dog stuck on a leash right now that just wants to get out of the yard and play. It looks interesting though. I'm not impressed with the terrain. It is such a boring bottom. It's a lot like Pishkin Reservoir that I'm used to. Even Pishkin is more interesting than this though. But I still think this has definite big fish potential. I'm marking all sorts of, some of the biggest marks I think I've ever seen on this fish finder. And I'm pretty sure a lot of them are big pike. They're just not. What I should be fishing with is a deep diving crankbait that's ticking off the bottom. I'm excited to look at the underwater footage because we have touched bottom here a couple of times. I'd really like to see what it looks like down there before I start throwing lures that hit the bottom. But I think over here, maybe 12 minutes or so, 7:30, I think we're going to switch to a bottom bouncer rig. I want to bounce something off the bottom here. Seems like everybody else is left. One of the only boats left on this side of the lake. I see 1 or 2 down there. One just came out of the boat launch. That might be one way over there. But it seems like everybody bailed right at the peak fishing time. I don't know why. Storm coming in? Maybe. I don't know. Doesn't look or feel like a storm coming in. It's hot. I mean, it's pretty clear skies. The other way looks pretty much the same. I mean, there's a little bit of cloud over there. It's not like all gloom and doom over there or anything. Yeah, that's the only thing that's really been irritating so far. But that's pretty much every water body around here. I don't know if it's just people are purely ignorant of that. Because almost everybody's driving V-hulls, you know, and they pass right by each other, really no problem. A V-hull handles stuff like that fine. I'm using a riverboat in a big lake. Now, I don't know if they just don't understand how problematic it is for me. I don't see how they can't, because they're like staring at me as I don't know if they think I'm doing it for fun. Oop. Oh, my mic has been dead for some period of time now. I forgot about this. This guy only lasts about 6 hours. Has my audio been all right? Just me talking to the phone? Did you try any of the lures that the Pike liked before? I did try one, the brown trout that they were eating off of. Is it zoomed in? Nope. Do you think it's those that have been here since earlier in the stream? Does it sound better directly from the phone or from the mic? What irritates me when I don't have the mic on is that I wander away and I'm still talking and you're all like, I can't hear you. Do you prefer the phone mic or the Bluetooth? I don't know. I figured the motor noise would be more annoying. I thought the mic would cancel some of that out. It's good. Mic not so important if not windy. No difference really. Been here since about 5 and never really heard any difference. Interesting. Okay. Well, we'll throw her back in the bag then. We won't worry about charging it. But yeah, you're right. I think the wind noise, is probably the biggest difference. What are we fishing for? Primary target is monster northern pike. We've also got some random rigs out. We're fishing for walleye, trout. We got one pole that's dedicated to pike. The other one's kind of just we're playing with to see what else. The mic helps if I wander, yeah. Yeah, I did. I responded to her. She asked if I was using the one that was working for me at Fishkin. And we did. We ran it for a few hours. I didn't get any bites off of it. But the guy and the gal at the office were telling me earlier today that most people don't come here to fish for pike. There aren't very many pike in here. But they did also confirm when I said, well, there are some big pike in here. I know there are because Fish, Wildlife, and Park Survey shows that there are. They said, yes, definitely, that when people do catch pike, they're usually quite large. They're pulled out of here. So I think it's just a matter of big lake, not a lot of pike. So we got to figure out where they are to get the lure in front of them, and then more than likely they'll bite it whatever we get in front of them. We just need to find them. That's all right, Mason. Welcome. Can we drop a leech on the camera on a big fish from radar? We could try. In fact, we just went over an absolute monster. The thing is you guys can't see the camera. The camera, once it goes underwater, I can't broadcast it. It only has Wi-Fi capability when it's sitting on the surface of the water. The Wi-Fi won't travel through the depth of the water. You've never watched a live stream, so... Well, are you having fun? Are you enjoying yourself? That's all that matters. I hope you guys are. There's been a bunch of you in here for a while now. Can we get some underwater recording of those monsters on the radar? If they pass by the lure camera. Like we just passed, we're on 20-foot bottom here, and we just went over one. That lure camera should be damn near at 20-foot bottom. I mean, I can't give it to you live though. There's no way for me to show you live what's underwater. It's not, again, it's a wireless camera. They do make wired cameras where I could do that. I didn't want, they function differently though. They function like a downrigger. You essentially have a cable that has a line attached to it, the wire, the electrical wire, the optical cable that runs down the camera, and you attach your lure to the end of that. You reel it out like a downrigger. You reel it back in with the camera crank. You're not putting anything on the pole. This is a completely wireless camera. There's no wires. When it's underwater, it's recording to an SD card. So I can't show you what it looks like underwater. I can though with it, hook it up and show, like on my phone, there's an app for it. If it's sitting on the surface of the water, if we put the little donut thingy on it and just point it down, I'd be able to live stream and show you that. But the water clarity is so bad here. I don't know how good of recording we're even gonna get with it down in the water. Like I tried showing you guys earlier, it's almost like an algae bloom. It's just green fibrous shit everywhere in the water. But I can't live stream that for you. Ritos, can I ask a question? Absolutely, ask away. But I will post, it won't be tonight, probably won't be tomorrow. Sometime within the next week I will cut up. If there's anything interesting on the catch cam, I will post it on the channel, and you guys can check it out. Hoping we can catch a fish on it, because those are the coolest catch cams, bites and catches. Am I live streaming tomorrow? I don't know. I've been live streaming every day for the last 3 or 4 days. We might. I do have work tomorrow. I probably should take some time to do some editing to post some shorts. I would say there's probably a low chance of a stream tomorrow. More than likely Tuesday or Wednesday. Matt Erickson, I'm just scrolling back a little bit. Any idea what the record pike is on that lake? On Fish Brain, in fact, I could probably show it up for you. The biggest one on Fish Brain was caught last year, and it shows a picture of it. Looks like probably about a 6 or an 8-year-old holding up a pike that's literally as tall as him. It's 23 pounds, 46 inches, I think is what it was. Fish, Wildlife, and Park, though, does surveys in every water body around here. They don't do them every year. Sometimes it's every other year, every 4 years. But the last 3 surveys they've done on this water body, every one of those surveys they've pulled at least one 30-plus pound pike out of here, which they don't list. The quick overview that I was looking at didn't list the lengths of them, but 30-plus pounds is usually anywhere from 40 to 50 inches. Very close to the state record. Our state record is 37.5. And there was like a 30 pound, a 32 pound, a 34 pound. So really, really close to state record size. But here's the most recent picture of, and it was right around this time of the year too, July 24th of 2024. So this is last year. I don't know how well you guys can see that. Kid's maybe 6-7 years old, and that pike is basically the size he is. And that's only a 23 pound, 42 inch. So this is about the size of my biggest. My biggest is a 22.5 pound, 42 inch. So this is slightly bigger, and they just use round numbers. That's about the size of the one that I caught. But they're, again, 30 plus pounders that are in here. Your biggest pike is 27 pounds. That's huge. Yeah, mine's 22 and a half, and I'm trying to improve upon that. Length doesn't matter, man. It's all about the girth. Matt Erickson asked, what is my job? I work for a web development firm. I started out doing just straight development, mostly PHP programming, which I still do. PHP, .NET, JavaScript, front end, back end. I'm kind of a full stack developer, but I got kind of bored with that. I don't do as much of that anymore. I got into more of the security aspect of it. Most of what I do is security consulting, banks and big businesses that require audits or have had, break-ins, penetrations. They need somebody to come in and run forensic audits on, how did they break into your system? How can we protect the system? Stuff like that. But the firm that I work for is kind of a full course firm. They do everywhere from development to search engine optimization to now we're super getting into AI stuff, which I kind of poo-poo over. I don't like AI all that much yet. But yeah, I do nerdy crap. That's what I've been doing for the last 15, 17 years. I've had all sorts of jobs in the past, though. But that's what I went to school for, is computer science, mathematics. I'm a nerd. I sit on my butt in front of the computer all day. Yeah, it drives me crazy because I love being outdoors so much. I do enjoy it, but I enjoyed it more when it was on my own time, my own projects. I get really, really tired of, multi-million, sometimes billion-dollar businesses bringing me in that are... I sit down in a meeting with them, and it's like we have executives from every continent on the planet that are all so concerned about these things, and I'm in there explaining, the basics of what DNS is, and it's retarded. I'm sitting there the whole time calculating in my head how much money all of these idiots make that are all, the security experts, and they don't know anything. So my job irritates me because of that. I work with a bunch of idiots that make way more money than I ever will. I've lost my passion for it. What I really liked was building stuff, decompiling things, figuring out how things work, rebuilding them, making them work the way that I work. I build bots, the weird little programs that do trivial things. I'm the type of guy who will, write a piece of software that I can text to a number and the coffee pot turns on, the radio turns on. It's just pointless, trivial things that I want to see if I can do it. Rolling around the neighborhood, seeing how many people's Wi-Fi I can crack. It's just shit that I don't need their Wi-Fi, but it's interesting to see how many of them, I can crack in 30 minutes or an hour. I've always done shit like that, though. I got for a while really into lock picking. That was fun. That's another cool channel on here, if you guys have never seen, called the Lock Picking Lawyer. Same kind of guy, same kind of mentality. He just gets bored with his job, and his hobby is lock picking. And he likes breaking every lock, every system. The companies now send him, they're like, we have this new system, there's no way you can pick this. And, a day later, he's posting a YouTube video of, well, the lock system's really good, but, if I bang it like this, and look, I don't care how good your key is, you guys, it's just shit like that. That's how my brain is always working. I'm a nerd. So yeah, this fishing thing is kind of weird for my brain. It's a way for me to turn all of that off because I'm always over analyzing everything. Hopefully these people you call idiots aren't fishermen that watch your channel. At this point, I don't care. Now, I'm at a point in my career where, I mean, I've gotten a couple of phone calls. The company that I work for hasn't been doing all that great these past few years, and I've got a couple of phone calls that, like, the tone of the conversation is like, oh shit, they're gonna do it, they're gonna fire me, and it's like I'm quietly celebrating, and then it's like, all right, nope, guess not. We're gonna work for a few more years. I don't know. Anyways. Intelligence is relative. I'm smart at certain things and I'm a complete idiot on others. It is what it is, you know. I don't think there really are geniuses and stupid people. Some of us, our brains just work differently. Some things come easy for me that don't for others. Some things that come easy for others don't for me. Well, we'll all have our ups and downs. 310 Man Ruth, what's up, buddy? Let's stop talking about me. We're fishing. The problem with fishing is you can overtime it and keep it simple and you'll catch. Yeah, it's just one of those things that it's not. I mean, there are a lot of things to analyze and figure out about. We're at 23 feet. I think we chunked over a weed. Krabby Man Jigs, you're still in here. How you doing, buddy? I do. I overthink everything. This is just one of these things that it helps me unwind. It helps me not think so much. Like I said, I have the problem where I think too much. Analysis paralysis. I have a hard time starting on things unless I can see the finish. Fishing is one of those things, you can't do that. You just have to start. I think that's maybe what I like about it. It's just one of those things that forces me out of my normal thought process. You just have to do. You can think about it later, but in the moment you just got to do. Eating Cheetos, watching Walking Dead reruns. I love that show the first couple of seasons. I don't know, I don't know if it was the third season or the fourth season where it's just like, you can just tell what's gonna happen next. I hate that. I don't like shows that are so predictable. And that show for me, it got way too predictable. Cindy, make sure everyone knows that a kid is running around with my name and a pic on his channel. What is wrong with people? Did you get his at? That's weird. Why do people do crap like that? This isn't working. Let's throw a bottom bouncer on there with a popper. We're gonna try something different for a little while. I can't believe that's that comment. I don't know. People are weird. Kept causing trouble and getting kicked from mine.
Some people just have nothing better to do, I guess. All right, but we're retiring the trout rig here, or the max flashlight at least. I think I'm gonna throw on a small bottom bouncer. We'll see. If we can grab anything with that. Yeah, I just reported. I don't think that YouTube allows that. No, I have no idea. I haven't really looked at the TLS and stuff like that. Cricket, they seem to work best on largemouth like gold and silver cricket. It's my only one I would use. Mad if I had another one. Throw on a small grenade. There you go, Dave James. That'll get them. That targets all species, right? The Rednecks kid, he's been creeping me out. I have no idea who you guys are talking about. Flash, back for a little, got pretty busy manifesting more fish for you. I appreciate you. We're just about to switch the rig up again. I think I'm gonna toss a bottom bouncer on here with a like a Walleye popper style lure. And we still have the Berkeley Magic Swimmer on the other line. We'll swap that one out a little bit here too. We just gotta change her up. Nothing seems to be hitting real good here. I'm gonna have to do some more research and figure out what people are catching the trout and salmon on here. Or where, rather, they're catching the trout and salmon. Bought like a rebel. Yeah, she likes the crick hoppers. I have one like that. It's not gonna be... This has got to be your most, like, oh, by far, yeah. 405 likes? Like, what is this even? Y'all are ridiculous. I have no idea what the sub count is at this point. I don't even care. We blasted past 1,000, and that just is mind-boggling to me. It's awesome. I'm stoked. $10.65. So we started today's with $8.92. Somebody do the math there. My brain is running on fumes at this point. $8.92 to $10.65. While I find a bottom bouncer. $173. Yeah, that's almost double my previous best. I think the best that I've had in any other live was like 93 or 96. You should bring the missus fish and normally catch more than men. I wish she would. I invite her along. She comes with me every once in a while. I've never really been able to get her into fishing. Like, she will
I think she does it because she knows that I like it. I don't know if she actually enjoys it. Same with the kiddo. Like, he enjoys it for like 15 minutes and then he's just over it. I love it. It's... I get her to come sometimes, but I think it's... I make her kind of suffer through the process, though. I'm sure she wouldn't mind it as much if I just went out for an hour or two, but again, like, we've been here since 9 o'clock this morning, and I'll be here till, 10, 11, 12 o'clock. And I'm sure she would have been done, at noon. She'd be happy to get back in the truck and drive home. So, we'll get her to come along sometime, but that's all right. It's not her thing. Is that a doobie? No, it is not. Just a cigarette. Alright, let's try the purple walleye popper. And again, this is another rig that I tie, similar to the flashlight or the slow death hook. God, I put a long leader on this one. That's alright. So again, really similar. It's just got a max of little spinner on there, and this is basically, it's called a popper. It's a little rubber thing, and it's got styrofoam or cork inside, and when you run this off the bottom bouncer, instead of it running your lure right off the bottom, it pops it up whatever your lure length is. So we're going to run this off the back of the bottom bouncer. I'm trying to think of the channel name. I could be completely wrong, but I want to say it's like Tom Boyle or something like that. He's a dude that is really, really good at walleye fishing. And I'm kind of copying this setup from him. He kills it. Like, I've only ever caught a couple of walleye using this methodology. He takes this and he likes to find mounds, small mounds, and he trolls back and forth over the mound with this, back and forth over the mound. And he hooks up on Pike constantly. Let's get that Pike to 500, that'd be sweet. I just baffled with y'all. I don't understand how the hell we have so many likes and subscribes today. I mean, this isn't even a long stream compared to what I've done in the past. I've had way longer streams than this. I don't know, I guess maybe you guys like lake fishing. Maybe more people like trolling than I thought. We're not catching a whole lot of fish, but y'all seem to be hanging in there. Loriza, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? Nathan Renz, the water looks like glass right now. Oh, it's so pretty. This is my absolute favorite time of the day. When you start, it's not quite sunset time, but it's just enough that it starts getting a little dark. You get the bright lights flashing through, and it's like translucent. You get like the reflections off of it, the clouds, the sky. It's so pretty right now. We're waiting, hurry up. All right, I'm rigged up. We'll get it in the water. This should catch a fish. It should. One thing about this though, when you let it out, don't toss it over and let your bottom bouncer hit the bottom. Let your trailer, whatever you're running off of your bottom bouncer, out and let your bottom bouncer down slowly. Otherwise, you're going to drop your bottom bouncer down right on top of whatever you're trailing behind it, and it just turns into an instant clusterfuck. You won't catch anything. So, ease the deployment of it. Let it drop down a little bit, let your trailer go out. Let it drop down a little bit, let your trailer go out. But you basically want to drop it down until you feel it ticking off the bottom occasionally. It is a bottom bouncer. You want it to hit bottom. And from what I understand, with bottom bouncers, you want about 1 ounce for every 10 feet of depth you're trying to bring it down. We're fishing at about 20-25 feet. I have a 2 ounce bottom bouncer, so it should get us pretty much down to the bottom. You don't want it dragging along the bottom, so if you looked at it, it had a long arm on it, you want it basically kind of like how when I'm fishing with a shallow crankbaiting, how I've described. You want it tick, 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 and you will feel that when it hits the bottom. There we go. So about 60 foot is what it took. We've caught 2 fish so far. 1 walleye, 1 rainbow trout. Fishing with JBT, welcome to the stream. Michael Tripoli, welcome to the stream. Mohammed Reza, welcome to the stream. Maria, welcome to the stream. Burks Outdoors, how you doing tonight, Burks? Getting anything? 2 small fish so far, not a whole lot. This is the first time we fished this water body. We're checking her out. Gorgeous lake. We've been kind of leashed to a very small area just due to cell signal. This is the first lake or reservoir that I found anywhere around me that I had get any cell signal, which is I'm super stoked about. But it does limit me on catch potential because we're kind of leashed to a small area that's getting signal. But we did catch one pretty little, it was 11-inch walleye and about a 17-inch rainbow. It is 7:51. We have about an hour left before we gotta head back to the dock. And then we might do some carp fishing after we get the boat on the trailer. Tassie, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Burke says you got some nice brookies today. Congratulations. That's one fish that is in almost every water body around here. At least we stock them everywhere. I've never caught a brookie, ever. I did for the first time go actually actively look for one the other day, though, instead of just hoping to stumble across one. We didn't get one, though. That's why I don't like using my boat. The best spots have no signal. Well, here in central Montana, boat, bank fishing, most fishing spots in general don't have a good signal. We are such a big, wide, spread out state that has, a chunk of population that nothing for like 100 miles, and then a chunk of population that there's no good cell signal at a lot of the fishing places. I've been stuck streaming from mediocre at best places. This is one of the coolest places we've been able to stream from so far. So even though we are leashed to, a small area around the boat dock here, I'm stoked. We can catch some good fish here. There are supposedly 30-plus pound pike in here. We've caught rainbow trout. We've caught walleye. The guy at the office said that 10-pound walleye are fairly common out of here, which is a big damn walleye. Rainbow trout, brown trout, cutthroat trout, Arctic grayling, which is, if you guys have never seen one, go Google that right now. We call it a Pokemon fish. They're neat looking. Not big, It's not an exciting catch because it's a big fish. It's just a really, really pretty fish. Arctic grayling. Go look it up. Yeah, just, I don't know, we're stoked. This is a new spot. It's a far drive from my house, though, 2 hours. Butt chug a beer on live, and I'll donate $250. Hard pass. Good luck with that one, buddy. What's the limit on walleye there? I think 5, though I'm catching release. Most of the water bodies around here, I think, have a 5 limit. Sorry, work text. Emergency at work. I told them to kick rocks. I'm fishing. Is that an Akuma cold water reel? It absolutely is fishing with KBTM. I'm surprised you were able to recognize that. It is. They're my favorite trolling rules. It's the Akuma cold water 3000 series. The 2000 series are junk. 3000 series, muy bueno. Very, very good. I heard it was much higher years ago. Didn't they see walleye as invasive? I don't know a whole lot of the history of this waterway, other than that they had a really scary invasive species thing that happened in 2014, 2016, and it was highly restricted to fish on this water body for the better part of a decade. They finally have lifted those restrictions and the mandatory checks before loading and after, or before launching and when unloading. You used to have to get a full inspection and decontamination, and not anymore. Yeah, we're still going. We got about another hour before I got to get back to the boat launch. It's sunset starting right now. We'll run out of light at about 9:30, and it's almost 8 right now. So I'd like to get to the boat launch by 9:10, 9:15 to give myself 15 minutes to get the boat loaded and out of the water before we have darkness. And then we might hit up and try and do some carp fishing at the boat docks. No, it wasn't walleye that was invasive. It was either I didn't look too closely into it. It was either an invasive plant species or an invasive mussel or snail species. There are a few of them that we've been battling with here in different water bodies in Montana. But they completely shot fishing down here for like a year, and then for multiple years afterwards, it was highly restricted. There were a handful of launches that were, they call them locals only launches, where you can only launch your boat from there if this is the only water body that you're going to fish it in. If you're going to fish it anywhere else, they required some, massive pain in the butt decontamination process and a permit and other things before you could fish it somewhere else. And then for a while, after they dropped that, then just before you launched your boat here and before you took your boat out, they required a full decontamination and inspection. And it was just a pain in the butt. Very few people fished here. But apparently within the last 2 years, something like that, they removed all of those restrictions. So I was able to freely launch here. Nobody harassed me, and supposedly nobody's going to harass me on the way out. Yeah, we might do a little bit of carp fishing, depending on how many people are still hanging out when we pull the boat out. The lady at the office said there's some huge friggin' carp that are always hanging by the boat docks. They asked what I was fishing for, and I told them northern pike, and that I like to fish for carp And she's like, oh, her eyes got all big, and she's like, yeah, I see them all the time down by the boat dock there. Nobody ever fishes for them. So we might be able to go snag some monster carp. What do you fish with? Welcome to the stream, Teresa. So we've been switching a whole bunch of different things here today. This is the first time I fished this water body. And we're kind of leashed to an area where I have cell signal. But we started out with Rapala F18 floating minnow. It's a 7.5-inch brown trout pattern. It's what I've been killing it on Pike at a different water body here in Montana. We didn't really get, we got one solid strike on it, but no catches. We're running 2 poles, so we've been trying different things. One pole is primarily a pike pole. There's supposedly 30-plus pound pike that are pulled out of here near state record. 37.5 pound is the state record. So that's what I'm here for. That's what I would really like to long-term, is to try and get a state record pike out of here, because apparently nobody fishes here for pike. It's one of those places that's kind of under the radar because there aren't a lot of pike in here. It's just the pike that are in here, whatever, it's a good conditions for really, really big pike to grow. So we started with the Rapala. We've tried, then we went to the Rapala Husky Jerk. We had a couple of nibbles on that, nothing interesting. We ran on the other pole a Dodger and a slow death rig, a walleye rig. We did catch one walleye off of it. We retired that. We switched to a rainbow trout rig, a Max flashlight, a 4-piece in chartreuse with a wedding ring rig that I tied, tipped with worm. We caught one trout off of that. We retired that. We're now on to a bottom bouncer with a walleye popper. I'm again trying to get walleye. I've been seeing them about 5-7 feet off the bottom, some pretty big ones. And apparently there's a lot of 10-pound plus walleye in here, so that's what we're kind of trying to get right now, is walleye on this pole and still pike on this one. But we've moved on. We're now on a Berkeley Magic Swimmer over on the pole behind me. So we've been going through a whole bunch of different things. Fishing with JBT, you need to check out my desiccated pack bait and doom boilies. That sounds interesting. The only boilies I've ever tried JBT, I ordered from, I can't remember the brand name of them. I ordered a big old pack. Great reviews. A bunch of the European fishermen, showcased them on their channels. Y'all catch huge carp over there with them. I fished 2 weeks solid in like 3-4 different water bodies. I couldn't even get a bite off the damn things. I throw on a bread ball, those same water bodies, I get bites left and right. They don't like your boilies. They don't like your fancy shit. I'd love to try more, but yeah, I don't know if it's just the flavor, that particular, whatever, our pike or carp are picky here. Or they just don't have as refined of tastes as y'all from European carp. I don't know. I don't know how to phrase that. You also sell a dough bait you can use circle hooks with. It works great for catfish carp. And so that's what I've been using a lot lately, is I just use ready-to-bake pizza dough. I rip a hunk off, it's sticky, it's gooey, and I take strawberry jello powder, and I dip the gooey ball in it to make it less gooey and handful, and I just mash her around either a circle hook or, a 1/0, a 2/0 bait hook. And it's been working wonders. Today we just have, I think we're using buttermilk bread is what I have in my pack. Yeah, no, it's crazy, JBT, because a lot of those videos, they're using that same bait. It's like that. I mean, I can fish a bread ball in one water body here, and I'll catch pike I keep saying pike, carp all day long, and I can go to a different pond, throw that same bait, and they won't touch it. If I throw worms out, they'll gobble it up, It's just weird. Fish are picky. I don't know why they form those, that looked like possibly a bite. Or we just, no, we're at 27. Whoop. That should have been bottom. I don't know, these walleye have weenie bites in here. We were talking about that earlier, the lake bite versus a river bite. Most of the walleye I've caught in the past all came out of the river, and they were fairly good fighters. We keep getting these just weenie, crappy bites, and we think it's because we're fishing in a lake. The lake walleye are just weenies compared to river walleyes. Yeah, we'll be headed to the boat ramp in an hour-ish, maybe a little bit less. Ah, that sunset's so pretty. Floating dog biscuits I use. Huh. A few high 20s and a 34-pound common. Nice. There's a crack in what, my phone? This phone has been through hell and back. Yeah, it's the camera's hashed. I got a big old crack in the front. Literally, the whole glass on the back of this is broken. If I were to take this phone off, like just glass shards fall out of it. I don't even take it out of its case anymore. It's next to death. Still works. It's not dark there at all. It's dark here. Yeah, we're for whatever reason here up in the elevation in the Rocky Mountains. I think it's just because of the elevation. I get a lot of people in Oregon, Washington, California that come on the stream and they're like, where are you? How is it still light there? Are you in like Hawaii or something? No, I'm in Montana. I'm just in the mountains. Our sunsets here are like a half an hour to an hour later than California. I don't know why. Pretty sure it's just elevation. We're higher up, we get a little bit more of the light than the lower elevation states. We're the last generation to know what tapes are, right? I was just talking about earlier, somebody had mentioned, we got on the subject of Red Hot Chili Peppers, and I was comment about how that was the first cassette tape that I ever bought. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Blood Sugar Sex Magic. I hated tapes with a passion. Though I had a tape deck in I think 2 of the vehicles that I drove. But I didn't have very many tape. CDs had already come out and everybody was on to CDs, and then MP3s came out, but I never replaced the tape deck in my truck. And I think I had 2 tapes left at that point. And I played them for so long that the tape stretches out over time, and we called them the remix tapes because they would slow down and speed up, and like it's the song, you could identify the song, but it just sounded weird. They were remixed from the original. But yeah, I bet there are a whole generation of people you could show a cassette tape to and they would have no idea what it even is. VCR tape, no idea what it is. Half the kids these days have probably never even seen pictures of them. Which is funny. It's crazy how fast technology advances. But even in our time, I mean, there have been so many different things that have come and go. I mean, I remember my grandpa had an 8-track player in his truck. He had a whole collection of 8-tracks too, a bunch of really cool stuff. Michael Jackson, Frank Sinatra. But y'all remember when mini disc was a thing? It was gonna be the next big thing. And then nobody ever, they made like 5 CDs that worked on mini disc, and then it kind of disappeared. Zilly Salmon, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Michael Tripoli, what's up? South County. Hey, you are a bit. I'm a bit? What do you mean I'm a bit? What are you trolling for? We got one pole out that we're targeting northern pike. The other pole is targeting walleye. We got about a little less than an hour before we got to start heading back to the dock. This is our first time streaming from here. It's Canyon Ferry Lake, Canyon Ferry Reservoir. That's a really pretty place. We're just we're stuck pretty close to the dock because I need cell signal to stream. Cool place though. I'd really like to come back here sometime. It's about an hour, 2 hours drive from where I live though, so a bit of a trek. You forgot to add the CH to the end? No, he meant bot. He has bad eyes. He was trying to say you're a bot. Oh, okay. I thought you were calling me a bit. Like, what's a bit? Should I feel insulted? I don't know. Chad Tremel says, what do you while ice tastes like? I know. What do you while ice tastes like? I've never got one before. Chad, can you try that sentence one more time? What do you while I... What does what taste like? I don't understand. Mary said no. Oh, that's who said. I didn't even see who said that. Thanks, Mary. Thanks for the translation. I'm a little... Oh, what do walleye taste like? Good God, autocorrect is just murdering everybody right now. Walleye's a whitefish. It's a pretty firm meat. It's simple. If you've ever eaten perch, they're of the same family. They're really good to eat. Smaller ones. You don't want to eat the bigger ones. It's not my favorite fish to eat, but it's one fish that I will actually eat and I do enjoy. Yeah, see, well, yeah, it's... I need... Mary is apparently the autocorrect expert here. She knows what... It's butchering everybody. You're fluent in autocorrect wonders. I swear, whoever developed that is like their purpose in life was make everybody seem as illiterate as humanly possible. I swear sometimes I fight with autocorrect. It's like I am typing in a grammatically correct sentence. This is English. Stop. Quit correcting. It's like, no, I need to make you sound retarded. Catfish is good too, smaller ones. I typically don't like to eat anything over 2-3 pounds of catfish. Most fish in general, the smaller the better. It's big enough that you're not, I mean, a lot of people around here eat, they'll take up whole stringers of itty bitty little perch. They're good, but it literally takes longer to fillet and clean them than it does to cook and to eat them. So I like, 18 to 22 inches, 2 to 3 pounds for most species is about the biggest that I eat. Walleye are decent. Northern pike is actually my favorite to eat. Catfish is probably a close second. But again, you have to prepare them properly. A lot of people don't bleed their fish. They think it's inhumane, that it doesn't, I could just soak it in buttermilk, all that crap. I don't like fish unless it's bled first. It takes 10 minutes to bleed them out. You throw them out on the stringer. They bleed out. They die quickly. You got them. You throw them in the cooler. But then the second step that a lot of people don't do is getting rid of the meat on the lateral line, the bloodline. That's some of the strongest tasting fishy ick on a fish. And it's also, from what I understand, where when a fish consumes things like heavy metals, mercury, for example, which concentrates in fish, it gets stored in that bloodline, the lateral line. So you want to get rid of that. It's super fishy tasting. It contains all the bad stuff that are in fish. So if you bleed them and get rid of the lateral line, the bloodline, lots of fish are quite good. Catfish, though, there's a third thing. Especially if they're 3 pounds or beyond, they start developing a belly fat, which is kind of a translucent yellow. And I found that to be quite strong tasting as well. A lot of people save the belly meat. I save it, but I feed it to my cats. My cats love it, but I don't like to eat it. It's got a lot of the yellow. It looks almost like a gelatin. It's a fat layer that develops towards their belly. Get rid of it. You do those 3 things, and almost any fish species is really good to eat. Beer battered catfish, heck yeah. That's what I chunk them up and I batter them, and good stuff. Dang, been on all day. How many catches? We've only had 2 catches so far. We've had a ton of activity on the poles, but most of it has been these weenie walleye. They hit, they're on for a second, 2 seconds, and then they're off. Yeah, the belly fat, I don't like it. Give it to my cats. Yeah, the cats like it. I put the catfish on, put the catfish on burger? I don't know what you're talking about, Josie. I can never get catfish cooked right. Yeah, I fillet it up and and a lot of people do the same. Chunk it, just bite-sized chunks, like catfish nuggets, basically. Bread her up, deep fat fry it, or, fry it in a pan. Seems quite a few carp caught there with worms. One was 15 to 20 pounds. Okay. Yeah, I didn't, this spot was kind of a spur-of-the-moment decision that I decided last night, yesterday. I've been kicking it back and forth, but I haven't done a whole lot of research other than, holy crap, they're pulling 30-pound pike out of there? I'm down. Sign me up. Let's go. So I did briefly look over Fish Brain. But 15, 20-pound carp, that sounds nice. The lady at the office at the dock is absolutely littered with them, that she likes sneaking out there, and she just said if I go real slow, I can get up on a group or like 5 or 6 of them, that they're just out there in piles. She just said they're some of the biggest carp I've ever seen. Your poor motor's been going all day. It's all right. These old motors are you need to run it a year like that. I do, once we're ready to go back to the dock, I will pull the poles in, and I like to kind of blast around for a good 5 minutes or so and clean it out, because it does, running it for extended period of times will foul your spark plugs. Your spark plugs get nasty, and it'll start to run a little sluggish, it'll miss, it gets hard to start. But I found that after a long trolling session, if you just take and gun it for, a good 3 to 5 minutes, heat it up, it burns all that off, and it starts up and runs great the next time. I do fillets, but once I go over 4 pounds, I fillet the fillet because I like the fish. Yeah, I tend not to keep them bigger than that. I have eaten bigger ones than that, and it just seems like the bigger they are, a lot of species, the meat gets more mushy. I like a nice firm fish. I like when I take a bite of it, it's not just, and the bigger ones tend to be mushier. And also, no matter how well you clean and prepare them, they're fishier tasty. Not only that, but again, the bigger a fish is, the older a fish is, and a lot of people don't know this. Almost anywhere you fish in fact, almost anywhere in the world these days, fish contain heavy metals, particularly mercury and lead and a couple of others. But mercury is the one that's really, really bad for you. Just like the fish, when they consume it, their digestive systems don't say, okay, this is a toxin, we will expel it, poop it out, pee it out. They go, this is something we don't know how to handle, and it stores it. The human body does the same thing. We store a lot of things in our fat and in our body. Heavy metals are one of them, that they stay in your body forever. And mercury, it'll make you go crazy. It can cause all sorts of health ailments. So the bigger the fish are, the higher concentrations of heavy metals they contain. And the worse it is for you to eat them. It's not as bad, again, if you get rid of the bloodline, because from what I understand, a lot of it is stored there, but it's also throughout their body as well. That what you're about to fish for then? Yeah, if people are going to hang out, we'll pull the boat in here in a little bit. I was hoping to catch one more fish for the stream. I'm a little disappointed. I need to get out further out here. This is not... That or we need to be jigging right along the shore. There were so many people within 5 to 10 feet of the shore. jigging for walleye all day. But the closer I get to the shore, again, the worse my cell signal gets because there's a cliff. It's a pretty big cliff that is blocking the signal. So there's kind of a perfect little path out here that we've been getting great signal. But yeah, once we pull the boat in, we will probably go over to the dock and try and grab some monster carp. One or two, we'll see. Been watching the last few hours. Some of those smaller bites could benefit from a light action rod. I get bunch trolling on my heavier setups, but start landing fish once I move to light action. This is I will have to look at it, double check to make sure, but I think it's a medium, heavy, moderate action. So yeah, you're absolutely right. I am normally not trolling for little things. If we had a little bit lighter action on there, you're absolutely right. We would probably have a better hookup rate on the smaller fish. I generally am kind of meh on small fish. Let them pick at it. I like catching bigger ones. I'm not catching to eat. I'm catching to go wow and take a picture. But that is a very solid observation, beaver state fishing. And I think you're spot on there. Just like albacore tuna is the worst tuna, it contains the most mercury than regular packaged cans of tuna, but people think it's better for you. Yeah, a lot of people don't understand that. Do people in the U.S. know about Bonnie Blue? I don't know what that is, okay. Michael Tripoli, same with white-tailed deer, younger deer or better. Oh yeah, that's something that people hate it when I say it. When I used to hunt, I killed, for the first 3 years that I hunted, like everybody else, big buck, big buck, big buck. Until I got a big whitetail, hated it, gross, tough meat, ick. I got a big muley, even worse than the whitetail. I could barely eat that damn thing. It was so gamey and tasted just ick, and it just chewy, gross. I killed a smaller muley buck. I still didn't like it. Muleys here eat sage-grass, all kinds of nasty things. They're one of the gamiest tasting deer that are out there. Then I started switching. I killed does. A big doe, way better than the bucks, but still gamey, chewy. I think it was about year 4 or year 5 that I thought I was shooting a doe. There was a lone, what looked like a doe out in the field, all by herself, which you can't really judge size. It ended up being Bambi. I shot Bambi. It was not the tiny, it was a yearling, you know? So a small whitetail. Oh my God, it was so good. You know, not strong tasting. You could cut it with a fork. You didn't need a knife. So for the next few, I shot Bambi. You know, I don't go after bucks anymore. They're gross. I don't like killing things that I'm not going to eat or enjoy eating. And yeah, muleys are gross in general. I don't care. Whitetail can be good if they're young. But people always get upset about that. Like, how could you kill Bambi? Like, have you ever tasted Bambi? What time is it? Elijah, it is 8:22. We're gonna, I think, make one more pass around and then head back to the boat dock. We've been out here almost 12 hours on the water now. My butt hurts. And I have inhaled countless bugs today. I don't know what the hell these little gnats are. They've been harassing me all day. But I've been talking constantly, and every time I breathe in, I don't know how many. They're lodged at the back of my throat right now. Gross. I'd love to stay out here a little bit longer, but again, this is my first time here. This boat launch is way bigger and more busy than I'm used to. A lot of the places that I fish are remote mountain lakes. I'm not used to rolling up to a boat launch that's got 4, 6, 8, boat ramps and, huge slips full of boats and cars and trucks backing down. And it looks like most everybody has left already, but I'd like to get in there. Hopefully not when there's a billion people. Because it's also a pretty long and steep boat launch. And while I am getting a lot better at backing my boat down, I still am not. Some days I'm that guy where, you know, you're sitting on the dock and you're just like, good God, man, is he ever going to get that thing in there? Like, I'm that guy sometimes. I try not to be. I'm usually not. I'm getting way better at it. But when you get those long and steep boat launches, I don't have really good mirrors on my truck. I don't have tow mirrors. And yeah, we dance a little bit down the boat ramp. We always get it in there. We get it in there, but sometimes it's not pretty. Do you use binoculars when you hunt? Yeah, binoculars, spotting scope. I haven't hunted in many, many years. I'm thinking about maybe next year trying to get an elk tag to shoot, you know, a young elk. But I haven't hunted in years. I used to wear contacts and I had no problem, you know, focusing through a scope and shooting a rifle. I've been wearing glasses for many, many years because I hated contacts. And the last time I went out and tried shooting a rifle, I don't know if any of y'all wear glasses and have the same problem, but I have one hell of a time focusing through a glass lens and, you know, the scope on a rifle. It's a pain in the butt. So I need to figure that out. I don't know if I'm going to get another pair of contacts that I'm just going to wear for hunting, or if I just need to practice shooting with a scope with glasses. But why not? I mean, it's nothing to be embarrassed about. Backing a boat around is a pain in the butt. I mean, it's not rocket science. It's not super difficult. It's also, it gets squirrely, it gets weird, it gets confusing sometimes. Especially when, you know, you're in a rush. Like, when I'm out there and I'm the only one on there, like, I do really good. But when I pull up to a boat launch and there's like 3-4 trucks around me and everybody's pulling in, pulling out, and there's people waiting in line, like, I get a little flustered sometimes. It's alright. Look into eye relief on scopes. I've never heard of that. I appreciate that. I'll try and remember that. I have an astigmatism. The red dot looks like an eye. It sucks. I do also. Both my eyes. I have a fairly bad astigmatism. Not bad enough that I can still wear contacts, because I know a lot of people with astigmatisms can't even wear contacts. But I've been able to wear them. I haven't done it in a long time. I hated them. They dried my eyes out. My eyes were just on fire all the time. It didn't matter how long I spent squirting shit all over them. By the time I got it in my eye, there was some little speck of something on there, and it's like sandpaper on your eyeball all day. And then your eyeball's scratched, and you can't tell if it's just a scratched eyeball or if there's still some little speck of shit on there. I used to ride motorcycles. That was the worst thing. Cruising down the road, and wind's blowing in your face, and all of a sudden one of your contacts squizzles up and falls out of your eye, and you're like, oh shit. Not fun. Is it just putting the contacts on that's a problem? That's where I ran into most of the problem, is getting it in my eyeball. Again, no matter how much I squirted, it seemed like there was always some little speck of something, a little hair, a little... And the moment it touches your eyeball, it's like shards of magma. I don't know, it's terrible. Batista, I don't know what you're saying, but welcome to the stream, buddy. Josie says, I have that trouble too, Rod. I need to buy contacts for hunting season. Yeah, the last few times I tried to shoot a rifle with glasses, like, I could still do it, but it was cumbersome. I always felt like I was going to get scope eye, because I felt like I had to get closer to it to see. And I don't want scope eye. That's no fun. People will laugh at me. Not only that, but it sucks. It hurts. Good evening. I'm from Brazil. Which country are you from? Thank you for translating, Mary. We are from the United States. We are in central Montana. Elijah said you're a cool guy. Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm just a dude. I'm out here trying to catch fish, hanging out with y'all. Glad y'all are enjoying my company. I'm definitely enjoying yours. I'm just blowing it. 429 likes. What are y'all doing here? This is crazy. Every time I look over here, I don't know, but the people that are in here, I don't know if you guys realize, I'm a brand new channel. Like, we've been doing this streaming for like a month. The first week, there were like 10 people, 15 people. I'd stream for 8 hours and get 100 viewers. Josie would hang out with me. She's been in almost every stream. Week 2, like 20 people, 25. I'm like, holy crap, there's like 25 people watching. Today, we had 250 or almost 300 people in here at one point in time. I couldn't even keep up with the chat. We got like almost 200 subs today. It's just, I don't know. I don't know how to feel. It's weird that this many people are actually interested in and enjoy watching me spin in circles around a lake and maybe catch a fish. Simba said, there you go. Simba's been there. I've been watching all day on and off. I appreciate that. That is cool as hell. You know, I like the company. You know, it makes it more enjoyable. Normally, I fish a lot, and that's why I started the channel. You know, I'm out here a lot. I'm by myself. Sometimes my girlfriend or son will come and fish with me, but normally they don't. I got a couple of friends that occasionally will come fish with me, but normally it's just me out here by myself, and I'm out here 10, 12 hours, you know, spinning in circles, spinning in my thoughts, which I don't mind. I enjoy it, but I'm like, hell, you know, I started watching YouTube streams. It's like, man, there's a lot of cool fishing streams. I didn't realize people actually watch this shit. So I started getting into watching it, and I had a blast hanging out with people and watching people fish, watching people catch shit that I will probably never catch in my life. Or learning, you know, that people catch the same things I do, but in such different ways. I'm like, hell, I can do that. You know, I'm out here for 10 hours, 12 hours, 15 hours a day anyway. Might as well. You know, what's the worst that can happen? Nobody will watch? Woohoo, I mean, that's basically what it is right now. So it's a little flattering to see so many people not only come to the channel and watch for a little bit, but how many of you people have been chilling here for like literally 12 hours watching, hanging out? We've caught 2 dinks. Nothing impressive. We've lost fish all day long, but y'all are still here. It's cool. I love it. I'm digging it. Thank you for what you do. I appreciate that. I'm having a blast, and that's what's cool to me. Is like, it's fun for me, and it seems like other people are enjoying it too. It just makes it even more cool. So, thank you guys for hanging out. Hit the sub button. Come back. We stream 2 to 3 times a week. We're gonna continue to do so until it gets too cold to fish, and then we're gonna try and do some ice fishing this year. I don't know, my buddy who's been doing it a couple of years, he seemed to have pretty good luck, so he can show us the ropes. But anyways, it's 8:30. We haven't had a hit in a long time. I think we're gonna just pull the lines out. We're right near the boat dock. Let's pull the boat in. We've had a good day out on the water here. Let's go catch a freaking huge carp. Let's go see what this lady's talking about at the boat dock. Michael says your consistent communication with the comments, I think, is what will make your channel great. I appreciate that. I figure people are taking the time to say something to me. I will try and take the time to respond to them. You know, and I have a bunch of great mods in here too that have been doing an absolutely amazing job answering questions and keeping y'all company while I'm dinking around doing shit and can't get to the camera. Ice fishing is a lot of fun when you have it dialed in. Yeah, I've never done it before. My buddy was sending me pictures last year. They were pulling nice pike out, perch out. They were having a blast. He invited me last year, but I don't have any of the gear. I need to go buy some new snow gear. Some good insulated boots, some good insulated pants. But look at this sunset back here, you guys. How freaking gorgeous. I don't know if that translates well on the camera, but that is beautiful. I'm gonna get these poles in before I lose my camera. I'm pretty sure my water wolf here is dead anyways. Excited to review the footage on this. So the water wolf camera, it records 3.5, 4 hours, and it just records in 3-minute chunks. So it's 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. So I go through at the end of the fishing trip when I get home, watching 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes until a fish pops up. Something crazy happens. And there's always something crazy on these cameras. We didn't catch anything on this pull today, but I can almost guarantee you we caught fish checking out the lures. Something might have bit at it that we just missed. We might have saw the Loch Ness Monster on I don't know. We'll see. There's always something cool on that. Well, let's get this out. Let's go see if we can catch one of these chunky carp. They're supposedly over there. That'd be a nice way to end the day. Oh, I gotta stop eating bugs though, guys. I don't know what it is. They get back there and they stay back there. I feel like one of these times I hack it up. I'm gonna hack up like not just one, but like the whole hive of them that has been gathering at the back of my throat all day. It's like a horde. We gotta put some stuff away. I normally just kind of spin in circles while I clean my gear up. I don't like to try and load my boat up while I got a whole bunch of crap out still. So bear with me for a moment. Does the motor scare the fish? Some fish I think it does. Other fish I don't think it really matters. I was explaining earlier because somebody was saying, "Oh, you're never gonna catch a fish with a a trolling motor like that." I literally run my lure right back in the prop wash some days on purpose because fish bite it there. So some of them are timid. I don't think most fish are as line shy or afraid of noise as people make them out to be. Some species might be. But a lot of the fish that I fish for, pike, for example. Predatory fish usually are not skittish. That's what I usually catch in the prop wash is pike. They don't care. They're coming up to see if the boat is food. They're not afraid of anything. Sorry guys, it's lodged back there. Gross. Definitely looking forward to see a carp. I'd like to see one. Yeah, the lady at the office when we were buying the boat launch slip today, it cost $6 to launch a boat here. Not too shabby. So that they're just all over by the boat docks. That she sneaks up on them. She likes to look at them. So we'll see. If there's as many as she made it out to be, it shouldn't be too hard to pull one or more in. Good evening, I'm from Brazil. What country are you from? Val, we are from America. We're located in central Montana. We are streaming from Canyon Ferry Reservoir. Hey Rod, will you show how you keep your phone charged, please? I was telling my husband he wants to see. Oh yeah. It seems a lot of people have never seen or heard of these things. So, a lot of people, and they make them for all the different brands. You don't have to have DeWalt. If you have a Makita, whatever, so you got your batteries, you got all your power drills, saws. I got half a dozen of these kicking around of various different sizes. Most of them make an adapter that you just slide right on the top of your battery. And it gives you access to USB-C and USB-A. And I run streaming off of a phone. I could go 12, 14 hours off of one 5 amp hour battery. This thing, which costs 2 times as much, is what is it, a 10,000? I think it's 10,000. It runs my GoPro for 6 to 8 hours. Half the cost, twice the battery power. They're not. They make knockoff ones. After my friend saw it, he went and bought one of the non-DeWalt version ones. They make, just off Amazon, one of the cheap Chinese brands. His died after, like 2 months of use. I think the second time we went camping with it, it wouldn't charge anything anymore. They were a little expensive. It was like 50 or 60 bucks for it. I think he paid like 20 for his. But yeah, you got these batteries laying around. You don't gotta go buy a whole bunch of battery packs. Use your batteries. These adapters work great. I charge my phone off of it. I'll charge a mic off of it. You can charge 2 things at once, and then you can also take, and when your battery dies, you can take and reverse it. I can go plug this in my truck, because we have, a USB-C, a USB-A plug that we're charging our phones with. I can go charge the battery off of my truck when it's running. So you can go both ways on it. Really cool, really handy. What's your PB Pike? 22.5 pounds, 42 inches. Pretty good sized. There's bigger ones in here though. That's why we're here today. We didn't get one. We will be back though. Thank you, that's awesome. I've never heard anyone else use that. Super smart idea. Yeah, they're handy. I stumbled across them. I think I saw somebody's YouTube video. I had originally bought it for camping. Because again, when you go out camping in the woods, you're gone 2-3 days, and everybody's trying to charge their phone off the one USB charger in the truck or the car. Or, you gotta run, turn it on and run it in order to charge. And I bought this, and everybody was charging it off of the batteries. My one battery charged everybody's phone, for the night. And then I just go pop her in the truck and I charge the battery back up. Or take one of the other half dozen batteries that I got sitting there. Super handy. Definitely worth picking up if you guys do any kind of traveling or fishing or streaming. Super handy for camping. Yeah, that's what I originally bought it for. They work great for that. Emmanuel Lowry said hi, welcome to the stream. You saw somebody's YouTube video about it too? Yeah, I bought it a couple of years ago and I use it constantly. Oh wow, there's like 1,000 of those bugs. They were all chilling on my pole back there. I saw somebody's YouTube video about it. Yours? Oh. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some work on this lake. I don't know what these fish want. We will figure it out. And that's okay. Some people think, oh, you show up at a lake and how you fish everywhere else is automatically going to be what works, at the new spot. Not always. Don't get discouraged. Try different things, go back, which is exactly what we'll do. Looking forward to being able to go other places here on this lake, though, once I get the Starlink Mini. I just don't know where the hell I'm going to mount the damn thing in here. Cole Evans, welcome to the stream. Good night, bro. Oh, you were here and you're leaving, or you're new and you're joining? I'm confused. Mr. Minerva, my dad has several batteries fixed to the inside of his kayak, powers fish finder, charges phone. People come up with some neat life hacks. Yeah, a lot of stuff like that is just born out of necessity. You gotta figure something out that works. Sometimes better. Some things work better than others. Man, that crawler's about 3 times longer than it was when we took it out of the container. Look how big that dang thing got. Caught 2 fish today. Still, oh heck yeah! I'm still happy when I wouldn't say happy. I get a little bit irritated when I catch no fish when I've been on the water for 12 hours, but it happens. Yeah, we caught fish. I'm more than happy with that. We explored a good little chunk of the lake here. I got all sorts of data marked on my map. And, you know, we had fun. That's what matters. Sometimes fishing is not all about catching fish. Need to stop babbling this shit away so we can get the boat in. So bear with me, hang out there for a few minutes, guys. I'm going to wrap this up and we're going to go over to the boat dock. We have to have one last butthole race, roll by and create waves. Thank you. Definitely need that. You guys like my big measuring stick? I got tired of catching fish too big to measure, so I got a bigger measuring stick. We're good up to 48 inches. So we can almost measure the state record pike if we catch it. Almost. If I catch a fish that's too small to measure on that, that's a good problem to have. All right, almost done.
mini umbrella needs to go. We're pretty good. God, that sunset is pretty. Katrina Cook says, I'm gonna go into bed, see you later. Katrina, thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate you coming to chill today. Have a good night. I hope to see you again sometime soon. Whisker Biscuit, beautiful view, isn't it? It's such a pretty sunset. It's 8:49. We're getting real close to last light. Last light tonight is supposed to be about 9:28, I think it said. So we still have a decent amount of time to get to the boat dock, get the boat on the trailer, and maybe do a little bit of carp fishing before it gets completely dark. I do have a light. It's not the greatest light, but we have a light if it gets too dark to see. Let's go catch a carp. All right. You guys want a rear view or a forward view? We're gonna have to buzz around here for about 3 to 5 minutes to blow some of the junk off of the spark plugs. You guys want to watch behind or forward while we do it? Yeah, we gotta blow her out real good. We've been trolling for almost 12 hours now. Forward, behind. Stop smacking. Forward. 2 forwards. Oh, stop smoking. Doesn't matter to you. Looks like we've got 2 forwards, 2 behinds. How about we'll start out behind and we'll switch to forward. Tie a beard fly. I don't know how to tie flies. I tie very basic trout and walleye rigs that work adequately well. Alright, yeah, I just need to stay within the bounds of our stream area. It's gonna get a little bit loud. Don't leave, just turn your volume down a little bit if it's too loud, okay? We're gonna be over to the boat dock. We're gonna buzz around for about 3 to 5 minutes. I just gotta clean the car or the spark plugs off. We've been trolling for a really long time and carb builds up on it. Sorry, Rod, I'm dying. Josie, while I'm going, can you? I don't know if you're gonna be seasick or not. If it's too bad, look away. Like your shirt. What's wrong with my shirt? Why are y'all making fun of me? Alright, volume down. Everybody's hands in the boat. No playing around. Don't touch your sister. We're gonna go. Now we're done trolling. We are blowing the gunk out of the motor here. We've been trolling 12 hours. God, that sunset is beautiful. It might get a little choppy, the connection. Hang in there. Miles an hour. It goes a little bit faster when it's more properly weighted. That's about top speed.
sunset. Try not to lose my hat. Can you still actually hear me? Alrighty. Well, that was fun. There's this a slowed down version of the sunset here. Look at this shit. Isn't that pretty? It's just like fire and yeah, this little boat, if it were better, if I had the weight more evenly distributed, I think I could probably get closer to 40. All the weight is in the back of the boat, though. Justin Hill, I sub, appreciate the sub. It is a really pretty sunset. This is always my favorite time of the day, watching the sun crest. There, it looks like there's not a whole lot of people trying to put their boats in, so we should be good. Central Montana, it is a really beautiful place. Harsh winters, though, and I think that's one of the main reasons people who move here that, you know, really want to like it, they can't stand the winters. The winters are too much. I don't blame them. The winters here are gnarly. A lot of people also, they don't understand how rural everywhere in Montana is. They're used to, you know, not big cities, not like Los Angeles, New York, like big cities, but like cities that, you know, there's, you know, hundreds of thousands of people in the metropolitan area. You drive 10 miles, you're in a new city. Or you drive 15 miles, you're in a new city. Here it's like 100 miles of dead, just nature. And then you're in another small town, not a city. We joke around here that half the towns, if you blink when you're going down the highway, you might miss it. And it's the truth. It's one of the last few states that just really, there's not a big population here. I don't know if there ever will be. I love it though. You'll get fined now for going over the speed limit. You seen Joseph Seed out there? No, I haven't. Justin Hill, you're in Idaho. Idaho is similar in parts. It's like a painting, right? Rigby, Idaho. I lived in Idaho for about a year when I was in college. Boise, I hated it. God, it was like the desert there.
My friend moved his son and dog to Montana to live off the land before COVID mania. It's a good place to live. I mean, the cost of living here is fairly low, but also the wage, you know, comparatively is not incredibly good. Harsh winters, friendly people, really nice people here in Montana for the most part. A lot of older people, a lot of the younger generations have escaped. They don't like being stuck here. I did the same thing. I got the hell out of here as fast as I could when I was younger. I hated it. I wanted a bigger city. I wanted to see new places. It took a while for me to really appreciate the uniqueness, the beauty, the ruralness of a place like this. And I truly love it. In spite of the harsh winters. We're gonna dock up here. Come here, get over here. Oh God, it doesn't want to fit. All right, we'll do it this way. Alrighty, we're on the boat ramp here, or the boat dock. I gotta go dig. Gotta find my keys. What did I do with my keys? Oh, they're in my jacket. Well, nice. I'm from Paul, but currently live in Boise. Okay, Nathan Renz. Yeah, I liked the nightlife there. It was something I wasn't really used to coming from Montana. There is a lot more in Boise than there is in where I live here. I couldn't stand how desert-like it was there. So dry, so hot. What lake are you on? Steven, welcome to the stream. We are on Canyon Ferry Lake, central Montana. It's about 30 miles from the capital, Helena, just outside of a small town called Townsend. I would love it. My wife is from Syracuse, city girl. I grew up. Oh, okay. Stephen Bridgewater. Oh, I already answered that. Yeah, kind of same here for me. Mia, she grew up in Southern California, New York City. So it was quite a shock for her moving to a rural place like this. Are we going carp fishing? Yeah, I got to get my boat out of the water first, up on the trailer, get it strapped down, and then we will hop back down here to the dock and throw a line in. I'd throw a line in right now, but I don't want to lose my rod while I'm pulling my boat down. Oh, you guys, if you want to hang out and watch, you can make fun of how bad I am at backing my boat up. Where are we looking here? All right, there we go. Ish. Get this guy out of the way. All right, we're gonna back down here. Was up there for Job Corps. Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys could judge how bad I am at that. We'll see. I don't know. There's not a lot of people here. Maybe I'll do better this time. I was a little squirrely pulling in this morning. There were like, every one of these ramps was full, and there was like 5 cars backed up waiting to get in. And I didn't do terrible, but I also did not do great. I was wiggling a little bit. What's up, buddy? Fishing off the dock? I heard there's some big carp in here. Is that what you guys are going for? What are you using for bait? Lures for carp? No, buddy. Bread balls. You want some bread? Yeah, bread balls. I've heard of like one person catching a carp off a lure. Normally a carp's not gonna bite off a lure. You ever use the bread ball?
No.
You just have lures, you have hooks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you just take it. Pretty simple there. That's what I was, after I get my boat in, that's what I was gonna do is come down here and fish for some carp. How big's your hook? 1/0 or smaller? Real small?
That's about like this.
Okay, yeah, you're gonna want smaller. Just mash it up real good. Get it back into dough. Gingerly poke your hook through there and then just kind of mash it around. Try and get a little bit of a gap between the bread ball and your hook.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'll be back down here in a few and we can show you. SoCal Outdoors. I mean, you're snagging. All right, let me go get the boat trailer. We'll chat in a minute. You guys hang out. Flyer on. That'd be fun to get the curveball.
Alrighty, guys. Y'all still there? Still 27 of you there. That was crazy. All right, we're gonna go get our own trailer here. Didn't do too bad backing in. Yeah, it wasn't too shabby. A little squirrely, not too bad. I was trying to get around the truck that was parked up there. You got your kitchen in order. Nice. Do I get a thumbs up for not wrecking my boat trailer? All right. Now we can. Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. And this is where it's fun. Jet boat. You like have so little ability to control direction at slow speeds. Super fun. Oh, and I didn't put my... All right. We are on the boat ramp, or boat trailer. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to put my transducer up. Give me a sec, guys. Look, my fish finder. There's that, guys. Power off. No wind helps, yeah. No wind, no. I would say no spectators, but I got 34 of y'all watching me. Not too bad. You should see me trying to get my boat on the trailer at home, a lake with the wind. It's tough. When the wind picks up, especially with the jet motor, it's like, I don't know if any of y'all have ever driven a jet ski or a snowmobile. Snowmobile's doesn't quite equate, but there's no quick reaction. You turn left and it takes, a while for, you kind of sway left. You turn right, it sways right. Unless you're going fast speeds, you have little to no control with a jet motor. And I think that was the hardest thing to get used to when I got the boat. I gotta get my fish finder off here. We'll get this pulled back up there. Take me a couple of minutes to get the poles in the truck and I have one strap I gotta put on the back. And then we will get poles in the water and we're gonna catch a fat carp. We're not gonna leave here tonight until we get at least one fat carp. All right. So, thank you guys for hanging. Those of y'all that are still here. If you want to hang out a little longer, we are going to continue to stream. We're going to catch a fat carp. We're not leaving here without a big fish. Editing tomorrow. Yeah, I have some work to catch up on, and I'm probably going to try and edit at least one short. And I want to go through the catch cam, see if we See if there was anything interesting. Not going in the bucket tonight, no. You guys are gonna hang on the back of the boat here till we get it up there and get strapped in. And then we'll bring it back down to the dock to do a little bit more fishing. Hang in there for a few more minutes, guys. And we will BRB. Swinging the camera around here. There you go. You can watch me put my ghetto strap on here. Sleep. I just want to get this done before it gets dark, and then we'll drop a line. Actually, we're going to drop probably 2 poles in the water.
Alrighty, let's go catch a carp. Alright, I'm gonna get down by the water and then we can get the camera set up and we'll chat for a little bit while I rig these poles up because they are not set up for carp right now. And then we'll catch a fish. All right, you guys are actually going in the bucket now. BRB. Oh, that's a tree. Really?
Yeah, it was like that big.
Yeah? Nice.
I'll get my braid on.
Oh yeah, you definitely should be using braid. Well, I don't know if you guys heard that. He just said he got snapped off by a big carp. He held his hands out at about 3 feet. Oh. Bite off the bread ball, is that what you guys were using? Yeah. Bread ball seems to work good. Corn or worms. I've seen a couple of people catch them off of lures, but normally they're not going to bite off the lure. All right. I hope you don't mind if I join you here. We got a YouTube stream going in there. They want to see me catch carp. All right, guys. Now I just got to figure out where and how to rig you guys up, or I'm not going to lose you. Thank you guys for your patience here. I'm just trying to wedge this damn thing in between a crack here. It's not working great. I need to get an actual tripod. You know what? I'm actually gonna. Oh, dang! Try not to drop you guys in the water here. I can't find anywhere to stab this dang thing. All right, let me grab a couple hooks out of the backpack. I think we might set you guys up in the backpack. Fresh air. What did I miss? Anything fun? 444 likes, that's crazy. Oh God, where are my bait hooks? Where are you guys? Sorry, I'm digging through my bag here blindly. Not envious of the drive home, yeah. That's all right. That's not a bad drive. That's like 2 hours. There we go, there's our hooks. All right. There we are. We're stationary. I think I'm just gonna free line these. I'm not gonna bother with setting up a high-low rig. We're just gonna throw one hook on each line and drop her on in. Oh. Boilies, hey, I don't have boilies. We're just fishing with bread. Here, Magic Carp. Land of Steel Fishing, welcome to the stream. Come eat this bread. Yeah, we're just gonna throw a couple of 1/0 bait hooks on there with a bread ball and toss her on in. Let's get one pole in the water, then we'll worry about the second one. See if I can wedge this pole holder here somewhere. That should work. Whisker Biscuit, how you doing? Let's go, I want to see a big carp. Yeah, well, it seems like they're all over down here. We will hopefully be able to grab one. And I did remember my net this time, so we're not gonna have the fiasco of last stream. Not fun trying to pull a giant carp in barehanded. Dave James, yeah, I do have my net. I do have a mat. It's actually in my boat. I do have a rather large landing net though, so I will just keep her in the net for as long as possible. We'll give you guys a quick look and then we'll let her go. Oh, you're fly fishing. I was like, what the hell's that? Guy scared me back here. I heard him whipping. I thought he was stuck on something. He's back there fly fishing behind me. It's like a bug. Yeah, I got my little DeWalt light set up, so we're attracting all the bugs. It's been like that all day here, though. So many bugs. All right, first rig is set up. I don't know how many more boats are coming in here. I don't want to get too far out. She said they hide all around the slips in here. Honestly, the second one will probably drop behind us. Let's get this one. Let's get her a little ways out. All right, let's get a... I don't know, we can still see that. I won't worry about a belly yet. Let's get the second pole set up. How long you been fly fishing for?
About a year.
Oh, yeah? Is it tricky to learn, or you have a pretty easy time picking it up?
Yeah, just kind of self-taught.
Hang on. I've never tried it. It always looks hard.
It's not as hard as you think, I guess.
Hold on. Did you guys fish out here today?
Yeah.
You have any luck? Perch? Yeah, I trolled in the boat all day. We only landed one small walleye and one small rainbow. Yeah, it's the first time I've fished at this water body. Oh, did I just drop the damn hook. Man. All right. I have one more here. That'll last. No, we got two more. I dropped my bait hook in the water. Who wants a hot dog? Minnesota state bird is a mosquito. They got pretty bad over there in Minnesota, huh? We get them gnarly here. They're not super huge, though. That's fucking funny, though. Yeah. Lifter Dave. I don't know if I've seen you in here before. Welcome to the stream, Lifter Dave. That was fucking funny. I liked it. You'll take one. Can you get onion rings with it? That does actually sound really good. Actually, the fair was here this last week. I missed it. Or in Great Falls, I should say. They have the best corn dogs there, and fresh squeezed lemonade, and huckleberry ice cream. That's usually what I go to the fair for. Absolutely delicious. Connor, welcome to the stream. We just got done trolling. We've been on the water all day. I don't have lights on my boat, so we couldn't stay out there anymore. We weren't really catching anything. We caught one trout, one walleye, and we are now at the docks trying to snag a big old carp before we hit the road. We got a 2-hour drive back to the house, but we're not leaving here without a monster. We came for monster pike and walleye, and we didn't get those, so we're gonna ring in a monster carp to end the day. Tassie, AJ, welcome, guys. It's a pleasure watching you guys fish for trout. You said you're in Tasmania? Is that where you guys are from? So pretty there. Welcome to the stream, guys. I know this isn't, carp isn't as exciting for a lot of y'all as pike or walleye or trout. I love carp fishing. Carp are so fun. What is our pole doing there? What is going? Oh, that must be just the wake. Thanks, man. We really appreciate you coming in. Oh, I had a blast. It's fun. Fun as heck seeing you guys catch those. Glad you got into them. Sounds like you had a long day there. This second, we have one about 20 foot off the dock into kind of the lane where the boats are pulling in. I'm going to throw this second one just into one of these boat slips here. I don't know. We might have scared them pulling the boat in. We'll toss her over here and see. We can always move them a little bit. We're not leaving here without a big old carp, so. I get the second pole holder in somewhere. All right, we can do it that way. And Soka, I did remember to put the glow tips in my bag. I haven't looked. I don't even know how the hell to hook them on. They're brand new. We're gonna have to look and see. They're a new toy for me. In the past, I would always use Oh, we need to plug this in before I forget. In the past, I would go to the dollar store or grocery store, anywhere that sells balloons, that sells like helium balloons, and you can pick up, there's like little inserts they push inside of the balloon before they blow it up, little LED neon lights, and taking